Good morning. Here we are. We're back. Grateful thanks to Michael Barrett for having sat in here in this seat for the past 3 hours. Those of you who were with us until about 5 minutes to 5 this morning will know that we've got in altogether 417 results. In other words, about 2/3 of them are in. But throughout this day, of course, there are another third to come. There are 230 to be declared. Ashton-under-Lyme, St Pancras North of Wrekin and Carlton and Cornish seats and a number from London. We've got a recount going on at Ealing, which will be up sometime today. We're expecting Hampstead at about 11 o'clock, Aberdeen West at about 11:45. Recount I was telling you about at Ealing, which really I suppose could be any time because they would have started recounting 4 minutes ago. Around about noon, we will really start. That was Ealing North, incidentally. Around about noon, we should start to get the Ulster seats, the Belfast seats coming in. Also, about lunchtime, the news of Robert Maxwell. You were hearing just now about Robert Maxwell and Buckingham. And then between 12 noon and 1:30, just about lunchtime, we're expecting about 150 results to be trickling in one way and another, and particularly some of the rural results. And that was what we were talking about last night, or very early into this morning, when we were saying that the prediction is moving. Prediction at one time was in the very low 30s. It was 31, I believe, at one time from Graham Pyatt. Then as a few of these rurals came in, so that prediction of the Conservative majority over Labour started to gradually creep up. It went from 31 to 33, then 35, and settled sometime 4:30 this morning, 4:45, in the 36-37 area. Well, that's roughly what's going to happen today. We shall, of course, be keeping our eyes, or we will be keeping our eyes, not shall at all, we will be keeping our eyes on various key places throughout the country, not least, I may say, from down there in number 10 Downing Street. So let's go down. I think I can see Tom Mangold outside the front door of number 10 having his photograph taken.
Well, nothing very much happening, Cliff. I understand that Mr. Wilson went straight to bed after he arrived here this morning from Huyton. He drove overnight and he went to bed at about 7 o'clock. And since then, really very little has happened at all. There are about half a dozen spectators here, but no excitement. 2 sets of morning papers have been delivered, and there have been some desultory comings and goings. This is, as you can imagine, going to be a very long day in Downing Street, and it started flat. But by lunchtime, I think office workers from Whitehall will swell the crowd here. They'll come and see what's going on. And the pace and excitement of a change of government will probably become much more evident. The Queen, I understand, is travelling from Windsor to Buckingham Palace, but I understand also that she will be going to Ascot later on today. So we wait here in that curious interregnum between defeat and concession and a change of government. The Prime Minister is expected to talk on television later on this morning, but after he's had his rest, my guess is that he'll be watching the rest of the campaign on television. This is Tom Mangold in Downing Street.
And watching, and very critically watching indeed, in Smith Square, not very far down the road from Downing Street, where the party headquarters are. Let us now take you to the Conservative Party headquarters. Let's go down there to Christopher Jones. Good morning, Christopher.
And during the night, of course, the balance of party political power has shifted just across Smith Square from Transport House, 100 yards away from here, to the central office, the Conservative Party headquarters. At the moment, there are few Conservative officials here. They've had an exhausting and exciting night, and they're catching up on their sleep. Among them is Mr. Heath, who went back to his flat at Albany at about 4 o'clock, trying to catch up on some of his sleep. He is due here at about midday, when he's expected to have a press conference. Of course, his big problem now is when and if Mr. Wilson concedes. Once Mr. Wilson does concede, if he does concede, then Mr. Heath has his great job of forming his cabinet, going to see the Queen and officially becoming the Prime Minister. Also coming here later in the day will be Mr. Anthony Barber, who is the chairman of the Conservative Party and to whom a lot of the congratulations of the apparent success for the Conservatives of this election will go, because he is the one who has been so responsible for all the organisation which has made them so successful. They're not at all worried, I understand, about the results still to come during the day, because among them are many rock-bottom, solid Conservative seats. They have no fears of any bad losses during the day, and here in Smith Square, the Conservatives are absolutely confident about their future government. Christopher Jones, Smith Square.
Anthony Quinton, do you think that they will be stable? There is, after all, the stress of Mr. Powell in their midst.
Yes, I don't know that they ought to worry about that too much, because Mr. Powell doesn't have, as far as I know, anything in the nature of an organisation. Mr. Heath starts out in a pretty good position as far as Mr. Powell is concerned. He booted him out of the shadow cabinet when the first really frenzied Powell-type utterance was made. And he's made it absolutely clear to his supporters that that's the line he's going to take. I should have thought his supporters are going, at any rate, to start out in a pretty loyal frame of mind because of this really startling success he appears to be having. Whether the general public, those who in the West Midlands would appear by the statistics to have shown some degree of enthusiasm for Powell's particular views that cuts across party lines, whether they'll exercise a great deal of pressure on the government to push things in that direction, well, I don't know. It seems to me that, on the whole, the Conservative record is one of a fair degree of perhaps somewhat paternalistic resistance to the eddies of public opinion. So my own belief is that Heath won't go in a Powell-like direction at all.
Richard Cobb, looking at this from the point of view of your own subject, history, do you think that this is the British electorate returning to their old loves that they've had in power for 75 years out of the last century, the Conservatives?
Well, I must say, in the company I am, I would be very, very hesitant to make any sort of remarks about the economy. I understand it's not the first thing about economics. I'm very disappointed by the results of the election, mainly from one single thing. I feel that the situation in Northern Ireland, and indeed the situation in Southern Ireland, is going to be made much more acute, I think, by a Conservative victory. The principal reason why I voted in this election for Mr. Luard was I felt that on Mr. Callaghan's record that a Labour government would be better placed, has been better placed and would be better placed to continue this extraordinarily difficult balancing act in Northern Ireland.
Do you see then really serious trouble? And I mean, we have after all had serious trouble, so the only more serious trouble would be open civil war.
I could see very serious trouble on July the 12th, on August the 12th, if the new government doesn't feel itself strong enough to ban the various and very provocative marches.
John Lucas, as a philosophy fellow, what have you thought of the level of the debate that we have had in these past 3 weeks?
Very, very low. And I think this has been one of the great worries that many people felt, that it was a choice between Tweedle Ted and Tweedle Harold, without the electorate being given a chance to make a rational choice of policies, and it was a question of which got the most sex appeal. And I'm rather glad of the result, in that it's shown that this isn't quite a fair comment on the electorate, and that the electorate has shown that it is going to make a decision quite apart from what the journalists and the commentators have been saying. And although the issues which have been put before it are regrettably narrow, at least it does seem to me to be clear that the only interpretation of the result is that people have looked at the record of the previous government and decided that this wasn't good enough, that they weren't competent, and therefore they would try the alternative.
One of the things that rather appalled me last night, when we had quite a party here in the garden, was the number of students who said really that they voted for, whichever way they voted, for the lesser of two evils. Now, this was a very cynical remarks from first-time voters.
Well, I don't think they're to be blamed. I mean, that is in fact what the country has done. The Liberal Party, whose decline in this election I regard as the real tragedy of the election, the moving towards a socialist-conservative confrontation, is the only thing in the House of Commons I do regard as very bad for the British democratic system. But I can quite see the point of people that anywhere there wasn't a Liberal candidate, the Liberal Party was the only one which tried to fight on any serious issues. The other two, as Mr. Lucas has said, it was Tweedledum and Tweedledee, and more people of Tweedledee's supporters perhaps stayed at home than of Tweedledum's. And we had, which again is a very bad mark for British democracy, in a day of almost perfect weather, when none of the usual things that keep people from the polls operated, only 70% of the electorate bothered to vote, the lowest since the Tory national government lull of 1935.
I don't entirely share this view. I rather stand with Seneca and St. Augustine in taking the view that the state is itself a necessary evil. I think the phrase they had was a remedy for sin. Why do we have governments at all? Because of our human weaknesses. It seems to me very satisfactory. It's in accordance with a grand old liberal tradition, indeed, that we should take a rather negative view of government, that it's a painful necessity, and that one shouldn't feel wild positive enthusiasm. That way, it seems to me, danger lies, expecting far too much of politics. I'm sure Mr. Opie would agree that the predictive powers of economics haven't shown themselves very remarkably in recent times, and this means that the area in which people want, perhaps, governments most to shine and to show their powers, they just haven't got them wherewithal to do it. There are certain old and traditional functions of government, and some modern ones. I mean, I think on the one hand, preservation of order, on the other, some redistribution of major social injustices, and these they can continue to perform. But I think it's highly desirable that people shouldn't have very exaggerated, souped-up ideas of what governments can do for them.
The other thing that impressed me, or rather slightly horrified me, about Oxford was the apparent apathy amongst the undergraduates and the small number of that voted. What do you think?
Yes, I think this is worrying, and I think it's a fact, first of all, and I think it is very worrying that it is true that maybe some people have exaggerated ideas of what the government can do, and therefore this disdain from voting may well be simply a realisation ahead of the electorate that the government cannot do so much. But I would have said certainly that this is slightly worrying. Whether it's the sunshine and the punting and the schools and everything else, goodness alone knows, but certainly amongst one's own pupils, there was some degree of mild interest, but no intention of getting involved. I think that was the situation.
Do you see that as a danger for the future?
Well, yes, as I said, I referred to the 1935 election, which was the last one with so low a turnout. It's the first election in which I took any active part, and I very well remember that undergraduate opinion was extremely interested and aroused in a party line. But I think it comes back to the fact that on the whole, young people, perhaps even more than more cynical middle-aged people like ourselves, are interested in issues. They know there are issues in the world, quite apart from the economic issue, which we began with, the direct question of balance of payments and so on. There's the major issue of the common market, of our future relations with Europe. Everyone knows this to be an issue. The two major parties did their best to pretend it didn't exist, and I think that a certain amount of apathy is a perfectly natural reaction to that.
Well, now, if the common market becomes an issue, the only division we have got is inside the Conservative Party, isn't it? Between Heath and Powell.
Yeah, and I suppose there's division within the Labour Party about this as well.
Yes, not quite so apparent, though.
Well, it certainly exists.
Oh, I think there's very strong. Well, of course, Emmanuel Stimnall is no longer a member, but I think there is very strong anti-market feeling in the Labour Party.
Yes,
I mean, this is really comes back to why should people be apathetic? I mean, if the common market had been an electoral issue, one would not be apathetic. I mean, I would have voted for any party that came out on a strong anti-common market line, but I mean, this is just swept under the carpet, unfortunately.
But then, if the common market does become the big issue, as it's almost bound to, isn't it, of the next 2 years, we're going to be in a very strange position of the right wing of the Labour Party and the left wing of the Conservative Party being in cahoots, and the right wing of the Conservatives and the left wing of the Labour. We're going to have a complete reorganisation of parties.
The change will be, presumably, that the division will be on the terms. The opposition's duty will be to oppose, and it may well simply oppose the handling of the negotiations, the terms which the government, if you like, threatens to accept, without debating the principle of the issue. There will be those who are opposed to the principle and those who are opposed to the fact of entry on given terms. And I should have thought there will still be plenty of political fighting, and it'll be very interesting to see, when the numbers are counted of those who have been returned, just how the balance of power in each party lines up now, and whether it is in fact a case of both front benches against, roughly speaking, a majority of their supporters in the House.
This will be an exact repetition of the House of Lords debates in the last Parliament, where you had the right wing of the Conservative and the left wing of the Labour Party joining together to defeat their front benches.
Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. And now we'll go back to Cliff in the studio.
That was very charming indeed. Coffee on the lawn at Oxford. Professor Cobb there raised the whole issue, really, of Northern Ireland, whole of the Irish question. So let us now go upstairs, bid good morning to Robin Day and ask him if he will take up that question for us. Good morning, Robin.
Good morning, Cliff. And in Belfast, there are 4 political figures in Northern Ireland waiting to talk to us. And from left to right of my screen, am I correct in saying Captain Mitchell?
That's quite right.
And you are a Unionist MP in Stormont?
Yes.
Were you a candidate?
Not in this.
No. Mr. John Hume, on the left of Northern Ireland politics, not a candidate?
No.
And on your, there, Mr. Bradford, on the left, Mr. Roy Bradford, the Minister of Commerce in the Northern Ireland Cabinet, and on the right, Mr. Sam Napier. Good morning, Mr. Napier, the Secretary of the Northern Ireland Labour Party. Do you remember I had a talk with you when I came up during the general election up there? Yeah. Now, gentlemen, as I understand it, if I'm correct, there have been 2 Northern Ireland results so far, Armagh and North Down, in which the Unionist candidate was returned. Now, was there anything unusual or significant about the figures in those results, Mr. Bradford?
I think only the massive turnout, which is quite unexpected. I think this was a reflection of the interest in this election. It was also a reflection of, I think, the resentment felt by Mr. Wilson's rather politically, I think, naive intervention in trying to make political capital out of the troubles here and trying to pin them on the Tory party. A big section of that vote was a traditional vote, if you like, traditional unionist vote. Another big section was very definitely an anti-socialist vote. And in fact, I think a large proportion, certainly in North Down, of the electorate were voting on UK issues.
Now, if I may remind our British viewers, there are 12 Ulster MPs of Westminster, and at the last Parliament there were 10 held by the Ulster Unionists, 1 held by Republican Labour, and 1 held by Miss Bernadette Devlin. I want to ask you now if you'll give me your prediction as to whether the Reverend Ian Paisley will be returned to Westminster and whether Miss Devlin will be returned to Westminster. And thirdly, if you can keep a third question in mind, do you think the Ulster Unionist grip on 10 of those 12 seats is going to be maintained? First of all, Captain Mitchell.
Regarding the North Antrim candidate, the Reverend Ian Paisley, I think he will win.
Right. And what about Miss Devlin?
Miss Devlin, I think, will not win.
And what about the general picture for the Unionist Party on those 12 seats?
Well, I think we will have 10 anyhow.
And Mr. Hume, what is your verdict on these matters?
I think that there's something very significant which Roy Bradford skimmed over there in commenting on the 2 results that have already come in, and that is there's a very definite swing, not to the right, but to the far right by the Unionist grassroots, because Mr. Kilfeder in North Down, although he's described as an official Unionist, is quite known in the past for his Paisleyite views, and I think the same applies to Mr. McGuinness, who has won Armagh, and there has been a massive turnout of Unionist votes. And I think that the interesting and significant thing for Northern Ireland is not just these results and the fact that these results make almost certain a Paisleyite win in North Antrim, but that allied to a Conservative victory in Britain with a possible 20 to 30 seat majority, I think spells out a future for the north of Ireland about which I'm not terribly optimistic.
Mr. Hume, may I mention 2 points to you? Of course, if there is a swing to what you call the right in Northern Ireland, to Paisleyism or extreme unionism,
yes, this
could be a reflection of resentment felt at the revelation about gun running from the south, couldn't it?
Well, I think that this sort of thing would be a factor, all right. I think there's no doubt about that. But I think also I think it represents the fact that, for example, Ian Paisley was elected, I think, before there was any talk of gun running from the south or any revelations of that sort. I think that it really represents the grassroots unionist resentment against the reform programme here, which has been imposed on the Unionist Party from Westminster.
Do you doubt, Mr. Hume, picking up a point you made earlier, before I forget, if Mr. Quintin Hogg is Home Secretary, which is quite likely, and Mr. Heath as Prime Minister, do you doubt their joint commitment to the cause of what you would call moderate reform, but nonetheless reform in Northern Ireland?
Well, I don't think that, I don't doubt so much their commitment as their ability to fulfil it, given a situation in which they have a 20 to 30 seat majority and they are dependent upon the support of 8 to 10 unionists who themselves will be clearly right-wing and under right-wing pressure in their constituencies, and added to the Powellite wing as well. Depending on this sort of support, I can't see the Conservative Party putting too much pressure on the Unionist Party, their blood brothers in Northern Ireland.
Except, Mr. Hume, even though the Unionist MPs of Westminster may take such a view, they're not going to turn out Mr. Heath in favour of Mr. Wilson, are they?
I don't think they are, but I don't think either that Mr. Heath is going to put all that much pressure on the Unionists in Northern Ireland.
May I ask for a comment for Mr. Sam Napier, Secretary of the small Northern Ireland Labour Party, and which is allied to the British Labour Party, and ask him whether he has hopes of any progress for his party in Ulster.
Well, you did ask earlier on about Bernadette Devlin and Ian Paisley. Yes. I think both are going to be elected, but I think the Unionist Party stand to lose the Fermanagh and South Tyrone seat. Now, as for the Labour Party, there are 7 Labour Party candidates running. There are 2 with, yesterday certainly appeared to be with a chance, in Belfast East and Belfast North. I think possibly those 2 are unlikely to be elected now. Could I take up a point that John Hume was making about this question of the swing to the right in Northern Ireland? You see, Northern Ireland politics have been polarised now for the last 2 or 3 years, broadly in Protestant and Catholic terms. And this, I'm afraid, is still coming through in this election. Now, the other point, of course, is there have been allegations of pacts being entered into between the Unionist Party candidates and Paisley. The allegation has been made repeatedly by Paisley. It's been denied, of course, by the Northern Ireland Unionist Party, but it's been made by Paisley that he was approached not to put Protestant Unionist candidates into seats where the Unionist Party was in danger. Now, this is all a matter of great dispute here and has received widespread coverage in the press. But nevertheless, it's had its effect on the election. And there's no question about it that the Unionist candidate in North Down on a previous occasion thanked Ian Paisley for his help in the election.
Mr. Napier, I have to end it there. I just want to ask you one question, Mr. Bradford. Hasn't this been a very peaceful election? I mean, has any blood been spilt? And isn't that remarkable?
I think it is a tribute to the security forces at this time, and it's a tribute, I think, to the people of the province, the vast majority of whom, I think, are rather tired of violence. Although in the heated electoral atmosphere one did expect a few incidents, we may have a few incidents today, but there'll be minor ones, like somebody threw, I think, a bottle of petrol through a shop window last night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bradford, and I'm grateful to you all for coming so early to our Belfast studio. Thank you, gentlemen.
We're grateful to you too, Robin. Thank you very much indeed. Now, can we have one brief word? I see that we've been joined by Richard Baker. We'll be with you in just a moment, Richard. Can we have a brief word about turnout, because now it's been mentioned 3 times in the past 5 minutes.
Well, I think we're in danger of beating ourselves too much by saying the turnout is down. It is down, it is going to be as low as 935, but the register is substantially older than last time, and a lot of people are away on holiday. 18% drop in the turnout in those Wakespeaks towns and the potteries, and so I think, in fact, the real turnout we're going to return on tonight, something like on the whole show, about 71%, is very, very comparable to the 75.8% who voted in 1966. It's low, but it isn't actually a decline.
Good. And now let us join Richard Baker. Good morning, Richard.
Morning, Cliff. Well, now, Cambodia is once again the big overseas story, with varying reports of dramatic developments there. The communists have apparently mounted a new series of attacks, and at one stage the capital, Phnom Penh, was reported to be virtually cut off by road. But the latest reports say that Cambodian troops have reopened the main highway from the city. 80 miles north of the capital, the Viet Cong staged a heavy attack on the provincial city of Kampong. South Vietnamese and Cambodian aircraft were called in to help the beleaguered city. And there's been more fighting in the Middle East. Israel says her jets attacked a number of Egyptian military positions along the Suez Canal last night, but there's been no confirmation or denial of the attack by Egypt. At home, a miserable start to the day for thousands of passengers on the southern region. A 24-hour strike by drivers at Waterloo is severely disrupting a number of services. Some newspaper trains are affected, and all special boat trains to Southampton have been cancelled. Services to Ascot Racecourse are also affected. In Rio, police sources are quoted as saying that 10 extreme left-wingers have been arrested in connection with the recent kidnapping of the West German ambassador to Brazil. And finally, 2 men who are totally indifferent to the outcome of the British general election. The Russian cosmonauts orbiting the Earth in Soyuz 9. The 2 men have completed 280 orbits and are now resting. There's speculation that they may be coming down today, but we continue to go round and round.
Morning to you. Well, over much of the country, the story is dry, sunny, warm, light winds, excellent day for Royal Ascot or for the cricket at Lord's. But over northwest Scotland and Northern Ireland, rather cloudy up there, a little sunshine coming through and more this afternoon. And then in southwest England, well, rather a cloudy story at the moment, a little bit better this afternoon. One other point is that around the southwestern coast, a lot of mist, particularly in the Channel Islands, and also up in eastern Scotland and also the Shetland Islands, although the mist in eastern Scotland should clear up this afternoon. And now, summary chart.
It's sunny, warm and dry, and the place that you can see above my head, which if I'm not mistaken is Buckingham. It's the seat at the moment, until all the votes are counted, of Robert Maxwell. It's there we go now, to Brian Ash.
Well, here in Buckingham we're expecting a very large crowd to gather here in the Market Square for the declaration which will be made in just about 4 hours from now. As you said, Cliff, this will be the verdict on Robert Maxwell, who's held this constituency here for the past 6 years. He's held the constituency by what now appears to be the exceedingly slender majority of 2.2%. And we've got a small number of people who've already gathered here in the Market Square, and I'm going to ask 1 or 2 of them now for their reaction to the results so far. Madam, can I begin with you? Which way did you vote in this election?
Conservative.
So you're presumably quite pleased with the way things are going just at the moment?
Yes, very pleased indeed.
Are you surprised by the result?
Yes, slightly. It only goes to show that the opinion polls obviously are not very reliable.
Can I move on to you, sir? Which way did you vote?
Labour.
So you must be very disappointed.
Well, I am waiting to see whether Mr Maxwell gets in, but this is almost predictable, really, because opinion changes from year to year, and it could almost be expected that the opinion would change to Conservative. But people will get fed up again after a 5-year period, probably, and it will go back to Labour again.
Do you think that Mr Maxwell stands a chance at all here now in the light of what's happened so far?
Yes, I do. I think there's a lot of sympathy for him, you know, regarding the other business with the News of the World and Pergamon Press.
Thank you. Can I move on to you now, sir? Which way did you vote?
I voted Conservative. My main reason was because of the selective employment tax, which I consider has affected everything, the higher prices of everything, including lack of houses and so on for young people. They just forced up prices of everything, and that's the main reason why I voted Conservative.
Are you surprised by the result nonetheless so far?
I am, really, yes, I am, but I think that probably is caused by the housewives themselves, as they know the price is better than we men do, see? So I think they must have voted much stronger than we expected. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you, sir, what's your reaction to the results we've heard so far?
Well, it's a bit of a shock at the moment, but if Conservatives get in, I hope they'll only do what they promised to do.
Did you back the Conservatives?
Well, that's a leading question, isn't it?
Are you prepared to make any predictions about what will happen here to Robert Maxwell?
Well, I think he might just scrape in, knowing Robert Maxwell.
Thank you. How about you, sir? Which way did you vote?
Oh, Labour. Always voted Labour.
So what's your reaction to what's been happening so far?
I don't like it. I think there'll be another election before the end of the year, though.
Why do you think that this has happened? Why has there been this surprising failure in the opinion polls, really?
Well, I don't know. I think there's been too much publicity with the national opinion polls and all this sort of thing. They give a wrong impression. People said, oh, they must be right, we'll vote the other way.
Have most of your friends, people who you would have expected to vote Labour, have they actually gone out and voted? Or do you think people have stayed at home because they thought Labour had it all sewn up?
I don't know. I don't know what the percentage of the poll here has been yet. but I think it's been very high in favour of Labour.
Do you give Robert Maxwell a chance here?
Definitely. Oh, yes, definitely.
Can I ask you now, sir, which way did you vote in this election?
I voted Conservative.
So you're presumably very pleased about the way things have been going?
The result. Yes, very pleased. And I think the local man stands good chance. Maybe it's a marginal constituency, and I think it'll be very close, but I'll vote for the Tories to get in here.
You must, on the other hand, you must be very surprised at the results so far.
Well, surprised and yet not surprised, because I think the housewives have got rather fed up with the prices in the shopping basket. I think they'll put the Conservative in.
Now, we're assuming that the Tories will be the next government. Do you think that they will make a good government?
Oh, undoubtedly, because we want businessmen at the top, people who understand the economy.
A quick word from you, madam. Do you think Robert Maxwell's got a chance here today?
Well, I don't know now. I'm a bit doubtful, though, because I was told by a lot of people around here that Maxwell would romp home, and I think that's what's happened. You see, the Labour have been too confident. And a lot of them
Thank you, madam. Well, there we are. A few predictions from Buckingham. We'll be back here with the result in just under 4 hours from now. Brian Ash, Buckingham.
Brian Ash, Buckingham, thank you very much indeed. In South Buckinghamshire, incidentally, the constituency that's cheek by jowl there, they have the highest number of two-car owning families in the whole of the United Kingdom. Little bit of information I thought that you'd just like to have at the breakfast table. And now, up to Robin Day. Robin?
And with me, a Conservative politician who never fails to look neat and dapper and well-pressed when everyone else around him is crumpled, Mr. Geoffrey Johnson-Smith. I was going to say Member of Parliament for East Grinstead, but you haven't had your results yet, have you?
No, I'm dying to get back because we've already started counting the votes and I'm looking for a big majority.
Well, if you could spare a couple of minutes, and I doubt if anyone will give me more than a couple of minutes, what is your majority in East Grinstead?
Well, it's 17,984 and 66, so I'm hoping to boost it, of course.
So that's fairly marginal. What I want to ask you is this. You were one of the leading figures. You were the sort of Alan to Chris Chataway's Flanagan, weren't you, in the party politicals?
More seriously.
Did you write the script yourself, or were they done for you by an ad man and a gag writer?
Oh, well, I think that's an unfair way of putting it. No, we were all part of a great team. And it was very nice to work with a team. This is a team here, so it was when I worked in BBC. Teamwork.
Do you think it made any difference? Those
I think
television things?
Yes, I think it helped enormously to maintain morale when the party at one time was going through. I'm talking about the rank and file in the constituencies, a bit worried about opinion polls.
You see, I remember the 1959 election when the Labour Party were generally regarded to have had a much better television party politicals than the Tory party. It was all very, it was in the, they imitated the early tonight technique, just as you imitated the news at 10 technique.
No, they said they were in another studio.
It didn't make a damn bit of difference to the Labour Party there.
Yeah, but I don't think they were as effective, and they did try and pretend they were in some sort of phony studio. We didn't. We stuck to political issues, and to help sustain the general message which candidates were putting about, the leader of the party, in the country. And I think this helped, as I say, to maintain morale amongst Conservatives. And I think it helped to show them that not only were we a party which had integrity, it had good policies, but we were a party which could project them on television. And I think this is important. It was conveying information as well as helping maintain morale.
Did you go around campaigning in other constituencies?
Oh, Chris and I certainly helped in other constituencies.
What was your impression of the effect of Mr. Powell in his activities? Was he an asset or a liability to the Conservative Party?
Well, I only know my own constituency and one or two others, and frankly this has been gone over old ground. I think we'll be able to judge to what extent it was an asset or liability when the dust has settled a bit.
But you don't have any opinion now?
No, I'm not prepared to give any opinion now, because it wouldn't be valid.
I see. Two leading industrialists last night, Mr. Johnson-Smith, strongly urged Mr. Heath to soft pedal on any tough legal measures regarding the trade unions. On the ground, they said, if it's a narrow majority and an economic crisis or difficulty looming ahead, then he needs national unity and, above all, the cooperation of the unions. Do you think that's wise advice?
Well, I didn't hear what he had to say, what was said.
It was Lord Kirton and Sir Paul Chambers.
Well, you know, before I can make any comment on what Lord Kirton said, I'm not evading it, Robin, but frankly, you'd really want to hear it in the whole context rather than hear it second-hand from you.
Oh, surely you trust my accuracy.
I trust you, of course I do, but I also like to trust my own ears first, and get it first-hand. But what I'm really about to say to you, old friend, is this. that there is a sensible industrial relations policy proposed by the Conservatives. We've argued this in some detail. We've tried to bring it to the country. It's not punitive. It doesn't attempt to sort of hammer the trade unions or anything of that order. And it's a legislation which in many respects other countries have found useful to help maintain more harmonious relations in industry. Now, Mr. Heath believes this fervently, and he's backed by the party on this, and surely we've had an election, surely this will come across to many people on both management as well as trade union leaders. And I'm sure that Mr. Heath will be able to put it across in a way which will enlist their cooperation.
Would you care to speculate on one serious difficulty which may confront a Conservative government with a small majority, and that is on the vital issue of the common market? It does seem to me that an alliance between the anti-marketeers and the Tory party and the anti-marketeers and the Labour Party could combine to frustrate a common market initiative by Ted Heath as Prime Minister.
Well, it could, but let's see how the negotiations go and what they come up with, and then I think we can debate this.
Would you care to speculate on who you think will be the Tory minister in charge of the common market negotiations? Because Bob Mackenzie didn't get around to mentioning that.
No, I'm sorry, I can't speculate on that.
Oh, you're not being very helpful. No comment, no speculation.
Well, I've done a bit.
You're usually very good early in the morning.
Yeah, well, you have to get me early in the morning then.
I'll let you go back to your constituency.
Thanks very much, Robin. Nice seeing you.
Thank you, Geoffrey.
Geoffrey Johnson-Smith, talking about being member of a team there, is the best outside right I ever played with, really. The stock market is now open, Graham, is that right?
Yes, right, yes.
It is open. We were asking you late last night or early this morning the likely effects. What have been the effects?
Well, in fact, the stock market has certainly seen the effect of this Tory lead. The market opened at 9:30. Leading ordinary shares are up anything between 2 shillings and 5 shillings right away. The stores are up markedly, the property companies are up markedly, the oil companies are up 3 and 6pence and 4 shillings. And although there's not a lot of initial early buying, it's all buying at the moment. A very sharp rise indeed. The gilt edge market opens at 10 o'clock and brokers are expecting that to whiz up too. So that's the opening, that's the start anyway. Cliff.
Thank you very much indeed, Graham. And now, from one market to another, we are now going to one of my very favourite places in the whole of the United Kingdom, the Pannier Market in Barnstable, which opens on Friday, and I envy David Lomax standing there among the market bunches of the people of North Devon. Good morning, David Lomax.
Good morning, Cliff. A very nice and warm and sunny morning it is here. We've got lots of early morning shoppers, as you can see, among all these trestle tables with flowers and eggs and cheese and goodness knows what. It's in Jeremy Thorpe's constituency, as you know, the North Devon constituency, which he just managed to get back again last night with a very much reduced majority. And we're just going to ask some of the people here. I wonder, madam, if we could ask you, first of all, what's your reaction to the election results so far?
I'm absolutely delighted the Conservatives have got in, for one thing. It will put an end to the vendetta between Mr. Wilson and Mr. Smith. That's one reason why I'm glad they've got in. And I hope that Mr. Heath will go forward now and try and get a peace still on the 6 principles. I agree with those. And I also think the Liberals killed their own goose by...
I wonder if you can, excuse me, but I wonder if you can stand a little bit further forward so that we can see you.
Oh, I don't
think you're, excuse me, madam, I think you're blocking the mic. So, was this the result that you expected?
Yes, it was, because I think the Liberals, as I said, have killed their own goose by their leader wanting to drop bombs on Rhodesia, and also by the irresponsibility of the young Liberals going up and bringing politics into sport.
Why do you think the opinion polls were so wildly inaccurate?
Well, I have no idea. I never have taken any notice really of the opinion polls. My own opinion is good enough for me.
Fine, thank you very much. Excuse me, sir, could we just ask you, what's your reaction to the election results?
I think it's a wonderful job. I think it's a proper job as Conservative. Nobody can get governed in proper manner now, can we? Mr. Heath is going to make a real job of it. The leaders of other countries will listen to him. I think we're on the really good era of politics now.
You voted Conservative?
I voted Conservative. I'm proud of it, yes.
You've done well, Matthew.
Good boy.
And the poor old Liberals...
There's some voices over there we'll have to talk to in a moment.
Poor old Liberals have had it, you know, good and proper down here. I think it's a real result.
Do you think the Conservatives will be better equipped to deal with the economic crisis and rising prices and so on?
I'm sure they will. Yes, they've got the men of vision, the leaders are... They're bound to be all right now. Down here in North Devon can see it all along. It's bound to be true.
What sort of a Prime Minister do you think Mr. Heath would or will make?
Oh, he'll make a proper job, he will. Yeah, he's a real gentleman. You can trust his word, can't he, all along the line. He doesn't change his mind from one day to the next. He's steadfast all along the line, isn't he? I can make a smashing job. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
heard some voices that were sent over here. Excuse me, if I can just move round. I don't know if anybody can see us. The camera's not blocking our position. Excuse me, madam, what's your reaction to the results so far? Could you just stand a little bit
Well, I wish
further over
Mr. Heath the best of luck, and I hope he'll do a good job. And one thing I implore him, not to let the pensioners down. That's all I've got to say.
there? Were you surprised at the results?
No, I thought there was going to be a swing to Conservative. I really thought there was. And,
Why do you think these opinion polls were so widely inaccurate?
Well, I listened to the television one night, last week. No, on Any Questions. And the man said there that he didn't put any faith in them. And he said, put your hands up in the audience. How many have been asked a question? And only 1 out of 500 put their hand up. So I've got no faith in them at all. And all I hope is that Mr. Heath job he'll do a bit of good.
What was your reaction, sir, to the election results so far?
I think it's wonderful. I've been a true blue all my life. I'm 92 years of age, and I think myself is just what the doctor ordered. We've had 5 years of misery. 5 years of misery we've had with all the taxation. The pensioners' money's no good today.
Do you think that...
Eh?
You have another 5 years.
Better off now you've been in your life over there.
There's a gentleman here. Could I speak to you, sir? Could you just...
Yeah, we've had more pension and goodness knows
course
what.
you have.
We have 13 years of the Conservatives.
I honestly think Harold's been conned.
Can you tell me briefly, what's your reaction to the results so far?
I think Harold's been conned. This opinion poll, yeah. It's ridiculous. He's fallen for a trick.
Fine. Thank you very much indeed. And now, back to you, Cliff, in London, from Barnstable.
Well, I envy you down there in the pannier market, I must say. That's a remark I shall treasure about the opinion polls, that my own opinion is good enough for me. That's not bad. We really ought to keep that one going for a long time. I think really it's time that we should go down to Keith Blacker in Plymouth, because a number of Liberal seats and sort of Liberal fringe seats are to be declared down there this morning. So let us now go to Plymouth and Keith Blacker.
Yes, Cliff. In fact, Devon and Cornwall put back to the last government a quarter of the Liberal Party at Westminster, and following last night's rather shocking for the Liberals declaration in North Devon, we're looking very hard now at 2 seats in particular in Cornwall, which were held by the Liberals. First of all, Bodmin, which was a Liberal gain in 1964, and North Cornwall, which was a rather spectacular Liberal gain in 1966. Let's take North Cornwall first, because there, without doubt, there has always been the bitterest fight in the southwest between radicals and Tories. A long tradition here of church Tories and radical Methodist chapel Liberals. It's not as clear-cut nowadays as it was in generations gone by, but some of it lingers on. And it lingers on in this way. Last time, that is 1966, North Cornwall returned the highest poll in the country, 87.5%, and there are strong indications that if they don't take the record for this general election, they'll be way up among the top 5 or 6. Now then, this seat, held by John Pardoe, could go Conservative with a swing of 2%. It's that critical. And the Tories have been campaigning hard to win it. They have gone as far as 150 miles to bring back to North Cornwall absent voters on holiday. The Tories have had a transport department sending cars as far as 150 miles to bring voters back to North Cornwall. And the voters in North Cornwall are known for their steadfast loyalties. There are not many floating voters there, and so they've had to work on a very small percentage of floating voters. Tories are looking for a 2% swing to take the seat, but there hasn't been a 2% swing in North Cornwall for 20 years. Bodmin is a little bit less marginal. The swing there is 2.6%, but I doubt whether either of the candidates in these wards have had any sleep last night. Cliff?
Not on their own, I'll tell you, Keith, really. Two phrases let us pick up that have been used in the past 10 minutes. We've been conned, we've been fooled. Well, throughout the night we've heard comments on the election from many distinguished speakers, one more now talking, surprisingly, in 1931. But what he says has a very familiar ring about it. George Bernard Shaw.
Oh, I suppose you want me to talk about the election, don't you? Well, there being a general election on, what is happening is that you are all being fooled in every possible manner by every possible sort of candidate in order to persuade you to vote for the candidate or the party or whatever it is that you fancy. You're voting, I suppose, a great deal on the budget. What is a budget? A budget is a class struggle between two sets of people to try and get the yearly bill for running the country, which is a very expensive matter. Well, the two parties, the two classes, are each trying to throw as much of the expense on the other as they possibly can. That is the quintessence of a budget.
George Bernard Shaw speaking in what must be producer Dick Francis's supreme achievement of this election, our outside broadcast unit in the next world. That was in fact George Bernard Shaw in the 1931 election. Now, I've got with me two very distinguished young historians. Robert Skidelsky, who wrote a much-praised book, Politicians on the Slump, the Labour Government of 1929 to 31, and Robert Rhodes James, whose controversial book on Winston Churchill, A Study in Failure, I've just been reading like a lot of other people, and they're both of them keen students of political history, and I'm going to ask them first of all, well, no, I'm going to be very impertinent and offer them my own comments. First of all, this is the largest swing between elections of opinion in post-war British politics. Secondly, it's a severe slump in the Liberal fortunes, and also it's the first general election, this has struck me, since Britain in effect withdrew from anything like major world responsibility. Now, with those rather amateur reflections, what do you think about this election in historical perspective? Robert Rhodes James.
Well, it's I think the first thing that really strikes one is it's one of the great upsets of modern politics, and one has to go back to, I think, 1945, and perhaps even further back than that, perhaps to 1880, for a situation in which all the predictions have proved wrong, and in which the sophologists and experts have now got to do some ex post facto explanations.
But why do you say it's an upset, you see? Because admittedly, some of the journalists and the polls were proved wrong, but the Conservative Party weren't proved wrong. And is it so surprising, is it so sensational, whatever your political views, that 5 people in 100, 4 people in 100, should have changed their view from 1966, bearing in mind all the admitted difficulties and unpopularity which the Labour government has had to incur?
No, it's not exceptional. Perhaps it's not surprising afterwards. It did seem, though, that the tendency was in the opposite direction. Perhaps, Robin, if I may, for a moment stop being a historian and be a contemporary human being. I've been canvassing.
I always thought that historians were human beings.
Well, I've been canvassing and in South London. And the thing that struck me very much was that we didn't believe, the Conservatives, we didn't believe our canvassing returns. They were so good. And it did appear that the trend was in the opposite direction, but in some marginals, the Conservatives would be doing better. Now, what has happened, clearly, and this does surprise me a great deal as a historian, that the trend has been very uniform right across the country. Now, if you're going back on past elections, the regional swings and variations, certainly in recent elections, have been rather more striking than this particular one. And when we have the full results and we can analyse them properly, I think this is going to be one of the unusual features about this election.
Robert Skidelsky, how would you compare this to previous elections? And can I be again impertinent to throw a thought in your mind that the two previous, well, we don't know if this is a landslide, it's not a landslide, but two biggest landslides of this century, Attlee in 45 and Campbell-Bannerman in 05, were with unflamboyant leaders at their head, were they not?
Well, what pleases me about this election, both as a historian and as a human being, is the complete collapse of the opinion polls. I mean, the whole apparatus of punditry has hit the dust. And this means, I think, that elections are now much more as they always were. That is, no one can possibly predict how they're going to turn out. No one really has a clue how the electorate behave. And this removes one of the big supports of the so-called presidential system, as it's been preached for the last 10 years, which is the power of the Prime Minister to choose his moment in the expectation of being able to time the election to win. This is exactly what Harold Wilson did. The gamble seems to have failed. He's now back to the position where every Prime Minister has been. That is not knowing how the country is going to vote, and I think that's very healthy for politics indeed. This is the main historical thing. I think we're back to where we always were. No one knows.
What about the decline, if it is final decline, final disintegration, perhaps, of the Liberal Party?
Well, that's been going on for a long time. I mean, I think it was interrupted by Joe Grimmond in the Grimmond era, but I think it bears out the thing that's long been known. There's no place for a third party at the moment in English politics.
Turning to one particular individual, Robert Rhodes James, you've written a life of Lord Randolph Churchill and a study of Winston Churchill, and now Winston Churchill's grandson is a member of Parliament, young Winston. He has the blood of the Churchills. Has he got their brilliance?
Well, we shall have to wait and see. I suspect he probably has. He's certainly got their courage and flair, and I wish him well.
Could I ask you both quickly to summarise, if it's not an insult to your historian scholarship, a verdict, history's verdict on Harold Wilson? Robert Skidelsky?
Well, I thought before this election that Harold Wilson would get back because the British like a spiv, essentially, someone who can get away with it, someone who's clever, and I think Wilson's been superbly clever throughout his 6 years as Prime Minister.
British people like what?
A spiv, the spiv type.
Oh, yes, well, like the chap in Dad's Army who's always got whiskers.
Yes, and always comes out on top, you know, who'll always get away with it. Yeah. I think I was wrong there, and I think Harold Wilson will not go down as a great Prime Minister, and he certainly won't go down as the Prime Minister I think he hoped to, a Prime Minister who's able to make Labour into the natural governing party of the country.
Of course, he could come back fairly soon, couldn't he?
He could come back fairly soon, not on the way the results are going at the moment.
History's verdict on Harold Wilson?
Well, I rather agree with what Robert's been saying, but on the other hand, I don't think we need to write finis to the career of Mr. Wilson. He's still got a long way to go.
Well, he's only 53, isn't he? And as he always been very happy to remind one, Gladstone formed his last administration at 84. Thank you very much, Robert Skidelsky and Robert Rhodes James. Cliff?
Well, Robin, there's hope for us yet in that case, isn't there? And now, state of the party is at 10:01. Robert Mackenzie.
Well, two-thirds of the results in, and we see that the Labour net losses on the top right-hand corner are now at 42. We said last night at the beginning of the evening that if they lost 33 net losses, then they would be out of the power and lost their majority. The Tories need still to pick up some more to be sure of an overall majority. They've made 47 net gains, but that's almost certain to come now. We see at least 15 or 16 Labour marginals that are vulnerable in the one-third of the seats still to come. The disaster, of course, has been for the Liberals, cut back to 2. Others are, that's the Speaker and S.O. Davis. One of the startling things, and some will think a very sad thing, has been the massacre of minority parties, minority groups in this new Parliament. The two giants will be standing eyeball to eyeball with not all that much between them when it comes to the final count. The computer says on the party lead board it's going to be something like a 38 Conservative lead over Labour, and that's looking ahead on the 4.3 swing, which is averaging nationally. That's the picture. Certainly a Labour government, certainly a Conservative government, and the actual majority still to be worked out.
And now let us go to Robert McNeill to pick up some of the comment from abroad. I think particularly about Rhodesia, because we've now had two people out in the street. I don't know if you heard the lady from the pannier market in Barnstable talking about Rhodesia and saying this is one of the great things that influence her. But how are people from abroad reacting, Robert?
Well, the expectation was that people in Rhodesia would welcome the election of a conservative government. In fact, we now have the first comment from any head of state on this election, and the Rhodesian Prime Minister Ian Smith said the results of the election were of no concern to Rhodesia. When he was asked to comment on the apparent conservative victory, Mr. Smith said, "Now that Rhodesia is independent, the results of the British elections no longer influence the political position here, and to that extent are no longer of concern to us. My only comment is I hope the British people have made the right decision, and I wish them good luck." Now, that reaction certainly does not represent the views of all white Rhodesians. It's generally been reported that white Rhodesians don't expect much dramatic change if a Tory government were elected, but there is a feeling that economic sanctions, which are now being maintained by the Labour government, would be applied less strenuously if the Tories were elected. The Rhodesia Herald, for instance, said during the campaign that if the Wilson government were returned, this would kill off any lingering prospect of an improvement in relations between the two governments. And the Tories certainly have consistently all along, chiefly through their spokesman, Sir Alec Douglas-Hume, held out some hope that they would perhaps try once again to reach some reconciliation with the Rhodesians, albeit on the 5 principles which would guarantee some African progress towards majority rule. That's the reaction from Rhodesia at the moment.
Thank you very much indeed, Robert. Earlier we were in a covered market in North Devon. I don't know what the price of strawberries was in North Devon, but the price of strawberries in the covered market in Exeter, which is in South Devon, are 2 and 3pence a half a pound, and they look delicious, and I only wish we had some in here. Down now to Richard Kershaw.
Yes, well, Cliff, I've been dying to get my hands on those strawberries, and will when we're through. Exeter, of course, is almost the bellwether constituency. It was the first Labour gain at the last election, Mrs Gwyneth Dunwoody, and it was the first Conservative gain from Labour this time. Now, what did you vote in this election?
I voted Conservative.
Are you very pleased by the result?
Rather.
And what difference do you think it's really going to make to your life?
I think it's going to make a lot of difference. I'm a pensioner and everything's going up in price. I mean, you can't just live on what you're getting.
It's prices that have been bothering you most.
It's prices, yes. And another thing, I don't think that SET tax was done the country any good.
So you are hoping to see SET
Yes, I am.
ended?
I mean, you see the people in the shops, they're not, the staff are being dismissed. They can't pay the taxes for to keep them on.
Did you think there was going to be a Conservative victory all the time, or did you believe the opinion polls?
Oh, no. I take no notice of opinion polls.
You don't believe polls at all?
No, I don't.
What about you, sir? What did you vote?
Oh, very happy indeed. Conservative.
And did you think the polls were right? I mean, everybody else seemed to before. Did you believe the polls were right? The opinion polls?
Oh, I was doubtful about Conservatives going, yes. I was worried, in fact.
Are you going to believe them in future?
No, I don't think so.
What do you really hope to get out of the election, in a sense?
Oh,
what do you think the Conservatives are going to do to you?
Well, they'll help me a lot. I mean, I'm self-employed. Freedom. I can go out and work and earn as much as I like.
Yeah.
Madam, what did you vote in this election?
Well, I'm afraid I didn't vote at all.
Why not?
Well, because I just couldn't be bothered.
But was this because you thought the election was all over, because you read the polls, or do you never vote?
Oh, no, I very rarely back. Because I'm afraid I don't bother which way it is, because it doesn't make really much difference, does it?
You really think which government you have makes very little difference to your life?
That's right.
Do you feel that?
Oh,
do you think it makes any difference to your life which government we have in this country?
Oh, I think so, yes.
What did you vote?
I voted Conservative.
And what difference do you think it'll make to you?
Well, I hope it'll make a difference. All the promises will be kept that they made. Lower prices, lower taxes.
Lower prices?
Yes.
How did you vote, ma'am?
Conservative.
You also voted Conservative. Everybody in this market seems to be Conservative, or voted Conservative. What do you think the election's going to do for you?
Well, I hope it'll stop the rising prices of goods in the shops. I hope it'll cut taxation. And I hope our foreign image will be better under Conservative.
You're worried about our foreign image. Why do you think our foreign image has been bad under Labour?
Well, I went on holiday and I was in Morocco and I was pursued by little boys who said...
That happens in Morocco, yes.
British skint. Which is a different pursuing from what you mean, probably.
In other words, you think we'll all be richer and seem richer when we're on holiday?
It was during the travel allowance cut, you see.
Did you believe the opinion polls? Did they mean anything to you?
Well, I didn't quite understand why they were so wobbly.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. This is Richard Kershaw in Exeter.
Dying, as he said, to get his hands on those strawberries. He's walking away from them. I walked straight towards him with me. Let us now go upstairs to join Robin Day. Robin?
And up here on my conveyor belt of brain power, from which the productivity is immense this morning, I have with me two distinguished economists, Andrew Schonfield, who also was a member of the Royal Commission on Trade Unions not long ago, the Donovan Commission, and Lord Balogh, the distinguished economist who was a close advisor of Mr. Harold Wilson in government and indeed is said to know the Prime Minister's mind very well. I want to ask you first, gentlemen, what is the essential problem in the economic field which dominated the election, which faces Mr. Heath as Prime Minister? Lord Balogh?
Well,
if you can speak as an economist rather than a partisan.
Oh, certainly, certainly. Well, Mr. Heath is going to learn a great deal, because I'm afraid, you see, the sort of program which he put forward in the election just doesn't add up. He wants to have lower prices and wants to have lower taxes. Indeed, he wants to abolish, I think, something like £1,800 million worth of taxes. Well, where is he going to get the cut? Some people said, you see, that he's going to get higher savings. But some of the cuts of the expenditure are the sort of grants which we give, which the Labour government gave to industry. Now that immediately diminishes corporate savings, whereas tax remissions, of course, partly are spent. So that these poor people, you see, whom we have seen in this program, who think that there will be lower taxes and lower prices, are in for a very great shock. But of course it's very possible. You see that when the government is formed and the official advice, which is always given to an incoming government, has been read by Mr. Heath, he will reconsider some of his program, but then of course some people will not be very satisfied. And of course there is one essential thing, and that is costs.
Sorry?
Costs. The labour cost of output, which determines our international competitiveness.
Yes.
And there is absolutely no sign in the Conservative programme at the moment, known, which will deal with that.
What, to restrain wages, an income policy?
That's right.
Was there much clear sign of that in the Labour policy?
They tried to, and I think they would have tried again.
Mr. Schonfield, would you accept that analysis of the problems of facing Mr. Heath and the material which Mr. Heath has to learn about?
Well, I'd prefer really to think about the problem in the terms that you set it, which is what were the economic causes of the failure of the Labour Party to get re-elected, which I think are connected with what's got to be done next. I would have thought that it would have been remarkable if a government which had held net real disposable income of the average British citizen down for 2 years in order to make a heroic adjustment in the balance of payments. This is, I think, the story of the last 2 years. But in doing that, the real income of the average citizen has been held stable for the first time since the war for an extended period. That such a government should get re-elected would have been, in my view, remarkable. Well, now we're faced with the problem of the last few months, the last 2 or 3 months, of wages going ahead, and it looks as if real wages are beginning to rise. Now, can one maintain the balance of payments with rising real wages and, one hopes, diminishing unemployment? This was Jenkins' problem. It's now become the problem of the man whom Heath appoints as Chancellor of the Exchequer.
But do you dismiss quite so flatly Mr. Heath's alternative of cutting taxation?
I do, yes. I mean, I won't go through the whole argument, but I think on balance this doesn't seem to add up.
Can I ask you this, a personal question, but nonetheless related to policy? Of the obvious Tory choices for Chancellor of the Exchequer, whom do you think is the best equipped? I think the only three who could be considered are Mr. Maudling, Mr. MacLeod, and someone whose name has not been mentioned for that post, but I think he's quite a serious possibility now, Mr. Anthony Barber. Who do you think is the best of those three, Lord Balogh?
Well, Mr. Maudling was Chancellor of the Exchequer, and he knows a great deal about it. I think that Mr. MacLeod is a very intelligent person. I don't know Mr. Barber very well. I should have thought that Maudling would be a sort of middle-of-the-road person who would pursue perhaps the least offensive policy.
Was Mr. Heath, by the way, a pupil of yours at Balliol?
No, no, no. Good heavens, no.
Mr. Schonfield, who do you think is the best Tory?
I'm a MacLeod man.
Chancellor.
I'm a MacLeod man. I think in this particular case it's neatly balanced. Maudling is an extremely able man, but what is needed here is immense political skill and ingenuity in a situation which is not immediately dangerous, requires great foresight in order to avoid the crisis of 1971, and great persistence and energy as a politician. These are qualities for which I don't think, myself, on his record, Maudling is outstanding. He has other abilities.
Taking the analysis you both made, which is broadly in agreement of the economic situation, if we go into the common market, the factors which you fear may happen, increasing inflation, increasing costs, damaging to our economic position, do you think our entry into the common market begins a bit to recede into the future now, adding to what I've just said, the possibility of a strong alliance between left and right in the House of Commons against going into it, Lord Ballard?
It depends very much what sort of conditions we should get, and of course how successful the new government, if the Tories win, will be in restraining costs and have a real dialogue with the trade unions.
Would you, Mr. Schonfield, you wrote a most eloquent and persuasive to many people, though not to your colleagues, on the Donovan Commission, urging the adoption of some kind of legal framework within which trade unions could exercise their rights in a democratic society. Do you think, as Lord Kirton and Sir Paul Chambers advised Mr. Heath last night on this programme, the Tories would be advised in this situation, well advised in this situation, to soft pedal the idea of legal restraints on trade unions or legal regulation?
There are no quick returns on changing the legal framework, and I said that in the note that I wrote to the Donovan report. I think, on the other hand, it would be monstrous if this opportunity to start building an orderly legal framework for British trade unions for the 1970s was missed.
But it
won't help the current situation, Robbie, that's quite right.
You don't think it ought to be a spearhead of the economic strategy of the Tory party in the next 2 or 3 years?
No, and I thought that the one occasion when Roy Jenkins allowed himself to suggest that it had a direct relevance to his budget, he was greatly wrong, and poor Wilson in the end had to give up his attempt to make it such.
Any comment on that, Lord Ballard? Was Lloyd Jenkins wrong in his 69 budget when he said that trade unions had been irresponsible and had directly contributed to our difficulties?
I don't remember him saying, using these words.
Well,
but certainly I think that trade union pressure was one of the things which caused us to retard expansion. And I'm quite certain that if the Labour Party and the trade unions are to prosper, they will have to have some group responsibility to the community as a whole, which they haven't learned in the last 25 years. But then you see, nobody has learned it in the whole world. And I mean, poor Nixon, I mean, in a way, you see, Nixon's troubles at the moment are exceedingly similar to those to which Mr. Heath will be exposed.
Lord Ballard, Mr. Schonfield, thank you very much. Cliff?
213 results to come in. We really ought to keep you up to date on this. We are keeping our eye, of course, on the first declarations of this morning. We really expect them to start in about the next half an hour or so. And also in the next half an hour, we hope that David will be talking to Mr. Wilson. But that's looking far into the future. Now, I think a quick word from Graham Tone about price rises here.
Well, I hate to be gloomy, Cliff, but at the moment there are a huge list of price increases in the pipeline. They include gas prices, telephone charges, steel, coal, bread, meat, beer, garage repairs, huge range of manufactured foods, plastics, cutlery, paint, and God knows what else. Of course, Mr. Heath has said that he will act to hold down price increases by nationalised industries, so he presumably could do something about prospective increases in gas prices, steel, telephone charges and coal. But if he doesn't act there, then I'm afraid for the ordinary man in the street, the prospect doesn't look awfully bright. Cliff.
You are a bright chap to have, I must say, at 19 minutes past 10 on a Friday morning. Thank you very much indeed. You really have made my weekend. Throughout the night, we heard of one after another of Liberal losses. Cheadle, Orpington, Birmingham, Ladywood and Michael Winstanley, Eric Lubbock and Wallace Lawler went out. To comment on this, really, I think Ludovic Kennedy, please.
Well, this, for me, has been an extremely sad experience because 10 and 11 years ago, I stood for the Liberals in Rochdale, nearly got in, but didn't. And when I look back to those days when Joe Grimmond was in his heyday, when Lady Violet Bonham Carter was proceeding on her regal process through the West Country, it makes one terribly sad to look up there and see that figure now of Liberal 2, though one must be glad that Jeremy Thorpe and David Steele have got back. I think the Liberals, and I think this is admitted by those who don't support them, did give something, and perhaps still will give something to British politics, which is a little different from the other two parties. Not only what they said, but in the way they said it. It was a kind of a different tone of voice. They were also, they performed a very useful role as pacemaker. They were the first party to suggest in 1955, when the Treaty of Rome was signed, that we should go in then wholeheartedly to Europe. They suggested first of any party that we should go in for regional government. They suggested the kind of industrial form that the two other parties are now considering. They performed a very, very useful function in that way, and they'll be missed, I know very much, not only by their own supporters, but by the supporters of other parties and by other members of Parliament as well. Well, at the moment, we're looking to the Scottish seats to see that this loss, that the beginnings of this loss don't become a rout, and hoping indeed that it won't. If it does, of course, then I fear that it will be the end of the Liberals, if not forever, then certainly for a very long time to come. Cliff?
Ludo, thank you very much indeed. Now, we heard just now from Andrew Schonfield when he was talking to Robin Day upstairs about trade union reform, kind of thing the Donovan Commission was talking about. And we've seen in the Conservative Party manifesto that was issued some of the Conservative proposals on trade union structure and trade union reform and so on. We now go nationwide on that theme with Michael Barrett.
Well, I remember in our election forum programmes, just before the campaign proper began, reading a postcard, a question to Mr. Heath, which was, what would have happened in the Pilkington affair if your legislation had been effective at the time? And if I may paraphrase his answer, it was basically that the climate of industrial relations would have been, in any case, so much better. I wonder what they think at Pilkington's, on Merseyside, the various industrial areas of the Northwest. Let's go to Manchester and put that question now.
Well, you mentioned Pilkington's there, Mike. The short answer is I don't believe that the Tory party proposals on trade union reform would have had any effect at all. This was an unofficial action by a very powerful group of militants inside Pilkington's, and I can't see that the proposals could have had any effect. But I'd like to put this point of compulsory, legally binding contracts to Alf Allen, who we have in the studio here in Manchester. Alf Allen is General Secretary to USDAW, that's the shop workers union, and he's a member of the General Council of the TUC. Well, Alf, if the Tory party does find itself in a position to put this legislation through, which seems very likely, how are the trade unions going to react to it?
Well, I don't think they'll react favourably. Indeed, I'm sure they won't.
How unfavourably, though?
Well, that depends on the kind of relationship the Tory government wants to build up with the trade union movement. I want to say now that I must add my voice to the voice of two industrialists last night, Sir Paul Chambers and Lord Curtin, both respected men, and say that I think Heath would be well advised not to put the industrial relation concept in the forefront of his policies for the immediate future.
They have committed themselves, though, haven't they, to introducing these legally binding, enforceable contracts. Now, if they do this, what is the trade union movement going to do about it? I mean, you can't stop them putting this legislation through.
No, of course not. If they get returned to power, and of course it hasn't been clearly established yet that Heath will be Prime Minister.
Certain, isn't it? Yeah.
But I take it they will want to have the confidence of the trade union movement.
But if they don't have this confidence, you see, it's not really much talking about confidence. If they don't have the confidence, if they put the legislation through, what then?
Well, if they don't have the confidence, they go ahead with the legislation, then it's quite clear they will be running into trouble with the trade union movement.
How serious is the trouble? Are there going to be strikes?
That depends on the method and manner of the Tory policy. That depends on the extent to which they're prepared to have consultation with the TUC, representing the trade union movement. But I must point out here that governments come and governments go, but the British trade union movement stays on. It's an integral part of the economy, and therefore I take it all governments will want to try and ensure that they live together and talk together.
Let me just repeat, if I may, that they have committed themselves to this legally binding contract, which you as trade unionists find completely unacceptable. So if it goes through, what's going to happen?
Well, if they go ahead regardless, then they will run into trouble. I think one tendency will be for trade unions to refuse to enter into these contracts. They will use their strength of organization rather than enter into a contract,
and we
therefore
could see
be binding
strikes.
by it.
We could see strikes.
Well, I don't want to forecast that, but that is very much on the cards if Heath does not take the advice of industrialists, and certainly I want to add my voice to that as well.
Well, perhaps that's the first warning that Mr. Heath is going to get. Back to you now.
John Humphreys, can I jump in there? After that voice from the northwest, I'm wondering what all those thousands of car workers in the Midlands may be thinking about this, how they may react to a Tory victory and ultimately to this Tory legislation. Geoffrey Priest.
Well, I'm wondering the same thing. I personally can't see the unions themselves, the official leadership of the unions, going into a strike situation excuse me, over the introduction of conservative legislation to tighten up trade union practice. What I can see is the possibility of any legislation or the implementation of any legislation being ignored by large numbers of car workers in particular, these are the people I think of, on an unofficial basis. You see, what does the Tory manifesto say? A better tomorrow on this subject, a fair deal at work. The Tories say they'll lay down what is lawful and what is not lawful in the conduct of industrial relations. Well, I'd say that there's universal scepticism in the unions, both the leadership and the rank and file, about how such laws could be enforced in practice. The questions that are bound to be asked is how you deal with large-scale unofficial disputes involving 10,000, 20,000 car workers in the car industry. What is the point of a cooling-off period of, what are they talking about, 60 days? How is that going to help the fast-moving situation where problems are thrown up by the pace of the assembly track in the car factories and have to be dealt with on a day-to-day basis? Most of the trouble in the car industry, to my mind, is caused by the pace of the mechanical progress and also by the multiplicity of unions. And I can't honestly see the answer in here.
OK, well, I wonder if there's an answer on Tyneside and Teesside over in Newcastle. Mike Rod.
Good morning, Michael. A couple of hours ago, we had in the studio here in Newcastle Dan McGarvey, president of the Boilermakers Society, probably one of the country's best-known trade unionists, and he made the same point that Mr. Allen of Usdaw was making in Manchester a couple of seconds ago. The trade unions are traditionally the enemies of the Tories, and the Tories are the enemies of the trade unions, but this need not necessarily be so. He made it quite clear that the tone of any relationship between the unions and a Conservative government would depend on Mr. Heath. If, said Mr. McGarvey, Mr. Heath and his colleagues are prepared to be realistic towards the trade unions, and quite what Mr. McGarvey meant by that, I'm not sure. If he said Mr. Heath is prepared to be realistic, then we will cooperate as much as possible. It is logical, particularly here in the extreme north of England, that some situation like this should be resolved, because the unions realise that the main industries here, coal mining, shipbuilding, and most recently ship repairing, are in serious trouble. They, after all, don't want to aggravate the situation. They've got to, whether Mr. Wilson or Mr. Heath is in Downing Street, come to some working arrangement with the government.
Right.
Don't forget, the unemployment rate up here is twice the national average.
We certainly won't forget that. We've got those three views there from different parts of the nation. Harold Webb, you've been listening to them. Would you care to comment finally on them?
If I had to place any bets about which item of Tory policy they might bend on, I think it might be on the whole of this issue of industrial relations. They say they're going to fulfil all their pledges, but this is one, I think, that they might be willing to talk to the unions about and change their minds. But of course, the whole of this situation does throw up the whole interesting prospect of speculating about the role now of the two most powerful men on the industrial front. That's Heath and Jack Jones. Now, if you remember, both of these very strong left-wingers emerged to lead the two biggest unions during the period of Harold Wilson's government, and they were constant thorns in his side when he tried, firstly, to impose on the unions a statutory wages policy, and secondly, to reform industrial relations. Now, they, I think, more than anyone else, forced Harold Wilson to go very cautiously indeed in tackling the unions. Now, Ted Heath has got to take on these two powerful men. The Tories, as I say, are pledged to reform industrial relations. And what will Jack Jones and Hugh Scanlon do now? Obviously, the Labour Party in Parliament will fight the Tories, but it's out in the field where the factories and on the docks where the real battle will be joined if the Tories want to take on. It's a fascinating, I think, in the next 6 months we're going to see a real head-on collision if, in fact, the Tories and the unions cannot get together to decide on some policy for a sensible sensible incomes policy which is acceptable to both sides. So the next 6 months on the industrial front is going to be extremely interesting indeed. Cliff?
Thank you very much indeed. Let's just clear up something about predictions now. Our figure is running at 38. If people flipped onto the other channel, don't do it. But if they did, they see it was 28. Can you explain the difference?
Yes, certainly I can. The difference simply arises from the fact that the prediction we're making is of the Conservative majority over Labour. Now, from that total, you would have to subtract the expected number of seats that third parties might win. That's to say Liberals, Nationalists and so on. That could well be 10 seats, and hence the difference between 28 and 38 in whether or not one was predicting Conservative over Labour or Conservative overall.
Which is the more subtle of these predictions, the 28 or the 38 then?
Well, I suppose subtlety's not easily defined in this situation. It depends whether you're talking statistically or politically about it. For example, among the others, we're including the seat of Mr. S.O. Davis, who technically is an independent Labour candidate, but of course is very likely to vote with the Labour whips on a great many issues.
So you reckon that 38 is right in that Conservative majority over Labour?
Yes, indeed, and this was the figure we went off the air with last night. I've had a little sleep, but all my marvellous statisticians have been working like mad, checking and double-checking. I confess we'd missed one result, the Bilston result, which Labour in fact won, but the computer was predicting an 80% chance that Labour would win it, so we were 0.2 of a seat out with all our corrections overnight.
I don't know who's going to sit on 0.2 of a seat in the House of Commons. Somebody as big as me certainly couldn't. Let us now catch up with the latest news at 10:31, and here, Richard Baker.
Well, it's a familiar story to start with, yet more fighting in the Middle East. Israel says her jets attacked a number of Egyptian military positions along the Suez Canal during the night, although there's been neither confirmation or denial from Egypt herself. And there's been a new series of attacks by communist forces in Cambodia, with the capital, Phnom Penh, reportedly cut off at one stage. Cambodian troops have reopened the main road into the city, but at the same time, the provincial city of Kampong is also under siege by communists. In Northern Ireland, election night has passed with only one incident reported, a petrol bomb thrown through a bar window, but causing little damage and no injuries. In London, trouble for rail travellers. A 24-hour strike by Southern Region train drivers at Waterloo is disrupting a number of services. All special boat trains to Southampton were cancelled, commuter traffic was badly affected, and train services to Ascot races are likely to be affected too. The Australian comedian Barry Humphries is in hospital in Melbourne this morning after being beaten up by two men last night. And it's been announced that he's to be tried in a suburban court there on charges of being drunk and disorderly, using insulting language and resisting arrest. Now back to sober Cliff Mitchellmore.
Very sober indeed at this hour of the morning, 10:32, Richard. I must say thank you very much indeed. I I don't know very much about the city. You know, I mean, I don't really have very much invested down there, I must say. I think it's twopence halfpenny total. But is this about the time that that Financial Times index starts to bounce up and down? What's happening, Grahamtown?
Well, better news this time, Cliff. Based on the first prices at the start of trading, the Financial Times index soared 22.6 points, which is probably the biggest single movement ever recorded. And the other thing is that I've just been talking to the foreign exchange market, and the Tory lead has had just the effect on the dear old pound, which the City of London predicted. It's gone up quite sharply. There's been a good demand for sterling, and it's a very fair bet that the Bank of England has been able to scoop in quite a few dollars for those reserves of ours. Cliff.
So my twopence halfpenny is now twopence 3 farthings, if there was such a thing. But Harold Webb, I think, wants a comment here on the...
Well, it's not a comment, but an interesting news item has come in. We've been talking about industrial relations recently, and there's a news item just come in which says that on the first day of Ted Heath's government, if he's going to be the Prime Minister, the unions, the AEF, faces a strike against itself. Apparently the clerical workers in all the provincial offices, or many of them anyway, of the Amalgamated Engineering Union, have in fact begun a one-day strike today. They're wanting £5 a week more, and the union, their union, the clerical workers, is considering making it official. Cliff?
Good. Thank you very much indeed. I didn't know whether it was comment or news you had in your hand there. Up in our top area. We're not going there. It's all right. Up in our top area. In the meanwhile, the powder puff has been taken away, not, I may say, from Robin Day. Robin, your latest guests, please.
And my latest guests are three, just this moment come in, three veteran Labour war horses, if they don't mind me putting it in that way. The most veteran horse of them all is Lord Whig, and next to him, Ray Gunter, former Minister of Labour, and Jack Jones, leader of the country's biggest trade union. Gentlemen, what shall I start with first? I think, Jack Jones, who would you like to see, given a Tory government, as Minister of Labour, and what advice do you give him?
Oh, I would like to see Robert Carr as Minister of Labour, or head of the Department of Employment and Productivity.
Perhaps the name may be brought back?
He's well experienced.
Perhaps the name Ministry of Labour may be brought back?
Could be. Could be. I wouldn't object to that. I think there's a lot of sense in that. The advice I would give him to talk to the unions very quickly. I believe he will. This doesn't mean we won't have disagreements, of course.
Do you think, Mr. Jones, that if Mr. Carr, under Mr. Heath, and he is, supposing Mr. Carr is at that ministry, and he pursues something like the kind of changes in the law regarding the unions and industrial relations that Mr. Heath was talking about, will this lead to terrible difficulties with you, or will you go along with it in the light of a mandate?
I think if it's just put in as written in the Tory manifesto, there could be trouble. But clearly, any sensible government, and I believe this one will have to have regard to common sense, will talk to the trade unions and will give us the opportunity of putting our point of view. We shall put it very forcefully. We don't think that bringing in the law is going to do any good to industrial relations, and it will be our responsibility to try to convince the new government.
Will it also be your responsibility, Mr. Jones, as leader of the biggest unions and people in your position of responsibility, to cooperate in the law if it is changed, even if it is in a way you don't like?
Well, I have said from the very start that we would work within the law, but do our damnedest within the law to try and prevent any extensions of legal intervention in industrial relations. It's a bad thing and has been proved bad everywhere else outside of Britain.
Ray Gunter, you were Minister of Labour and you resigned from Mr. Wilson's government. Before I ask you about the Minister of Labour, why do you think the Labour Party has lost, assuming it has?
I have the feeling that the campaign was ill-conducted. It's all very well to be wise after the event, but I have the feeling that this moonlight and roses touch of sailing through in complacency was wrong, and that the British people, I think, wanted to hear in greater detail and with greater emphasis what was ahead of us principally in the problem that you have already been talking to Jack about. They never had it, and I have a feeling they sensed there was something a bit wrong there when it was being conducted purely in defense of past policies and with no regard for what was going to happen in the future.
I'm not seeking to stir up unpleasantness at this hour of the morning, Mr. Gunter, but your comments sound to me rather like criticism of the Prime Minister personally.
Well, I wouldn't put it at criticism in that sense, but...
we must go, Mr. Gunter. I've just been told immediately to the Prime Minister at Downing Street.
Good.
Stand by now. Quiet now, please. Have you finished?
Prime Minister, when we spoke early this morning, you refused to concede that the election was lost. Do you now accept that the chance of your being Prime Minister by this evening is very remote?
Since we spoke, the Conservatives have now gained enough seats to make it extremely likely that they will have an overall absolute majority in the House of Commons, certainly. But I shall follow the precedent of my predecessor, Sir Alec Douglas-Hume, and make a formal statement about it when they have passed the majority figure. As happened in 1964, I didn't claim a victory then until that figure was reached, and I shall treat it in the same way as he did.
But to all intents and purposes, you've now given up any hope of...
Well, I think the figures speak for themselves.
When do you expect to go to the palace?
That I don't know.
Could we look at the campaign just for a moment? What are your feelings this morning towards Mr. Heath? Did you admire him as an opponent?
You know, I've always admired him, and I've said this a number of times, much more than many other people, even in his own party. I've always felt that if he could be himself and not have to be pushed around by publicity people and so on, that he would have come through very much earlier and much more clearly. As an opponent in the election, I didn't very much like his style on many questions, and you know, I spoke out very clearly about his attempt to drag Sterling into the campaign. But still, the campaign is over now.
Was that part of election invective, or do you think we're going to have as Prime Minister a man who would, in fact, act in an anti-British way, which I think is what you said about him?
I said, I referred that to the campaign only, that he was doing that in order to win votes. That's a different thing. But assuming he takes over, he will have the strongest economic position any Prime Minister's taken over in living memory. I said that in my broadcast the other evening, that I was fighting it against the strongest economic position. He will take over the strongest economic position that any Prime Minister could wish to have.
So you still don't think that even under the Conservatives there'll be any danger of a recession in the autumn and of trouble in the autumn?
I wasn't talking about recession, I was talking about the balance of payments. What there is in relation to a recession on the one hand or inflation on the other depends on policy. Depends on their policies, and they haven't made clear what their policies will be, but now, of course, they would have to do that.
What would you have done differently in the campaign with the hindsight of, admittedly, only 6 hours?
Well, I've hardly, yes, of which some part of this has been spent in sleep, though not enough yet. I don't think at this stage I would have changed it very much. I think, obviously, we were up against something that no one foresaw. I don't think the Conservatives did. The press certainly didn't. And that was, I think, that enough people stayed at home, perhaps because they felt there wasn't enough difference between the parties, perhaps because the improvement in our economic position and in other ways hadn't erased all the scars from the tough things we had to do to get that strong economic position. And it was a low poll, and a low poll was bound to count against us. All the signs were of a high poll.
Do you feel let down by your traditional working-class supporters in that they didn't go to the polls?
I haven't seen any analysis yet, and it's much too early to hold an inquest. I think some people did stay at home. I don't know who they were.
But by any standards, it was an ideal day for a Labour turnout. I mean, an hour extra at the polls and fine sunshine.
And the fine weather and everything was ideal, and there were all the signs, not only in my own constituency yesterday, but earlier throughout the campaign. And I think that was the reason.
Do you think the Conservative claim and their bid they made in the last 3 days towards the housewives may have something behind it? Do you think that the housewives perhaps didn't vote on traditional patterns?
I don't think it was the bid in the last 3 days particularly, but of course they did exploit the cost of living question. They gave the impression that they would stop the rises in the cost of living. Well, now they maybe have a chance to show whether they can or not.
So you accept that people believed what the Conservatives said and not what you said?
It's always an issue. It's always an issue. Well, of course, there were the facts of the rising prices. I don't think they were sufficiently impressed by the steps we have taken to hold them down as far as is possible when world prices are rising, and so they wanted to kick out at somebody. But obviously their role for that is fulfilled by the government.
In essence, they accepted the warnings that the Conservatives were putting forward about the economy rather than your more optimistic view.
I don't think the warnings about the economy. I think prices were more of an issue, and the promises of taxation. taxation reductions. And of course, it's a natural thing. It's happened in other countries.
Do you think perhaps that your election was too hastily called before our economic strength, which you were talking about, had actually become enough of a reality and a long enough reality for people really to believe in it in the way that you did?
No, I don't think so. I considered a good deal whether we should have a summer election or wait till later. The economic situation was neutral, that it was, I was assured by everyone who knew that it would be as good in the autumn, in October, as in June. But the electioneering had reached such a pitch, it was beginning to have an effect on many areas of industry and trade, and so I felt it right to have the election then.
When you say you were assured it would be all right in the autumn, you mean that was a factor in your options for either the autumn or June?
Well, I asked the Chancellor of the Exchequer, speaking as Chancellor, would you say it's more favourable in October than now, or more favourable now than it would be in October? Do you see anything coming to make it less favourable? He said it's absolutely neutral between the two.
But that was an
electoral...
electoral...
therefore I had to take the decision. In other words, I was free to take the decision on quite other grounds.
But that was an electoral judgment that he was making about whether the economy would be suitable for a general election to be held.
It was. I asked him to give me a certificate as Chancellor of the Exchequer, in effect, from his judgment and all the advice open to him, and he said it will be as strong in October as it is now.
What is very intriguing about the choice of date is that you've always had a reputation for very sure timing and for an ability to sense the public's mood. You failed this time, obviously.
Well, because, as I say, for 4 years there had been the feelings, the very high support, or loss of support by us. And, of course, there had been 4 years of persistent denigration and even distortion of what we were doing. That made more of an impact, left more of a scar, as I said, than I think anyone could have foreseen at the time.
Do you expect...
I don't think there was a single newspaper at the time, for example, took the view that it was wrong to go in June.
Do you expect criticism now from within your own party?
Oh, there'll always be criticism, but I think the whole party was united in thinking June was right. Certainly I had the full support of all my colleagues when I consulted them.
Do you think there'll be any kind of challenge to your leadership?
No.
You're absolutely confident of
Yes.
that? Despite the rumours of the sorts of challenges that were meant to be taking place this time last year?
That was in a different situation, and they failed to get off the ground. No one could find more than 6 supporters, and there were always some disgruntled people in the party. People who've been left out of governments who thought they should be in it, people who've been dropped from government.
Could we move on to a more personal plane? I followed you down the motorway this morning, and as the sun came up at about 3:30, it was rather beautiful and cold, and it must have been a rather gloomy moment for you. What were your feelings as you spent that 4.5 hours in the back of your car?
I was still listening to the radio until 4 o'clock, so I had plenty to think about till 4 o'clock. And as soon as the radio was turned off, I went straight to sleep and woke up only about 6 or 7 miles from Downing Street.
So you've not yet reflected on what's
I've
happened?
been reflecting a bit, yes.
What have your feelings been?
Well, naturally disappointment, because I believe we have done a good job, and I think a lot of people in the country think so.
What regrets do you have about leaving office?
Oh, the big one is the fact that we can't now, presumably we can't now, do everything we wanted to do to use this economic strength to continue and intensify and develop and accelerate what we're doing in, for example, the social services and in other ways.
Do you think that policies that you've put through will be undone under the new government?
That must be a matter for them.
Do you think
From all they've said, you would think so.
Yes, which policies?
Well, take development areas for a start, which is the big problem of unemployment. The major unemployment problem today is still the problem of development areas. They've made it clear they would dismantle many of those policies. Others too.
But in the area of things left undone, it's mainly the economic things that you feel...
No, of course one doesn't know what economic policy would be, because we heard a lot after Selsdon Park, but then of course in the election campaign that was all muted and we heard very little about what they were going to do. Nobody in the social services too. One would gather they would have different priorities in the health service, for example.
But do you have...
Education, obviously, our sustained campaign to end 11+ election will not be pursued with the same vigour.
And those are matters of political regret or personal regret?
Well, both political and personal. I mean, you're here to do the sort of job, to carry through the things you believe in. I wanted to end that. There were many other things I wanted to end.
What's your own political plan now? To go into very fierce and active opposition?
We shall see what there is to oppose. One thing is quite clear, and I can say this right away. We shall not play politics with sterling. We shall not play politics with the economy. We shall support anything that can be supported, that seems reasonable to us, but wrecking policies or doctrinaire policies we should take a different view about. But we're certainly not going to rush into any rip-roaring political campaign.
So that you'll be playing it politically, on the political scene, you'll be playing it quiet for the time being?
We must wait to see what their policies are.
What are you going to do for the rest of today?
I shall be meeting my colleagues. At the moment we're trying to find out how many are in London, and I shall presumably be going to Chequers this evening.
Can I ask you again how you feel at this moment, now that you have in effect said that the election is lost?
Well, I've answered that. Anything special you want to add to it?
Well, you answered it in terms of...
disappointment, I said first, and then you said why, and I answered now. Had you anything particular in mind? I'll try and answer it.
Do you feel in your own mind that you've either misjudged the time or misjudged the electorate or fought the campaign in the wrong way, which a lot of people,
Not
of course,
really.
now, with hindsight, are saying
It's
you did?
too early, of course, to form a judgment on these things. As to timing, I think the odds would have been just as great that if I decided to wait till the autumn and we'd lost then, people would have said what a fool he was to refuse to go in June. I think there could always have been that hindsight.
But you still defend the style of the campaign?
Oh, yes, yes.
Do you think that the use of television in it, again, which a lot of people have talked about, acted to your disadvantage? At the time, people were saying it was to your enormous advantage, that you were seen every night walking around and talking to people, and Mr. Heath was rather inclined to be seen making solemn speeches. But
he made some very solemn speeches, some of which I saw. I don't think television did, shall I put it this way, perhaps they were too entranced with the walking around and all that kind of thing. They didn't do enough to put across the actual statements I was making on policy every day. That wasn't done.
But you don't believe it was an election trivialized by television?
I wouldn't have said so, no. If anything, I felt this in the previous election. There was almost too much television politics early on. I believe that the country likes a relatively short campaign. My own was long enough, 19 days, but 4 weeks of it, full blast, I think does tend to bore people, and the people get a bit browned off by the time the election draws near.
In other words, do you think that the issues did get through and the people made their mind up on the issues as they were presented?
I'd have thought many people had made their minds up quite early on. You get confusing evidence from the polls, of course, and they're very difficult to read about that, but I think the main issues that Mr. Heath wanted to put over, he put over, and the ones that I wanted to put over were put over. And, of course, to a considerable extent, I fought back on the issues of his choosing.
But so the issues as such, apart from the attack on sterling, which you mentioned, you think that the issues are what has decided the result?
The issues and people's attitudes towards it. Looking back on it now, it is possible, I don't know, it is possible that if we'd had no campaign, if by some device we could have had polling day the day after the election was announced, it might probably have had the same result because of people's feelings about the cost of living and their hopes of taxation. I don't know whether the campaign added anything or subtracted anything from people's views at the beginning of the campaign. That's something we can never know, of course.
If that's true, the opinion polls are even more wildly wrong than people...
Well, they haven't exactly distinguished themselves.
They've not distinguished themselves now. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson talking to David Dimbleby. It's precisely the kind of interview those people who write those massive books are inclined eventually to dissect. We have with us the author of a book called British Political Parties. We shall now, thank you very much, Conservative Old Reigate, thank you. Geoffrey Howe, that is. We shall now put that to him. Robert Mackenzie.
Well, what an astonishing example of political resiliency. 24 hours ago, the Labour Party, the nation, the world was absolutely certain that Mr. Wilson would continue in office for 4 or 5 years more. Then the shattering blow, wholly unexpected, I'm convinced, to him personally. His whole mood was ebullience, excitement, confidence. Now this blow has been struck, and he has bounced back in this extraordinary way. It is, I think, I can think of few people who could sustain that blow and be quite as confident that he could look ahead now to his role as leader of the opposition. I take it also that he was staking out there in the firmest possible way that he is confident he will continue as leader of the Labour Party. He's not going to give any hint to anybody that he's fearful of recriminations, of any attempt to blame him and perhaps to turn to new leadership. It was, I thought, an astonishing interview and really a great compliment to the basic firmness of purpose, self-confidence of a remarkable man in British politics.
Let's see what Robin's guest made of that. Robin?
Yes, just before I speak to Lord Whig, Ray Gunter and Jack Jones again, may I just add that it isn't just a personal question, it isn't just a question of new personalities. What we have seen today is the example of how British democracy works, peacefully, non-violently, after argument. Something we might just remember happens in very few countries in the world today, and that's something we can be proud of, whatever our political views. Ray Gunter, I was talking to you about the Prime Minister's campaign just before he was interviewed by David Dimbleby. You were saying that it was conducted wrongly. Could you develop that a little?
I wasn't as firm as that. I simply said it was...
I apologise for
I
it.
simply said that it was my opinion, speaking with hindsight, as the Prime Minister, Mr. Wilson has said, that...
He's still Prime Minister.
Yes, I'm sorry. It might have been better, looking at the mood of the people yesterday, if perhaps we had forced them to stand up to what we would do in the light of the many problems that the ordinary member of the electorate knows are before us, rather than simply replying to Ted Heath. But let me say this immediately. Harold Wilson's a far cleverer political strategist than I am, but this was only my personal reflection that it might have been a harder, tougher election if we had faced up to the problem that you've been talking to Jack Jones about.
Who do you... sorry, Ray.
It's all right, go on.
Who do you think is the right man to be deputy leader of the Labour Party now that your old friend George Brown is out of Parliament?
Yes, that's a great tragedy, a very great tragedy. But you won't entice me to start canvassing at this moment, will you? As a point of fact, as George Whig knows and Jack knows, the deputy leadership of the Labour Party, the Parliamentary Labour Party and the National Party is comparatively new in our history. It was done for a certain purpose of providing Herbert Morrison, if I remember
Could
rightly.
I entice you just this little bit further? Would you prefer a man who, to use your own phrase, comes from the folk from whence you have come, rather than an intellectual?
I would indeed. I would indeed.
So that means Jim Callaghan rather than Roy Jenkins, doesn't it?
No, you mustn't say that. Roy Jenkins' father was a miner.
Oh, I didn't say he wasn't. But never mind, I won't press you further on that point. Lord Whig, what do you think about Labour's campaign? Because you have a reputation for being a skillful political strategist. And can I ask you this, as chairman of the horse race betting levy board, did you have a bet on this horse race?
Yes, I did.
What was it?
Oh, I had two bets, one a long time ago and one fairly recently. I got fairly long odds on Labour winning, one bet, and I then backed the Labour Party to win by, I think it was 40, something of that sort.
So you made a bit of a hash of it?
No, I haven't. I don't regard losing as making a hash.
I see.
In betting as in politics, you see, you can't win if you're afraid of losing. And my political memories go back to 1910. I've lived through the agonies of 1918 and 1931. So as far as I'm concerned, I can meet with triumph and disaster, treat those two impostors just the same. One thing I would like to say, you made a point about being proud about the way we conduct our elections. I think this is true. I think that now the election is over, we ought to concentrate on one thing, certainly today, and about that is over the country as a whole. The things about which we are agreed are infinitely greater than the things about which we disagree. That's the basis of our democracy. And I thought Harold Wilson lived up. I know him very well, and he's a close and will always be a close friend of mine. I thought he behaved exactly as I would expect Harold Wilson to behave.
Do you all agree with Mr. Wilson that there is no question of any challenge to his leadership in the parliamentary party in the foreseeable future?
Well, I don't think there is. As of this moment. There may be criticism. I think that I myself think that the election was called at the wrong time. You can't hold down the standard of life in this country for 2 years in order to get a firm balance of payments, as has been done. You can't do that, you know, without some scars being left. And I think that, that Roy Jenkins was a non-political budget. He put the country's interests first. But the scars were there. And I certainly felt that calling an election in June was taking a great risk.
Ray Gunter, do you think Harold Wilson's leadership is in danger?
No, I don't at all. He is the outstanding person of the party. Secondly, there is no determined Crown Prince.
That, if I may say so, is the even more convincing answer than the first. Jack Jones, do you have any thoughts on that? I know you're not a parliamentarian.
No,
but you're in touch with
I
these
think Harold Wilson will continue to be the leader of the Labour Party for a long time to come. That doesn't mean to say that I wouldn't like to see more positive policies, and I think Harold will pick these up. My own view is that it's unfortunate in this election that Labour was just resting on its laurels. It should have been putting forward future policy, and incidentally, I take the view that it should heavily leaned on its safeguards in relation to the common market, about which the people feel a hell of a lot.
Well, that is what I was going to ask you about.
Because the Tories are inclined to accept anyhow.
Well, do you think that with an alliance on the right, Enoch Powell and others, and Michael Foot on the left, on the Labour Party, as we saw on one or two other issues in the last Parliament, is likely to create tremendous parliamentary opposition to the common market and frustrate the initiative?
Personally, I think so, and I think that Harold Wilson is capable of dissecting the position rather more now as leader of the opposition.
I think it is true, and as I understand the situation, it would be a free vote in the House of Commons anyhow. And then you could have an alliance of the right and the left, if you like, without the whips being too bothered.
I'm surprised to hear you using these old-fashioned terms like free vote, because to the best of my knowledge, there hasn't been any discipline in the Parliamentary Labour Party for 2 or 3 years.
That's another matter, and I'd like to reflect on that at length.
One final question, Lord Whig, if you don't regard it as impertinent. Have you got a winner at Ascot this afternoon?
Yeah. Yes, I think Rangon will win the Hardwick Stakes. I think he's a good horse.
Oh, good. Thank you very much indeed.
And he hasn't tested the opinion.
What did you say?
Robin, I didn't catch the name of the horse.
Oh, would you say it again,
Oh,
Lord Whig?
Rangon. Thank you very much indeed, Lord Whig. Yeah. He gave me one before and it lost. It's just that I wanted to know which not to bet on. And now, let's take you up to Birmingham, because up there is Keith Kyle, and I think really what we want from Keith Kyle is some reactions to what Mr. Wilson's been saying. Not that the people in the street in Birmingham could possibly have heard, but Keith Kyle certainly did. Keith?
Here we are in Brum among some of the people who've been overthrowing the government. The Prime Minister has been explaining why he slipped, so I'll ask these people, where do you think Wilson slipped?
I don't know, it's just everything's mixed up.
Everything's mixed up?
I don't think he slipped at all. I don't think he slipped I really at all. thought he would get in. I think it's a present day set up with young people having the money.
What's this change of government going to do for you?
Well, he was too cocksure that he was going to walk in. And he's just been acting there all the time, and he's not been truthful. He's put forth no policy.
The cost of living,
and the cost of living has rocketed.
The high cost of living, I think.
I think he's underestimated the strength of the population for a change of government. People are sick and tired of the increased prices and high taxation. They want a bit of free enterprise, and I think this is the thing that the Tories have promised, and I think that they will be able to carry out. Wilson, in my opinion, whenever he's been interviewed, it's been like a pantomime. He's never even explained his policies very fully.
Well, I think I could guess which way you voted. Now, I'm going to ask a lady here. You'll be... Oh, don't you run away from me. I'm going to ask you, you're the voters. I'll ask this lady then. Are you expecting the prices in the shops to stop going up now as a new government?
I do.
What do you think will happen to prices?
I think they'll go sky high, I think, and the rents will increase as well.
Do you expect... Does anybody expect to be better off themselves as a result?
Yes, I am.
Well, apart from anything else, I have a business within the city of Birmingham. I'm fighting a losing battle ever since the Labour have got in, because it's cut down the initiative of the young couple to buy their own houses. This will be stimulated, number one. Number two, I shall save my SET, which I'm paying out at the moment because I don't happen to be on export. And all in all, I think we're now going to see a healthy growth to the country.
Do you expect that you will have to pay less income tax?
No. I hope to pay less income tax. Less taxes generally. That'll do me.
I'd rather pay the income tax and see the social welfare benefit to myself.
Supposing in the next budget there isn't very much of a tax cut, are you going to feel very cheated?
Oh no, because he's got to find what the situation is, and you can't expect a lot in the first year.
Standard of living, that's all that counts. Doesn't matter where it comes from, just a standard of living. And I really hope that'll be better.
I think everybody will be happier because the man in the street who works and get a weekly wage pack on Friday night will be in receipt of more money, he will work harder, and therefore your production will increase that way. A healthy way of doing it.
It's going to depend on worldwide inflation, I think.
I don't think the standard of living is geared to what the politicians do. I think it's geared to young people who are not married, who've got the money to spend, and the shops for years now, they've been doing that, catering just for young people that have got the money.
Now, some of you people who are active in the Conservative Party, I know some of you were you very disheartened by the polls?
Oh no, we had a wonderful turnout. It was like the 1946 election. The Conservatives came out and helped.
I was thinking about the public opinion polls, because they were suggesting a Labour victory.
Yes, I was disheartened. All it does is strengthen your backbone, though. You get out and fight, don't you?
Yes, of course you do. The people came out.
I didn't believe these opinion polls because they were all Tory papers that conducted them.
How many people here thought, as a result of the public opinion polls, that the election was all over before it even began?
I didn't. I didn't believe it.
Well, I was frightened of one thing. I was frightened of the fact that the public opinion poll might have a psychological effect on the population, in as much as it would swing them over one way of thinking, but it appears it wasn't so.
Now, you sir back here, are you worried at all the Conservatives have won in view of Mr. Powell being a Conservative?
No, I'm not directly worried, because one thing I like about Mr. Powell, if he is the man he is, as broad-minded as he spoke, I hope he is the man he's supposed to be. Because you've said so much about people, and I hope he's the kind of man that is broad-minded, and he haven't said these things only to win the public opinion.
So on the whole, you're in favour of Mr. Powell?
Beg your pardon?
You're in favour of Mr. Powell?
Yes, I am, providing he is broad-minded as he are, and I hope he is the man he's supposed to be when he speaks. Otherwise, he's not a man.
I'd like to ask some of the people who are Conservatives, do you think Mr. Heath should now appoint Mr. Powell a Cabinet Minister?
Yes.
Well,
I don't see why he shouldn't have it.
Well, Mr. Heath has been very firm about this, that he won't appoint him, so do you criticise Mr. Heath for this?
He'd be a better leader.
He's a marvellous man.
He would be a better leader.
He'd be Prime Minister.
He's got Prime Minister quality.
I wouldn't say leader.
Mr. Heath may be concerned that Mr. Powell may be a slight embarrassment. I think, you know, the way he puts things over, maybe we agree with what Mr. Powell is saying, but unfortunately he may cause a slight embarrassment by the way he is saying it. Whether we agree with what he's saying or not, I think he could put it over a little better.
Quite apart from the colour problem, Mr. Powell has a lot to offer the country.
Well, that's what these peaceful democratic revolutionaries who have overthrown the government have to say from Brum. Keith Kyle, Brum.
Meanwhile, all the ladies running away from Keith Kyle up there in Birmingham. Thank you very much indeed, Keith Kyle. As you can now see, the time is 5 minutes past 11. We're now getting to the stage which we anticipated, really. About 11 o'clock, the results are beginning to come in. First of all, let's take the result from Reigate, one that we put up onto your screen earlier to say that Geoffrey Howe is back in, and somewhere in that 62,847 votes is mine.
Cliff, something has happened with the end of the Labour government or the beginning of the Conservative government, I don't know. We've got a technological revolution. Our computer now has made me technologically redundant. It tells you what the swing is without my telling you. There you see a 5% swing to the Conservatives in Reigate. It's your seat that's done me in.
Nevertheless, it doesn't quite replace me, I'm glad to say, and all I'd like to add about Geoffrey Howe is that, of course, he has been chairman of the Bow Group.
Right, now let's take Paddington North. This is Paddington North. No change there.
Arthur Latham Seater, leader of the left wing, a man who headed up the anti-South African tour protest campaign just before the election.
And that, of course, includes a great deal of suburbia, really, around sort of suburbia, Hampstead and around there. And now let's go up to Hampstead, because we're really expecting a declaration in Hampstead of Ben Whittaker's seat, and I see waiting there Dennis Toohey. What goes on, Dennis?
Well, Hampstead now expects to declare at 11:30. We don't know the results yet, but we do know that the poll is down considerably. The poll is 63.5, and that's compared with 72.4 in 1966, and that can't be good news for Labour. In fact, this seat, this intriguing and idiosyncratic constituency, only fell to Labour for the first time in 1966. Ben Whittaker won it, until recently Under Secretary in the Ministry of Overseas Development. He then was aided, of course, by the national pro-Labour swing and also by local dissatisfaction with his predecessor, former Tory Home Secretary Henry Brooke. Well, neither of those two factors, a pro-Labour swing or that dissatisfaction, are going to help him this time. His Conservative opponent is Geoffrey Finsberg, industrial relations consultant and until recently Tory leader on Hampstead Council. And interestingly, although the Tories are bound to be confident this morning, here in Hampstead, some of them are just slightly concerned that the very factors which have helped Tories in other areas of the country, part of the drift to the right, of Powellism, whatever you like to put a name to it, is precisely something that does not recommend itself to the Hampstead brand of Tory voter. Nevertheless, they can't but feel happy, and they can't but feel happy about that low poll. It's going to help them probably. There is a Liberal candidate, John Calman, a publisher. He'll be very happy, no doubt, if he keeps the 5,000 Liberal vote in 1966. One prediction that almost certainly will not come true is that of a bookshop just up the road, which predicts a 147.2% swing to Labour. I think you can expect that not to happen. This is Dennis Toohey in Hampstead.
Thank you very much indeed, Dennis. Now let's take a look at London and Westminster. There's no change there. Christopher Tugendhat gets in and becomes, as it were, the representatives of the Houses of Parliament themselves.
4.2%.
Sorry.
4.2% swing. They've lost the swing again. Technology hasn't quite caught up.
Yeah, you weren't very redundant there, I may say.
Very suitable that he represents London and Westminster and the financial centre of the capital, because after all he's a leading journalist, or has been, on the Financial Times.
And Paddington South, this is hotel and bed sit area.
Yes, this is Nicholas Scott, man who's been very much on the Liberal wing of the Conservative Party, particularly on the subject of immigration.
Always has a low poll at Paddington.
57% voting there, very low, yes.
And it hasn't disappointed us. And now to Dunbartonshire East. This is Dunbartonshire East. This is the bit northeast of Glasgow, and part of Clydebank is in here, and that's Hugh McCartney.
Yes, Cyril Bent's resigning there, and that's it.
Stoke-on-Trent, and this is Jack Ashley. Jack Ashley is the Labour member. Great champion of the disabled. Jack Ashley is the man who went totally deaf during the last Parliament, said he was going to resign, and was inundated by everyone saying, don't leave the House of Commons.
And that's where the Wakes week was, and there was a huge drop in turnout there. The other two seats counted last night, 18% down. I'm told by a friend in Blackpool that almost all of Stoke-on-Trent's voters are up there in Blackpool.
It shows the Wakes week really had the effect that was feared by the MPs from these seats, who warned Downing Street of the consequence of an early election because of this.
And now Darlington, in County Durham. Now, I think I'm right in saying that Darlington's nearly always gone the way of the winning party since the war.
Yes, it has. And this is one of those swings which, one of those seats which the Conservatives might have hoped to win. There was only a 1.4% swing there, and this may just affect our computer prediction. We were talking about a 38 final majority. This is going to be affected by the 16 or 17 seats we're waiting for, which may go one way or the other. That has stayed with Labour and may slightly change the prediction.
Incidentally, although unemployment's been a big factor generally in the North East, in Darlington it's the lowest of any other place in the North East, so shouldn't have registered there at all.
Now, I thought you would say that Edward Fletcher got back here, and he must be one of the few members of Parliament who fought in the Spanish Civil War.
Yes, I can indeed tell you that as well. He's one of the very few left who actually fought it out.
Fought it in the American Civil War.
More recent battles have been on prices and incomes.
Yeah, they have indeed. I was pleased you mentioned that, really. And now let's go to Robert Mackenzie.
Here's a slightly different way of looking at the results so far. This is how the votes have been shared out, the ones that have been counted up to now. Labour, you see, is still ahead in total vote counted of 8.8 million, with 47% of the vote, compared to the Conservatives' 44%. This is because Labour seats, 2/3 of them last night were being counted, only 1/3 Conservative seats. What's also interesting, however, if you look in the right-hand column, is what has happened in these seats counted so far compared to what happened in '66. And Labour's share has gone down only 0.7, Conservative share up 2.2, and of course the really sharp loss has been the Liberals, who've fallen 2.8. Now that, I think, is quite striking because on the face of it, it looks as if the Conservatives have gained quite possibly very heavily in the Liberal areas and Labour so far has held up pretty well in its vote in the seats counted so far. But of course, we're going to a different batch of seats now. Things could be very different. Swing 4.4 on that table. Now let's look briefly also at what we call the high jump board. That's the key seats and what's been happening to them. You see the white line indicates the average swing, just over 4.2% on this. The Tories picked off some Labour marginals above that line, as you'll see. But their main victories have been where you would expect them, below the line. That is, seats at risk, at various swings, risk to Labour at various swings under the high jump line. Labour held on, rather unexpectedly perhaps, to certain seats that were at risk. Wandsworth Putney, Lewisham, held on to Lambeth Norwood against expectations. But you'll see there are a group of seats there still blank on the right-hand column, which are the remaining 16 or so Labour seats that are at serious risk. And there are some quite well-known names there, still could be in trouble. Dover, for example, which could be the downfall of Mr. Ennals, a junior minister. Others at risk, Hampstead, down further, the bottom column. And when you come over to the second column, you'll see there the other Labour marginals at risk, the ones not yet filled in on the right-hand column. Those are the ones we'll be waiting for with great interest in the time that now remains. Cliff.
We should differ by that.
If you heard a loud bang there, and you know what it is, let's know, because nobody here knows what it was. It didn't half go off pop.
I think it was one of our lights.
Right above my head. Conservatives have held Truro.
That means that Piers Dixon is back, but it also means that Michael Steed, our cephalogical friend, who was the Liberal, has been denied of his hopes, which can't have been very great, of winning Truro. 6.4% swing to the Conservatives in Truro, which must give them hope of capturing neighbouring Falmouth and Camborne, which has been a Labour seat since 1950.
And now, I think I can see S.O. Davis on the monitor there. Robin Day will certainly tell us if it is or not. Robin?
Yes, indeed, it is. Mr. S.O. Davis, perhaps the most remarkable personal achievement of this campaign. Mr. Davis, let me remind you, is... am I correct in saying you're 83, Mr. Davis? Can you hear me, Mr. Davis?
I can.
Are you
yes.
Are you 83?
Am I 83?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, good. Thank you. Well, Mr. Davis, let me just go on. Mr. Davis was not adopted as the official Labour candidate for Merthyr Tydfil, but he stood as an independent and he won the seat. Now, Mr. Davis, why do you think you managed to do that?
Well, you see, I have lived with the people of Merthyr Tydfil for over 50 years. And I have stood for Merthyr Tydfil, which was in a state of ruin when I was first elected. Our collieries all around had been closed down. The iron and steel works of Dowlas, that historic works, had also been closed down. And apparently there was no hope, certainly no sign of any industry coming to the Merthyr Tydfil borough.
Don't you think, or rather, what do you say to the argument, Mr. Davis, that 83, even in your state of alertness and fitness, is perhaps a little old to be for the arduous job of Member of Parliament?
I'm afraid I didn't follow that clearly.
I'm sorry, I didn't put
just repeat it, please.
Yes, yes, I will. I'm sorry. I was a bit long-winded and rambling after a long night. Don't you think that 83 is a little bit old for the arduous job of Member of Parliament?
Well, if I have got you, Robin?
Yes.
Well, you see, 83 can mean very little to some fellows, but it can mean the end of life for perhaps others. I have never felt better in any campaign. And this is absolutely true than I have in this one. Remember, I had tremendous assistance in Merthyr Tydfil. The young people in particular, while rallied around me, and they were at it almost day and night.
would you like to say a word in Welsh? Not too long to some of your friends in Wales?
Well, I didn't catch the last question.
Never mind.
Gair bach yn y Gymraeg, a word in Welsh. Well, you've got it, you follow me, I know, Robin.
Yes,
well, yn y Gymraeg, fachgen, fi oedd... Dwi ddim wedi mwynhau.
I just like the...
Etholiad. Ydych chi'n glywed i? Do you hear me?
Yes, I did it just like music. That's what I wanted to hear.
Well,
now, Mr. Davis, do you think you're going to... Will you take the Labour whip? Will you be readmitted to the fold, the prodigal son?
Robin, I'm afraid we are at a considerable distance one from the other. But if you... Os ydych chi am gael gair yn y Gymraeg, fe gewch chi air. Fod ESO wedi mwynhau ei hunan yn yr gystadleuaeth hon fwy nag eriod o'r blaen oherwydd y cymorth gasau gan y bobl ieuanc yn enwedig yn Berthirco.
And just for the benefit of the English minority in the United Kingdom, Mr. Davis, do you think you'll get the Labour whip back? Will you be a member of the Labour Party proper in Parliament now?
Well, you see, I haven't lost the whip.
No.
I have not been expelled from the Labour Party. Yeah, strange to say, I am still a member of the local Labour Party and the National Labour Party.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Davis, but just stay there for a moment because I've got 2 or 3 younger gentlemen here and they might like to join in a word with you.
Well, just as you say.
Mr. Bessel, the ex-Liberal Member of Parliament, Mr. Dick Leonard, you were fighting where?
Romford.
Romford, and how did you do? Please remind me.
Well, I got a majority of 2,760, which was about 5,000 down on my predecessor, I'm afraid.
And you were fighting where?
In Twickenham. My name is Jessel.
Indeed,
and
yes.
I won as Conservative, and I had wonderful support in Twickenham.
And what was the swing in your favour?
I don't know the exact percentage, but it was better than in the other surrounding Conservative-held seats.
Do you mind, Mr. Jessel, may I come back to you in a moment? I'd like to talk to the Liberals about this, to Mr. Bessel about this. Why do you think the Liberals have suffered a blow in this election?
Oh, I think we've been caught in the squeeze, and more than that, of course, in the past, whenever the Conservative Party have pulled back from Labour, the Liberals have suffered. And I think this is history repeating itself. It's 1950, 1951 all over again.
What do you think, Mr. Lennon?
Yes, I think the Liberals are badly squeezed in what's regarded as likely to be a close election. This particularly happens in marginal seats, and I think the fact that the opinion polls came very close together at the end, though it didn't impress many journalists, I think it possibly did impress voters. I think this was possibly one of the reasons why the Liberals did worse. I would have thought an added reason is that the present leader, Jeremy Thorpe, though a man of admirable qualities, did not have anything like the same popular appeal as Joe Grimmond, who had led the Liberals during their period of relative revival in the late 50s and early 60s.
Now, Elections in Britain is your book, is it not?
That's right, yes, thank you for the advertisement.
Well, it wasn't intended as an advertisement. We don't advertise on the BBC, but we do allude to facts where they are appropriate. We've all made a great deal of use of that book. As an expert in the election process and election analysis, what do you have to say about things?
Well, I think this is a very surprising election in many ways. I think always in a relatively close election, which this is, one can plausibly argue about half a dozen reasons why one party won and another one lost, and I think it's usually a combination of a bit of each of them. And I would have thought this time clearly there was overconfidence by Labour supporters. I think we suffered from the lower turnout. I think we suffered from an unfortunately aberrant set of trade figures. I think possibly the Labour Party made a mistake of not making greater use of Roy Jenkins, who I think has tremendous appeal to the electors in its campaign. I think we underestimated the effect that rising prices was having on the housewife. I think housewives are better off.
Do you think Roy Jenkins would be the best man to be the new deputy leader of the Labour Party?
Oh, I have no particular view on that. I shall wait till I get to the House and look at the candidates at close quarters. And,
let me bring in Mr. S.O. Davis in Merthyr Tydfil. What advice do you have to give to these two new MPs, Mr. Jessel, the Tory, and Mr. Leonard, the Labour man. What advice do you give them as they enter the Mother of Parliaments for the first time?
You were referring now to the contest in Merthyr Tydfil, are you?
No. What advice? I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. You're not. I'm not making myself very clear.
Oh well, my advice would be this: first of all, before attempting to get into the House of Commons, one should learn a lot about our social and political background, the history of British politics, and as a result, cultivate a little confidence that one can master.
They're now coming into the House.
The rules and regulations.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Davis. And may I just, Mr. Jessel didn't get much of a chance to say anything. Why do you think the Tories did well? Have you anything to add to all the reasons which have been given? Do you put it, let me put it this way, do you attribute the leadership of Mr. Heath's success, or policy, or the failure of Mr. Wilson, or what?
I think the public came to respect Mr. Heath more and more during the election campaign and realised that he was fighting an honest campaign and a brave one. And I think the British have a tendency to respect anyone who appears to be fighting against the odds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jessel. Cliff?
Some results now. Holborn and St Pancras. This includes Bloomsbury, the British Museum, London University and the gorgeous Senate House. Euston and St Pancras stations.
An 11% drop in the poll, a very low turnout in that.
This is Mrs. Lena Jager back in the House, member of the National Executive of the Labour Party.
And Truro, the centre of the China Cray, around St Austell, Cathedral City and all that.
And a 4% drop in the vote against Michael Steed, the Liberal candidate.
You never know, he may be back on this desk the next time we have him. Next time we have an election. St Pancras North. No change there. Kenneth
Robinson, Minister of Health, back, but he was retired. So sorry, no, he was retiring, and Albert Stallard is in.
Yeah, that's really what I was going to say there. Now, Kensington, we both tripped over each other. Kensington North now, no change. This is the Portobello Road, but it's also the bit that's got the motorway going through it and those great high-rise flats that got right by the side.
Yes, this was the gentleman I was referring to yesterday evening, George Rogers. He's retired, but it was his wife who was getting the advice from the spirit world as to the way elections would go, and apparently Gladstone was particularly helpful about this election. I wonder why.
And Harrogate. And there's no change at
back again, the man who replaced Profumo as Minister of War, and that's taking us back a bit.
Liberals in second place. They've been losing second place most places in the country. They've had a very bad time, but here they are still at least in second place. There's 17,000 votes behind James Ramsden.
And from the conference centre across to the large part of the Lake District, where William Pitt once represented Parliament, now it's Michael Jopling.
Another Liberal second place, kept in as in 1966, but still a long, long way behind.
There we are. Well, they're gradually coming in. We've still got 201 results to come, but they are beginning to come in now. We're beginning to look around the country for some declarations one way and another. We're sincerely hoping, for instance, to go to Belfast South. We're still waiting for that one from Hampstead, which we expected 10 minutes or so ago, but it hasn't really come up. And Sir Peter Rawlinson, not unnaturally, holds Epsom. I think all the horses would have bolted if he hadn't. Robert Mackenzie, state of the parties.
Well, here we are now with 201 seats in. Sorry, results to come. It's slightly out of my eye line, Cliff. Sorry.
I'll read them for you.
Okay.
Results to come, 201. Results declared, 429. Go on.
And Labour's net loss, as we see there, of more than enough to ensure their loss of majority, and the Tories piling it up again, slowly, but headed for the overall majority they need. I'm still a little sceptical about the prediction it's going to be as high as the computer says. We can't quite see how it'll come out to 38 over Labour, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will see indeed. And now let's take another result. This is the confirmation that Sir Peter Rawlinson is back for Epsom.
Yes, he's Shadow Attorney General, and he's been an outstanding spokesman inside the Tory party on the law and order issues, particularly angry over the cancellation of the South African tour.
We've had 10 results now, I think, this morning, and no seat has changed hands, and Darlington, at least, was one marginal which might have changed hands, the ones we're watching for. But still, nothing has changed hands since this morning.
I suppose Peter Rawlinson must be a potential Lord Chancellor.
I was going to say, I'm interested that we haven't really even potentially slotted him onto that front bench again.
No, I think if we're going to choose a slot, that must be it.
And now we go to Belfast. This is for the Belfast South Declaration. David Capper is there. David Capper, perhaps you can bring us up to date if you're listening, please. Well, I tell you what, we can't hear from there. But this, that's Rafton Pounder, the Ulster Unionist, has held that seat in a by-election. We're still keeping our eye on it for you. We thought it was just about to come up, incidentally. And now Conservatives have gained Chorley, and that's the first gain of the morning. David Butler.
And that's right outside what was the expected limit, I think. No, I'm sorry. Chorley,
no,
sorry, that's a 5% swing was only needed to gain Chorley, but it is a seat that Clifton Kenyon held on to unexpectedly all through the 1950s. It is one of these seats that the Conservatives won, about 8 seats the Conservatives won, which they haven't held since 1945.
This is Mrs. Connie Monks coming in.
Another lady back in.
Yes, indeed.
We really ought to sort of tot up the number of lady. Let's just show you what. I don't even remember how much they cost now. They're 6pence a time, so this will save you a halfpenny. The London Evening News said Ted sails in, and the Evening Standard comes up with, guess what? Skipper Ted full ahead. There we are. Where are we going to now? I see a smiling Mr. Ernest Marples, but up at the top there. No doubt you're smiling, Mr. Marples. We'll come to you in a moment. First of all, Harold Webb, who wants a word. Harold, you wanted a word.
Well, Cliff, I only wanted a word about that Chorley result, because I don't know whether you can get a picture of the nationwide results. If you look at the nationwide results, you'll see that the only area of the country in which the Conservatives have chalked up double figures in terms of gain has been in the North West. In other words, they've won about his Chorley result. There it is, a Conservative gain. Now, this means that, in fact, the Conservatives have gained something like 13 seats in the North West. That's about a third of their gains. Now, the interesting thing to me about it is that in these heavy industrialised areas, that when the municipal elections were on, the Labour Party chalked up about a third of their gains in the North West. And it's my view that it was the trend in the North West which helped Harold Wilson to call the general election when he did. And here we are, 13 North West industrial seats turning against him, although, in fact, I think they chalked up something like about 120 or 130 gains in the municipal elections.
Harold, thank you very much indeed. As I mentioned before, I saw Mr. Marples sitting down, and now we go up to join Robin Day, who's going to talk to him. Robin?
Mr. Marples, you've been re-elected Member of Parliament for Wallasey. What did you think about the campaign up in your part of the country?
Well, it was fairly quiet, but at the same time intense. The housewife undoubtedly put as the first issue rising prices. Of that there's no doubt, because the ladies in my constituency were grimly determined to vote. I went amongst lots of them, and they were certainly going to register their vote, and they did.
Do you have any explanation why this determination didn't appear in most of the opinion polls?
Well, I haven't. I don't know what happened to the opinion polls. They're all going crazy to me. It was quite clear that either their sample wasn't enough to give you a really reliable guide.
Mr. Marples, you were an energetic Minister of Transport for what, a record period, were you not?
No, I was there for 5 years. It was a record period in modern times.
Yes.
I think Alfie Barnes holds the record. He was there for about 8 years, I think, altogether.
Do you expect, or no, that's a wrong question. Would you like to...
often you admit to a wrong question, but go on.
Well, I try to avoid you giving a wasteful answer. Do you hope to get office in the new administration?
Well, one never hopes anything. You should ask Ted Heath that, not me.
Yes. You've been studying computers and things like that.
Well, no, much more than that. What I've been doing for the past 3 years is to make incredible research in depth for Ted Heath. He gave me a specific task, which really was to see that we were prepared. And it was based really upon how we built 300,000 houses. I went then on building sites for 6 months to find the know-how, the technique of doing it, and I've done that over a very wide area. government's buying policy, for example, and computers in schools, yes, that's another one, and the research and development, that's another one, and so on. And therefore, I think Ted Heath this time is going to have a well-documented programme to which he can use when he does get to 10 Downing Street.
Mr. Marples, could you throw your mind ahead on this one? It looks as if, according to our best indications, a Tory overall majority of somewhere between 20 and 30. It's impossible to say exactly which.
Yeah.
Now, in those circumstances, an alliance with the anti-marketeers in the Tory party and the anti-marketeers in the Labour Party could make things very difficult for a European initiative under Mr. Heath's administration. Would you accept that analysis of the possibility?
No, because I think all the people making their minds upon the common market without really knowing what they're talking about. And I can give you one experience that I had as Minister of Transport when I got the whole of Europe together, that is the common market countries and EFTA and Greece and finally Japan against America. Their Federal Maritime Board was being quite stupid, and I got them all together, and I found it took me 2 years in negotiations before I came to the end of the trail. And I don't think that the common entry into the common market, it will take long negotiations, and therefore I don't think the problem will arise.
Of course, those ladies of yours up in Wallasey who were so angry about rising prices aren't going to be so happy about prices when we go into the common market, are they?
Well, a lot depends upon whether they receive more money by way of pensions. If they get twice the amount of pensions and only 10% increase in prices, they'll be happy. It entirely depends on factors other than mere prices of foodstuffs.
Thank you, Mr. Marples. We have a result coming up. Goodbye and thank you.
Thank you.
It's coming up from Belfast South.
I, the undersigned Ralph S. Nielsen, being the returning officer for the constituency of South Belfast, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Coulthard John, Labour, 11,567. Pounder Rafton John, Unionist, 27,523. And that the undermentioned person has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency, Rafton John Pounder.
And there are the figures now. There's Rafton Pounder, and the computer popped it up for us.
5% swing to the Conservatives.
Mr. Pounder had very little trouble there. He's very well known in the area, of course, the main television opponent of Jerry Fitz, who lives very close by.
Is this one of the seats that was involved in what was alleged to be a Paisley Pact?
I'm not sure about that. Let's ask David. I think he probably knows the answer.
I'm not altogether up on the Northern Ireland situation, which is so delicate, but almost any seat where there wasn't a Paisley Act was alleged to be involved in the pact, I think.
Now, I
don't think we can assume it.
Well, I'm not sure that this is not a false assumption, because I think there were only about 3 seats. I think it's the kind of thing that we really ought to go to Northern Ireland for and hear about. And as soon as they're ready over there, we shall certainly do so. What about that? I can now see you there. In Belfast, please.
Yes, well, there was no suggestion whatever that Rafton Pounder in South Belfast was involved in a Paisley Pact. The Reverend Ian Paisley made allegations in respect of 3 constituencies. Those were South Down, Armagh and Londonderry. And certainly in the case of Londonderry, an inquiry has been ordered there by the Ulster Unionist Council. Is being carried out by the Ulster Unionist Council at the request of Mr. Robin Chichester Clark, the sitting member there. But no suggestion that Mr. Pounder was involved with Mr. Paisley at all.
And thank you very much indeed. But there were just 3 of them, were there, Billy? Just 3 seats that were involved, even in this sort of hint of it.
Yes, Mr. Paisley's statement related to South Down, Armagh and Londonderry. And as I say, in the case of Londonderry, there's an inquiry going on there.
Fine, thank you very much. I knew you'd know. And now let us go, please, to Richard Baker.
And the first item of news we've got for you, apart from the election, actually does concern the election in Northern Ireland, where the night passed with only 1 incident reported, a petrol bomb thrown through a bar window. It scorched the woodwork but caused little damage and no injuries. Real fighting again in the Middle East. Israeli jets attacked a number of Egyptian military positions along the Suez Canal during the night. No details yet beyond that. There's been a new series of attacks by communist forces in Cambodia, with the capital, Phnom Penh, reportedly cut off at one stage. Cambodian troops reopened the main road into the city, and South Vietnam's Vice President Ky said his forces would help Cambodia to defend her capital if attacked by communist forces. In addition, Thailand might send her crack Black Panthers division to Cambodia from South Vietnam, where it's now serving. Australian comedian Barry Humphries, in hospital in Melbourne after being beaten up during the night, is to be tried in a suburban court there on charges of being drunk and disorderly, using insulting language and resisting arrest. In London, a 24-hour strike by Southern Region train drivers at Waterloo has interrupted morning commuter trains and will again this afternoon. It's caused all boat trains to Southampton to be cancelled and meant that there'll be no special trains to Ascot races. But for those of you who are going, by whatever means, let's have a look at what the weather should be.
Well, it looks
mainly sunny, it says there, as no one else is going to say it. And we'll be down at Ascot this afternoon. Incidentally, for those of you who want to know what Mr. Heath is doing, Mr. Heath, our latest information was that he was fast asleep a few minutes ago. He lives in Albany, of course, which is just on Piccadilly, and he aims to go down to the Conservative Party headquarters at about lunchtime. I think he deserves a late lunch today for anything else. Now to Robert McNeill.
Well, newspapers all over the world are expressing the same kind of shock and surprise that our papers are. This is the Herald Tribune, published in Paris this morning. And other French language papers are describing in their headlines as a dramatic climax, a Tory tidal wave. And one paper says that the newsreader of the French radio opened this morning by saying it was more exciting than the Italy-West Germany semi-final football game the other night. Several observers noting the ascendancy of Mr. Heath, observers in Paris, see a parallel to the mood which brought Pompidou to victory last year. Europe and the common market negotiations are very much in the forefront of French thinking, and the general view seems to be the Conservatives are more likely to carry through a successful negotiation than their Labour opponents would have done. Indeed, it's the socialist paper Combat which remarks that Mr. Heath and his team will be welcomed with the greatest satisfaction in Brussels. The common market negotiations open in Luxembourg on the 29th of this month. In Copenhagen, the Danish Social Democratic leader, Mr. Jens Otto Krag, said this would be a bitter blow to Harold Wilson. The major question, as he saw it, was whether the Conservative government with a small majority could maintain the present line on the European common market, a point which has been discussed around here this morning. Just one more line from Rhodesia. We heard that Mr. Ian Smith said the result would make no difference to Rhodesia, but the country's main newspaper, the Rhodesia Herald, didn't conceal its joy at the prospect of a defeat for Premier Harold Wilson's Labour Party. And it said, most of our readers will be elated that the scourge of an independent Rhodesia has now been toppled from office. Cliff?
And now we're going to Harold Webb.
Well, I don't know why you're coming, Cliff, but one of the interesting things, if you look at all these regional areas in the country, look at Scotland, look at the northeast, look at Wales and areas of this, it's an interesting thing that in all these areas of heavy unemployment, they've held pretty well for Labour. In fact, they've only been the most minor gains, with the exception of this peculiar situation in the northwest. Just one moment, the phone's ringing. Hello? No, there's no one there. Let's let me carry on about this, because it does indicate that unemployment in this election really hasn't apparently reacted to Labour's detriment. If you were wanting to see Labour seats toppling, then you could have looked for them in Wales and in Scotland and in the northeast, but it hasn't been in these areas. It's been in the urban areas and some of these older industrial areas where there isn't serious unemployment so much as industrial change. All these towns in Lancashire, which in my view, if you could put your finger on why these people have voted Conservative when only about a month ago they were flocking to support Harold Wilson in the municipal elections, you might have a clue as to why Ted Heath is going to go back to Downing Street.
Harold, who was it on the phone to you?
Nobody. It was just a dead line. I think it was somebody protesting from outside, Cliff. Hello?
No, it's all right. I mentioned this because a lady has just got straight through to me thinking I was a house agent.
I'm sorry.
Now, I assure you that it wasn't Mrs. Wilson, because she doesn't have the number. You're probably looking for a charming little place near Westminster at the moment. But if you've got my telephone number, don't use it. It does distract us. Let's see how the city is bouncing up or down or in the middle with Graham Turner.
Well, I think the share price increase that we had earlier on has moderated slightly. People are taking some profits, so share prices have come down a little bit. But if you look across in the case of sterling in Switzerland, the pound has shot up there, and so really all the indications are that this confidence that's spread because of the Tory lead is continuing. Cliff.
Let us now take some results, because the results really are just beginning to come in again. This is what we anticipated about 11:45. It's now 11:41 for you to put your clocks right. We said there'd be one or two up. Now, here's Salisbury. This is Salisbury Plain, Stonehenge, Salisbury Cathedral and all
and
that.
An agricultural seat with a biggish swing. I don't think the Labour Party can hope for comfort in the agricultural seats we've still got to come. They seem to be swinging quite as much or little more than the rest of the country.
This is Michael Hamilton, a Conservative whip.
And now to Folkestone and Hythe. This is down in Kent.
Yes, Albert Costain, a member of the Estimates Committee of the House of Commons.
And this is next door to Dover, which is one of the seats we're waiting for to see whether David Ennals can hold on. On the figures we've got at the moment, it seems most unlikely that he will be able to hold on for the Labour Party in nearby Dover.
So that's an important result, really. It gives us a little sort of
Yes.
sensor that goes out
I'm
to them.
moving up in my estimates rather than down. I think Bob is going to be a little sorry that he was saying that the final majority was going to be lower than the prediction. I suspect now it's going to be level or, if anything, higher, but I
Oh,
don't know
no,
back
not a
computer.
comment, Bob. Sniggering over on the far end is Graham Pyatt. I was told to go to Robert Mackenzie. I'll come to you in a moment, but Graham Pyatt clearly wants to say something.
Well, all I want to say is that we've been reviewing the prediction minute by minute throughout the morning, but nothing has happened to make us want to change it as yet. There have been no surprises. Every seat has been won by candidates whom we'd calculated as being odds-on favourites so far.
Ah, you see all the little differences of opinion are beginning to express themselves around the tables on my left and to Robert Mackenzie.
Well, the computer's been so
Take
confused
your
about
pipe out
other
of your mouth,
things and took
Mackenzie.
so long to get around to these predictions on the screen that we were expecting from the very beginning last night that wouldn't surprise one if there were still a few bugs left in it.
Good. I missed the first three words because you had your pipe in your mouth. Now let's go to Hampstead and see what's happening at Hampstead with Dennis Toohey, please.
Well, what's happening in Hampstead is that we're still waiting. It was at one time going to be 11:15, then it was going to be 11:30, and now here we are at 11:45 almost. There is talk of the possibility of a recount. Now, this was said to me by, in fact, some of the Tories earlier on, and it now seems as if it just could happen. Certainly, it does seem to be a very close thing indeed. This, of course, is where I've just heard, in fact, that they now reckon they can do it in 10 minutes, so they can have the result in 10 minutes. No, the information... Wait for this may be important.
Yeah.
They think, in fact, that there will be a recount in 10 minutes. That's the information now from Hampstead. This is Dennis Toohey.
Well, a recount in 10 minutes. You wanted a word,
Only
David?
2.4% swing was needed to give Hampstead to the Conservatives. It was one of the ones that Graham Pyatt's computer was saying would go to the Conservatives almost certainly on the form we've been having, but it looks as though, it may or it may not, but a recount means that it's very close.
We have been talking from time to time about an interview that Mr. Wilson gave earlier with David Dimbleby. I think really now is time for us to show you that again, because a great many of you clearly missed the interview. So this is David Dimbleby talking to Mr. Wilson an hour or so ago.
Early this morning, you refused to concede that the election was lost. Do you now accept that the chance of your being Prime Minister by this evening is very remote?
Since we spoke, the Conservatives have now gained enough seats to make it extremely likely that they will have an overall absolute majority in the House of Commons, certainly. But I shall follow the precedent of my predecessor, Sir Alec Douglas-Hume, and make a formal statement about it when they have passed the majority figure, as happened in 1964. I didn't claim a victory then until that figure was reached, and I shall treat it in the same way as he did.
But to all intents and purposes, you've now given up any hope of...
Well, I think the figures speak for themselves.
When do you expect to go to the palace?
That I don't know.
Could we look at the campaign just for a moment? What are your feelings this morning towards Mr. Heath? Did you admire him as an opponent?
You know, I've always admired him, and I've said this a number of times, much more than many other people, even in his own party. I've always felt that if he could be himself and not have to be pushed around by publicity people and so on, that he would have come through very much earlier and much more clearly. As an opponent in the election, I didn't very much like his style on many questions, and you know, I spoke out very clearly about his attempt to drag Sterling into the campaign. But still, the campaign is over now.
Was that part of election invective, or do you think we're going to have as Prime Minister a man who would, in fact, act in an anti-British way, which I think is what you said about him?
I said, I referred that to the campaign only, that he was doing that in order to win votes. That's a different thing. But assuming he takes over, he will have the strongest economic position any Prime Minister's taken over in living memory. I said that in my broadcast the other evening, that I was fighting it against the strongest economic position. He will take over the strongest economic position that any Prime Minister could wish to have.
So you still don't think that even under the Conservatives there'll be any danger of a recession in the autumn and of trouble in the autumn?
I wasn't talking about recession, I was talking about the balance of payments. What there is in relation to recession on the one hand or inflation on the other depends on policy. Depends on their policies, and they haven't made clear what their policies will be, but now, of course, they would have to do that.
What would you have done differently in the campaign with the hindsight of, admittedly, only 6 hours?
Well, I've hardly, yes, of which some part of this has been spent in sleep, though not enough yet. I don't think at this stage I would have changed it very much. I think, obviously, we were up against something that no one foresaw. I don't think the Conservatives did. The press certainly didn't. And that was, I think, that enough people stayed at home, perhaps because they felt there wasn't enough difference between the parties, perhaps because the improvement in our economic position and in other ways hadn't erased all the scars from the tough things we had to do to get that strong economic position. And it was a low poll, and a low poll was bound to count against us. All the signs were of a high poll.
Do you feel let down by your traditional working class supporters in that they didn't go to the polls?
I haven't seen any analysis yet, and it's much too early to hold an inquest. I think some people did stay at home. I don't know who they were.
But by any standards, it was an ideal day for a Labour turnout. I mean, an hour extra at the polls and fine sunshine.
And the fine weather and everything was ideal, and there were all the signs, not only in my own constituency yesterday, but earlier throughout the campaign. And I think that was the reason.
Do you think the Conservative claim and their bid they made in the last 3 days towards the housewives may have something behind it? Do you think that the housewives perhaps didn't vote on traditional patterns?
I don't think it was the bid in the last 3 days particularly, but of course they did exploit the cost of living question. They gave the impression that they would stop the rises in the cost of living. Well, now they maybe have a chance to show whether they can or not.
So you accept that people believe what the Conservatives said and not what you said?
It's always an issue. It's always an issue. Well, of course, there were the facts of the rising prices. I don't think they were sufficiently impressed by the steps we have taken to hold them down as far as is possible when world prices are rising, and so they wanted to kick out at somebody. But obviously their role for that is fulfilled by the government.
In essence, they accepted the warnings that the Conservatives are putting forward about the economy rather than your more optimistic view.
I don't think the warnings about the economy. I think prices were more of an issue, and the promises of taxation reductions. And of course, it's a natural thing. It's happened in other countries.
Do you think perhaps that your election was too hastily called before our economic strength, which you were talking about, had actually become enough of a reality and a long enough reality for people really to believe in it in the way that you did?
No, I don't think so. I considered a good deal whether we should have a summer election or wait till later. The economic situation was neutral, that it was, I was assured by everyone who knew that it would be as good in the autumn, in October, as in June. But the electioneering had reached such a pitch, it was beginning to have an effect on many areas of industry and trade, and so I felt it right to have the election then.
When you say you were assured it would be all right in the autumn, you mean that was a factor in your options for either the autumn or June?
Well, I asked the Chancellor of the Exchequer, speaking as Chancellor, would you say it's more favourable in October than now, or more favourable now than it would be in October? Do you see anything coming to make it less favourable? He said it's absolutely neutral between the two.
But that was an
and therefore I had to take the decision. In other words, I was free to take the decision on quite other grounds.
But that was an electoral judgment that he was making about whether the economy would be suitable for a general election to be held.
No, it was. I asked him to give me a certificate as Chancellor of the Exchequer, in effect, from his judgment and all the advice open to him, and he said it will be as strong in October as it is now.
What is very intriguing about the choice of date is that you've always had a reputation for very sure timing and for an ability to sense the public's mood. You failed this time, obviously.
Well, because, as I say, for 4 years there had been the feelings, the very high support, or loss of support by us. And, of course, there had been 4 years of persistent denigration and even distortion of what we were doing. that made more of an impact, left more of a scar, as I said, than I think anyone could have foreseen at the time.
Do you expect...
I don't think there was a single newspaper at the time, for example, took the view that it was wrong to go in June.
Do you expect criticism now from within your own party?
Oh, there'll always be criticism, but I think the whole party was united in thinking June was right. Certainly I had the full support of all my colleagues when I consulted them.
Do you think there'll be any kind of challenge to your leadership?
No.
You're absolutely confident of
Yes.
that? Despite the rumours of the sorts of challenges that were meant to be taking place this time last year?
That was in a different situation, and they failed to get off the ground. No one could find more than 6 supporters, and there were always some disgruntled people in the party. People who've been left out of governments who thought they should be in it, people who've been dropped from government.
Could we move on to a more personal plane? I followed you down the motorway this morning, and as the sun came up at about 3:30, it was rather beautiful and cold, and it must have been a rather gloomy moment for you. What were your feelings as you spent that 4.5 hours in the back of your car?
I was still listening to the radio until 4 o'clock, so I had plenty to think about till 4 o'clock. And as soon as the radio was turned off, I went straight to sleep and woke up only about 6 or 7 miles from Downing Street.
So you've not yet reflected on what's happened?
I've been reflecting a bit, yes.
What have your feelings been?
Well, naturally disappointment, because I believe we have done a good job, and I think a lot of people in the country think so.
What regrets do you have about leaving office?
Oh, the big one is the fact that we can't now, presumably we can't now, do everything we wanted to do to use this economic strength to continue and intensify and develop and accelerate what we're doing in, for example, the social services and in other ways.
Do you think that policies that you've put through will be undone under the new government?
That must be a matter for them.
Do you think
from all they've said, you would think so.
Yes, which policies?
Well, take development areas for a start, which is the big problem of unemployment. The major unemployment problem today is still the problem of development areas. They've made it clear they would dismantle many of those policies. Others too.
But in the area of things left undone, it's mainly the economic things that you feel...
No, of course one doesn't know what the economic policy will be, because we heard a lot after Selden Park, but then of course in the election campaign that was all muted and we heard very little about what they were going to do. Nobody in the social services too. One would gather they would have different priorities in the health service, for example.
But do you have...
Education, obviously, our sustained campaign to end 11+ election will not be pursued with the same vigour.
And those are matters of political regret or personal regret?
Well, both political and personal. I mean, you're here to do the sort of job, to carry through the things you believe in. I wanted to end that. There were many other things I wanted to end.
What's your own political plan now? To go into very fierce and active opposition?
We shall see what there is to oppose. One thing is quite clear, and I can say this right away. We shall not play politics with sterling. We shall not play politics with the economy. We shall support anything that can be supported, that seems reasonable to us, but wrecking policies or doctrinaire policies we should take a different view about. But we're certainly not going to rush into any rip-roaring political campaign.
So that you'll be playing it politically, on the political scene, you'll be playing it quiet for the time being?
We must wait to see what their policies are.
What are you going to do for the rest of today?
I shall be meeting my colleagues. At the moment we're trying to find out how many are in London, and I shall presumably be going to Chequers this evening.
Can I ask you again how you feel at this moment, now that you have in effect said that the election is lost?
Well, I've answered that. Anything special you want to add to it?
Well, you answered it in terms of...
disappointment, I said first, and then you said why, and I answered now. Had you anything particular in mind?
Do you
I'll
feel...
try and answer it.
Do you feel in your own mind that you've either misjudged the time or misjudged the electorate or fought the campaign in the wrong way, which a lot of people,
Not
of course,
really.
now, with hindsight, are saying
It's too early, of course, to form a judgment on these things. As to timing, I think the odds would have been just as great that if I decided to wait till the autumn and we'd lost then, people would have said what a fool he was to refuse to go in June.
Results still to come. It keeps on popping up there. We don't say how many. It's 187. That was Mr. Wilson an hour ago. At this very moment, I can see Mr. Barber waiting down in the Conservative Party headquarters and smiling to boot. One's not very surprised, Mr. Barber. Robin Day.
And just to remind you of the headlines in the London papers, skipper Heath full ahead and Ted sails in. So we're going to go through all the sailing metaphors. We'll have Heath at the helm, Heath picks his crew, Heath drops anchor in number 10 Downing Street. We're going to get the organist pulling out the stop soon. Sorry, Mr. Barber, I just wanted to get that bit in. Mr. Barber, what is your latest comment on the situation now?
Well, I think it looks as though we're going to be able to form a government, doesn't it? I just heard that Mr. Wilson had not yet conceded victory to the Conservative Party, but he went jolly near it.
No, he went as near as possible to conceding it as he could. What he said was that he was following the precedent of Sir Alec Douglas Hume in 1964, who waited until the matter was mathematically certain.
Yes, I didn't see the broadcast, actually. I was just told this.
Yes, that is reasonable, is it not?
I think so, yes.
Yes. Professor Mackenzie and our experts here suggest that the overall Conservative majority looks like being between 20 and 30. Now, as you know very well, there's a very great difference between 20 and 30.
Yes.
Now, do you foresee difficulties for a Conservative government? I'm thinking particularly, tell you what I'm thinking of particularly, Mr. Barber, the issue of the common market, which is going to be now a vital issue for Britain, an alliance of people on the right, or leave out right and left, the anti-marketeers in the Tory party and the anti-marketeers in the Labour Party. Could this not perhaps frustrate the initiative that Mr. Heath will want to take?
I don't think so, you see, because what we've said all the way through is that we are committed to negotiate, no more, no less. And until the negotiations are complete and we know the terms, I can't tell you whether or not a Conservative government would recommend to Parliament that we should join the common market. And therefore I frankly don't see these difficulties arising, despite the fact that, of course, you're absolutely right. There are very strong feelings pro and against.
Do you think Mr. Powell is likely to be less of an embarrassment or more of an embarrassment to the Conservative Party now that the party is in office, or going to be in office?
Oh, I don't know. Quite honestly, I've been concentrating throughout on the policies of the Conservative Party, and I think one's got to recognise this. Whatever commentators may say about Mr. Powell, the simple fact is that this election has been concerned with policies, and the policies which a Conservative government will implement will not be Mr. Powell's policies, where he disagrees with the Conservative Party, but will be the policies of Mr. Heath and the Shadow Cabinet.
Mr. Barber, you can, and being a modest man, you probably won't, claim a considerable share of the credit for this victory. Is that so?
Well, I think the organisation has been very good. I've just been, as a matter of fact, addressing the whole of the staff of the Conservative headquarters here, and I told them that I thought they played a major part in what has happened. But of course, if one's thinking of one's own party, the great credit goes to all the voluntary workers, because they really have, and I'm not just paying lip service to this idea, they have been magnificent during this period, when, after all, the polls might have been thought to have knocked them off balance somewhat, but not at all. And I said, you remember at the press conferences when you were there, Robin, time and again that I was immensely impressed with their determination and their enthusiasm. And I can say now, it's easy to say it with the benefit of hindsight, that in my whole 20 years of involvement in general elections, I don't remember one where the Conservative workers in the constituency were more determined or more enthusiastic. And I think this has played a very major part.
Mr. Barber, could you give us one little piece of inside personal information? Yeah. Was there any time in the campaign at which you saw Mr. Heath downhearted, feeling that perhaps he couldn't win? Or was he really confident of victory?
Well, he was, yes. I mean, I myself, I suppose once or twice, if I were being perfectly honest, when the polls consistently came out against us, I suppose I had the odd jitter now and again, but it didn't last very long, because I relied, and I know that Mr. Heath did too, on the information which we were getting up through the Conservative Party, up to central office, from the areas, from the constituencies, and particularly from the marginal seats.
Could you tell us where Mr. Heath is now at the moment?
I think he's at Albany. And I'm going up to see him in a few moments.
Is he standing by to go to the palace?
Oh, I wouldn't know about that. I haven't seen him yet. I thought I'd let him sleep.
Probably getting his cutaway suit out.
Well, I don't know.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Barber.
Thank you.
which is a good cue for us, really, to go to that place which is normally an oasis of peace and calm betwixt Piccadilly and Vigo Street. 69 sought-after, elegant apartments in there, and in one of them is Mr. Edward Heath, and outside the door...
set up that, really.
Outside the door is Michael
This is
Charles.
one of the most elegant and fashionable parts of London, the Albany, and here lives the new Prime Minister of Great Britain, Mr. Edward Heath. He's been here in the Albany. This is the facade of it. He's been here since about 4 o'clock this morning when he came back from his constituency at Bexley after his own great personal win down there when he quadrupled his majority. It's a house that's no stranger to Prime Ministers. This is not all Mr. Heath's residence. There are about 69 chambers, as they're called, apartments or flats, as we might know them elsewhere. In there, over a covered walk that goes down to Vigo Street. It's a house that's no stranger to Prime Ministers of the Albany. Lord Melbourne lived here, Mr. Gladstone lived here, Lord Macaulay, and Lord Byron. Mr. Heath had a sleep-in this morning, we're told, and he arrived here last night, as you know, having been stabbed in the neck by somebody with a cigarette down at Smith Square at Central Office, at Tory's Central Office. And his doctor has been here with him this morning in the Albany. Nothing serious, and probably the least troublesome pain in the neck that Mr. Heath has had in the last 3 weeks, or is likely to have, I suppose, in all the weeks to come. We expect Mr. Heath to be leaving here very shortly on his way to Smith Square to the Conservative Party's central office, and we hope to be having a word with him on the steps of the Albany as he comes out. Meanwhile, this is Michael Charlton at the Albany, and back now to the studio.
And meanwhile, let's have a word from Kenneth Harris, really, because we've now seen Mr. Wilson. Kenneth, you actually watched that interview, and you heard Michael talking about Mr. Heath. Really, I think if you can give us a sort of picture of these two men, this kind of leadership issue.
Well, I was thinking about that very much in terms of my own profession as a newspaper man and an occasional television commentator. In fact, I was thinking about it earlier on when we saw some people being interviewed and they were being asked what they thought the difference would be now that the Tories were in government, and they said they didn't think it would make very much difference. So I was wondering what difference it would make to me as a newspaper man, and I think it's going to make quite a bit. My mind goes back to the early days of 1964 when Mr. Wilson came to power, and news simply poured out of Number 10. For some months, it really was a newspaper man's paradise. This was because Mr. Wilson has always been fascinated by the influence of the press. He always tried to cultivate the press. He was always very much at his ease with newspaper people, and also very much admired the use that could be made on television by the development of the technique of the folksy fireside chat. He was a natural media man. Now, this, I think, is certainly not true of Mr. Heath. I've read a number of my journalistic colleagues reporting the fact in black and white that Mr. Heath never seems quite at ease with newspaper people. He hasn't got Mr. Wilson's knack of sitting back over a whiskey and soda, puffing a pipe, and holding forth, giving valuable and stimulating background material. And as lots of people have noted for themselves, he never seems quite at his ease, rarely seems quite at his ease on television. I think, therefore, that in the first few months at any rate of the Heath regime, we're going to get far less political news both on television and in the newspapers than we've been accustomed to. I don't think the life of a political correspondent is going to be as easy, or perhaps I ought to say it's going to be more difficult under Mr. Heath in his first few months than it's ever been under Mr. Wilson. I think we shall get less political news. You, as members of the public, might think that this is not at all a bad idea.
People around here may not think it's a bad idea either, Ken. Now, sniggers from the back, from behind me. I daren't tell you who it was, otherwise it'll be in the Times tomorrow in that column which says PHS. He's frequently in there. There's a hint for you, whoever writes that. And now let's go up to Robert McNeill, who's got an American psephologist with him, Richard Scanlon.
Mr.
Mr. Scammon is the leading public opinion analyst and election expert in the United States, and he's just dropped in here watching his 6th British election since his first in 1935 when he was a student at the London School of Economics. First of all, Mr. Scammon, this may be a little bit unfair, but how do you think the Nixon administration is going to react to having Mr. Heath as a Prime Minister?
Well, I don't think it would make a great deal of difference. I think the people in the Nixon administration know Mr. Heath and his colleagues as they do the present Prime Minister. I think they regard them both as competent people who know their job and do it well. I don't think it would make a great deal of difference one way or the other.
Will Mr. Nixon feel comforted to have someone who is ideologically just a bit nearer to him, a conservative?
Oh, possibly, but I think that puts too many ideological labels on too many people. I think they're competent people who know their business, they're professionals, and I wouldn't think it would make that much difference.
Now, you make a profession of looking at elections not only in the United States, in which you're an expert, but all over Europe. Do you see, as the French have suggested, with the Pompidou election last year, and Nixon's election in 1968, a trend in Western Europe and the Western world generally, of which this victory for Mr. Heath might be a part?
Well, this is possible, but then you'd have to set against that the formation of the Brandt government in Germany last fall, after the Bundestag elections there. I suppose you could say that there is something of a trend, but just as British elections in the last 20 years have really been pretty close in terms of the popular vote, and ours too in America, I would think that if it is a trend, it's certainly no landslide.
You just left the United States a couple of days ago.
Yes.
Was there any interest there generally in this election?
Frankly, not very much. I mean, I would like to say our British friends that, you know, everybody's hanging on the results, but they really weren't. They have to be very honest and say no, that the American interest in this election, as I gather, even some of the British interest, if the poll percentages are correct, was a little less than ecstatic.
This is the 6th British election.
Yes.
The first was in 35 that you saw. How does this one compare to others you've seen?
Oh, that's going back a long way. Seems to me, and I may be wrong, and I'm not sure, but I think in 35, as I recall it, this was the Labour effort to come back against the national government. And they came back a bit of the way. There was a little more bitterness about it. I have a feeling of 35, still there was unemployment, and I remember the contest up in the north between Manny Shinwell and Ramsay MacDonald, and it seemed that there was just a good deal more of bitterness and stronger feeling than I sensed in the brief time that I've been here, but that's certainly subject to correction.
Mr. Scammon, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cliff?
Meanwhile, you would have seen the headline come up there that the Liberals have lost Bodmin, so that's another Liberal loss. This was Peter Tyler, who was the Liberal candidate, and as it were, being Peter Bessel's successor here, but not succeeding in being his successor. David?
Well, that is a seat that the Liberals certainly might have hoped to win, but without Peter Bessel, they didn't. They've had 6 seats now. 6 of the 13 Liberal seats have been up. They've lost 4 of those 6 seats. They've only held on in North Devon, which might have given them hope in Bodmin, and in Roxburgh, where David Steele won by 500 votes.
And this is one of the seats that we were hearing about from Plymouth just now, so let's go down now for a comment on that to Plymouth and to Keith Blacklock.
A grievous disappointment, this obviously, for Liberals right across the southwest. At a quick glance, it's fairly obvious that the Conservative vote is up and the Liberal vote is down. It looks as if the new Liberal standing here has failed to pick up the strong personal vote which Mr. Bessel had. Cliff.
Good. Alan Watson wanted a quick comment there.
Yes, because Peter Bessel had very carefully cultivated this constituency for Paul Tyler. Paul, not Peter. They were very similar on so many issues, for instance, on the common market. But the Conservatives put a lot of hope here in the postal vote, and perhaps that's one of the factors, anyway, which has paid off for them in this constituency.
Great deal of coming and going at the moment. I think, Bob McKenzie, we really ought to take a look at this Liberal situation now.
Well, if one wanted to make a sick joke at the expense of the Liberals, it would be back to the taxi. People used to say, you may remember the early 1950s, the Liberal Party with 6 MPs could just about ride in a single taxi. There's a very real danger now for them that it's back to a situation in which the party and its House of Commons representation could all ride in a taxi. We haven't heard yet from a number of Liberal seats, including Joe Grimman and so on, but this is one of the great tragedies in the history of modern liberalism. And one will be wondering now, deep concern, if one believes in some variety of opinion outside the two great giants in the House of Commons, was wondering now whether we aren't moving into an era in which it's almost impossible for a third party to survive in the kind of confrontation we've got between the two big parties. Personally, I'll be very sad about it if every sort of element of variety in the House is gradually chopped down. We're losing representation of nationalists, both Scottish and Welsh. We may be losing most of the Liberals, and I think the House will be poorer for this over-concentration in the hands of just the two big parties.
Well, I may say our studio is now the richer for the appearance here of Mr. Malcolm Muggeridge, one-time editor of Punch. Mr. Muggeridge, you will be pleased to hear that an Indian potentate stood around, looked down into this bear pit and said, there is only one thing missing, and that is the elephants. Where are they? I think you've come in, really, as our elephant, to trample all over the 1970 general election. Please do so.
Well, I was watching it all, Cliff, and trying to think of something to say. There's one aspect of it that has passed unnoticed that appeals to me very much as a man who partly earns his living by reviewing books. I look with utter consternation at this result because I'm quite sure that every single member of Mr. Wilson's government has it in mind to write a book about it. And I can foresee the most dreadful burden that this is going to put upon reviewers. I think another thing that ought to happen is, which will add greatly to the cheerfulness of things, if not to the seriousness of them, there'll be a tremendous revival of the left wing. The poor old left wing has been sitting there voting for Harold Wilson for 6 years, and a very agonizing experience it must have been. Well, now they can break out. And I would suspect that even the New Statesman might become interesting again now that it's in opposition. Great thing. I would like to say a word to people who have lost their seats, because one's always more interested in losers and always notices how much more agreeable people are when they're defeated than when they're triumphant, that after all, things like this have happened often before. One of the early elections that I remember, because my father was defeated in it, was the 1931 election, when the Labour Party came back with only 40 members, and everybody said, well, that's the end of the Labour Party. But of course, not very long afterwards, they were forming a government. Again, when they got in with a big and unexpected majority in 1945, I remember Dick Crossman writing in the New Statesman that now the working classes would never again vote Conservative, so that there would be a permanent Labour government. Well, of course, there were 13 years of Tory government ahead. So these sort of prognostications can be taken quite seriously. May I lastly say that I've been racking my brains to think, from my point of view, what is the difference between the two parties? And this is all I can think of. When a political party gets into power, it has to throw some bones to its backbenchers to justify the inevitable fact that it doesn't do in power the things that it promised to do. Now, when the Labour Party get into power, they throw bones to their followers, and these bones invariably consist of things like abortion bills and homosexuality bills and so on, moral easements. Whereas when the Tories get in, they invariably throw financial bones. In this case, it will obviously be commercial television, commercial radio. The question to me is it better to have sort of ethical bones or financial bones? That would seem to be the main issue. I thought to myself when I was observing this election, if I had a slice of old Calcutta, I should vote Labour. And if, on the other hand, I had some shares in an advertising company that was looking forward to commercial radio, I should vote Tory. As I'm in the happy position of not being financially involved in either of these enterprises, I can legitimately abstain.
You didn't abstain, did you, really?
Yes.
But just think of all the lovely time you can have chewing over those bones in 1,500 words of all those books that come out week after week in the New Statesman. You have a job for life, Malcolm.
Well, except, yes, Cliff, but there are jobs and jobs. And even now, the sort of awful, mountainous boredom of these books is weighing upon me before they're even written.
You could always sell them, Malcolm, at any rate.
But that's true, but you know, you only get half price. You realise that. And sometimes even dealers, poor broken book dealers, tend to turn down political volumes.
Malcolm, you can go back to your garden. Thank you very much indeed. Now let's take a look at some results. Bodmin, this is a Conservative gain, the one we were talking about down there. Robert Hicks is the
An 8% switch of votes from between the Conservatives and the Liberals against the Liberals. Put that firmly back into the Conservative column.
And whilst we look at Belfast East, let me tell you, I think there's a recount going on at Cannock. This is Jenny Lee's constituency with 11,000 majority last time. Belfast East.
Stanley McMaster, Unionist, a rebel against Mr. Heath, both on the common market and on resale price maintenance.
And up to High Peak. This is the Moreland district of Derbyshire, includes Buxton.
Only 2.6% swing there, but enough to put Peter Jackson out and put the Conservatives back into David Walder's old seat.
The Marchant and Jackson very sharply contrasted. Jackson, a most independent member of the Labour Party.
And Hendon North, this is John Gorst in at Hendon North. This includes Mill Hill and Colindale and Burnt Oak and that part.
Yes,
and now we're going to Aberdeen. Man. We're going to Aberdeen. I think this is Aberdeenshire East for the declaration.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now give you the result of the voting in the constituency of East Aberdeenshire. The total number of votes polled for each candidate in the election was as follows. Alexander Ross Farquhar,
Scottish Nationalist,
9,377. Harold Claude Grimes,
Labour,
5,656. Guth Christian Hoyer Miller,
Liberal,
3,548. Patrick Woolridge Gordon, 12,866.
And this is Lord Boothby's old seat in Aberdeenshire East. Does it give us an indicator?
This is a very bad news for Laura Grimond in Aberdeenshire West, because the Liberals, if I got those figures right, moved back to fourth place. The Scottish Nationalists plainly took a great many votes away from the Liberals, and I think it's going to be very difficult for Liberals to hold on to the 3 seats that they had in the north of Scotland, or to win back Caithness on these figures.
Yes, the SNP have been very optimistic about their results, right up in the far north.
The Conservatives...
Can we take this one? Conservative gain, the Wrekin, another puff of wind in Mr. Heath's spinnaker to carry on this.
Every single seat that we were waiting for this morning has gone to the Conservatives. Every seat we were wondering about which way it would go, except possibly Darlington and Hampstead, where they're having a recount, which would be unexpected for Labour to hold in the night's trend. But everything else has been going the Conservatives' way, and Cannock a recount, that must be at least a 10% swing if Jenny Lee was defeated there. It's a very safe seat. It would be the biggest swing to oust anybody. It would be very unexpected if she lost Cannock, but it is, of course, next door to the Powell country, where we have had 1 or 2 rather bigger swings.
And here are the full figures for Aberdeenshire East. There they are.
The Scottish Nationalists, you see, move up into second place and push the Liberals from a strong second into a bad fourth, losing their deposit.
Patrick Woolridge Gordon, one of the great supporters of moral rearmament in the House of Commons.
And now we're going to Harold Webb.
Well, newsflash here on the industrial desk, Cliff. The queue at number 10 Downing Street of people who are likely to assemble there with their pay claims has already begun. The doctors have staked the claim to head the queue. Dr. Derek Stevenson, Secretary of the British Medical Association, has said that he hopes the new administration will initiate immediate talks with the BMA so that a satisfactory settlement of their dispute about the need for an independent review body could be reached at the earliest possible moment. Cliff?
Meanwhile, let's go down to Albany to hear from Michael Charlton if anything is stirring in Albany.
Well, we've just heard here at the Albany that Mr. Heath is unlikely now to come out until after lunch. It was thought that he may be leaving here round about midday, but we understand that he's having lunch now and won't be leaving until after he's had that. About 15 minutes ago here, his doctor left, and we can update you a bit on the now famous cigarette burn, which is about the only news coming out of Mr. Heath's flat this morning for the press, as you would have seen on some of the headlines. For those of you who didn't hear about this, apparently last night in the crush outside Central Office, about 3 this morning, somebody stabbed a cigarette into the back of his neck. So we had the doctor here this morning. As we were saying, probably the least painful pain in the neck that he's had in the last month or so, or is likely to have, with some of the headaches to come. But the doctor said that Mr. Heath is in great form, and it's only a small burn anyway. And that's all the news for the moment from Albany, expecting Mr. Heath to leave here after lunch, say around about 1 o'clock, for Conservative Central Office at Smith Square.
And Conservatives have held Norfolk South, if Mr. Heath is watching.
Well, that was only a 100 majority last time, so it was one they could have lost if they were losing seats today, but of course they aren't losing seats, and other results we're getting from Norfolk imply that Labour is going to be losing seats in that area.
Now let's have a look at, there's the Norfolk South West.
Now, this is the most extreme seat, that it has never had a majority of 4 figures in a general election since the war, and this is the first time, and now Mr. Hawkins is safely in, and it's no longer the nation's super-marginal, always swing against the tide. It's just swung more or less with the tide, just slightly more than the tide. Poor Norfolk South West loses its eccentricity.
And to that great volcanic mountain, which is now extinct, the Wrekin.
Only 1.4% swing there. That's much lower than elsewhere. Mr. Powell went and spoke for Mr. Trafford. It's near the Powell country, but it wasn't showing the swing. I don't think actually there is a very big swing in what one might regard as the periphery of Wolverhampton.
Dr. Joseph Trafford's a former Young Conservative, very active party member and party worker. Gerald Fowler's seat, of course, before.
And now to the Western Avenue, Greenford, Northoak, Perivale. That's all included in Ealing North.
They held that over a recount, remember. That was being counted last night. They counted it twice, had a recount, and now there's a 320 majority. It wasn't all that close to have held it over.
Geoffrey,
64 games.
Geoffrey Priest, can we have a comment on the Wrekin, please? Can't hear you. Sorry, Geoffrey. We couldn't hear you then. Perhaps someone can put the plug in. Graham Turner.
Yeah. Just to keep you up with the fascinating progress of the share market and the pound, there's been a very big business in government securities this morning in gilt-edged shares, very big buying indeed, and there's been, I gather, one order of at least £100 million, and I'm told a lot of this money that's going into gilt-edged shares is coming from abroad into Britain, reflecting overseas confidence in the new Conservative government. Ordinary share prices have slipped back a bit as people are trying to take their profit on the price rises which took place earlier in the day, but the share index is still probably about 15 points up on the day, which is a good thumping increase. And as far as the pound is concerned, it's still doing very well. It's back to the middle of its price range, $2.40, where it's not been for a month, and I gather that the likelihood is that the Bank of England are doing very good business and taking in quite a lot of dollars. Cliff.
Taking a few results anyway. Norfolk South, this is one we've mentioned to you just now. There is no change there at Norfolk
But there's a
South.
6% swing there, which means that Norfolk North and Yarmouth presumably are likely to go over to the Conservatives.
That's John Hill, the man who brought Jim Pryor into the House of Commons, Edward Heath's parliamentary private secretary.
And the member for Lord's Cricket Ground is again Quinton Hogg, who never goes to cricket, he told us. Never ever goes to cricket, he told us one way or another, during all the business about...
Interesting to see whether Quinton Hogg is as effective on those 2 issues of race and Ulster as he has been over the last year.
And now Conservatives have gained Faversham. Conservatives have gained Faversham. This is one we were expecting them to gain.
That old BBC producer Terry Boston is lost from the House. That's a seat the Labour Party have held ever since 1945. Percy Wells held on by hair's breadth majorities in the mid-1950s, but now it has gone to the Conservatives, about the 9th seat.
And there's the result. This includes Sittingbourne, Sheerness, the Isle of Sheppey and around there.
The big swings all through Kent.
Very popular member of Parliament, Terry Boston was, a good constituency man and a government whip.
And it's a Conservative gain.
Indeed. Roger Moat.
And Workington.
That's just confirmation that Fred Peart has won.
Yes, Leader of the House.
Very low swing.
Last session.
Yeah, the Workington figures there. This is in Cumberland, Workington. And now to Rushcliffe. This is a Conservative gain. We did, in fact, flash it on your screen earlier on. It's a Conservative gain.
5% swing there. It was one of those ones that we expected this morning on the figures we've been having, but every seat that we've been waiting for, except Ealing North, has in fact gone to the Conservatives this morning.
Kenneth Clarke, an ex-president of the Cambridge University Conservative Association, young Heath-type Conservative.
That's the headquarters of Boots, incidentally. And now Finchley. This is something we haven't given you before. This is Mrs. Thatcher's seat in Finchley, opposition spokesman on education.
Low swings in that part of North London, and that's next door to Hampstead, where we're waiting for the result on the recount.
Yes, Margaret Thatcher, who's sure to be in the government, the person who took over from Edward Boyle, and who turned down the post of Shadow Social Secretary before on the grounds that that was always reserved for women.
And now to the biggest herring fishing port in Britain, to Yarmouth, a Conservative gain there, and back in again goes Anthony Fell. It's a Conservative gain at Yarmouth. For those of you who've never been to Yarmouth, that's what a bit of it looks like. The rest of it looks like all fun and holiday camps and people going round and round on whirly gigs, because it's also got a great holiday bit as well. And Farnham, this is Farnham. This is in Surrey, commuter country, southwest Surrey, and Maurice Macmillan's seat.
Son of Harold Macmillan, of course, and head of the publishing firm. Man who's been outstanding in his support for Europe and outstanding in his criticism of government spending. I wonder if he applies exactly the same criterion to Mr. Heath.
And the county town of Somerset, represented once more by Edward Buckingham.
Yes, from 65 to 67, of course, chairman of the Conservative Party before Mr. Barber, and unit trust chairman, a man extremely effective in that area, and I saw the prices of his unit trusts are going up today too.
A man who was in this studio until very early this morning, and now he's gone down there. Stafford and Stone, there is no change in Stafford and Stone, and this is the Right Honourable Hugh Fraser's seat.
Only 4% swing there, but a 10% swing must be something like that, must be happening next door in Cannock, where we're waiting on the result of a recount in Jenny Lee's seat.
And yes, Hugh Fraser, who it's been said is the most scathing man sitting down in the House of Commons.
Wonder what he's like standing up. Now to Banbury. Ryder Cockhorse and all that. They tried to knock down the cross. Did they succeed? And Neil Martin's there. Anyway. Neil Martin's in there. Bishop Auckland next.
Neil Martin will miss the Prime Minister, incidentally.
Pardon?
He'll miss the Prime Minister. They had a very famous rapport at question time, these two.
Oh.
I think he'd be very sorry that, in one sense, the Prime Minister's no longer opposite him.
Well, there's Bishop Auckland, County Durham, south, and now to Carlton.
6% swing, a fairly high swing there, just outside Nottingham.
Yeah, this is to the east of Nottingham.
It's Philip Holland, who's used to be Member of Parliament for Acton, of course.
And to Ludlow. Ludlow, lovely part of the world is Ludlow.
These high swings in the agricultural seats, well above the average we were getting last night.
It's Jasper Moore, one of the Conservative whips, barrister.
It's right on the Welsh-English border. And now, in the midst of all that, you were asking about 4:45 this morning, Graham, if you could have a moment when we had some more results in. Well, you've got some. You've had about 65 this morning. There are only 147 to go. Now what does your magic box say?
Well, the computer is predicting an overall majority, I beg your pardon, a majority for the Conservatives over Labour of 39. We've only had one result on which the computer was wrong on who the favourite candidate was, and that was Ealing North. But in all the other cases where the computer thought there was a 90% chance of a win, it turned out to be a win. And so all these little accretions offset the error we made on Ealing North, and the prediction is staying very stable at this point.
And now let us go down. Sorry, got half a roll in my mouth. As I was saying before I had a half a roll in my mouth, we now take you down to Smith Square, and standing there I see Christopher Jones.
Who I've just got here outside the Conservative Central Office. I just got hold of Lord Carrington, who is the leader of the Conservative peers in the Lords. Lord Carrington, you're one of the few people who hasn't had to fight for his seat in Parliament.
No, I may not have had to fight for the seat in Parliament. I've done an awful lot of speaking. As a matter of fact, on the last election, I'd spoken 13 constituencies, and all 13 went Labour. The ones I've been speaking in this time seem to have done rather better.
Well, then, does this mean that you're still in line to become the leader of the House of Lords?
Well, that's up to Mr. Heath, not up to me.
Would you like to be?
But I like to be in the government. Who wouldn't?
Now, what sort of part do you think the Lords will now play under a Conservative government? A more active part?
I think the House of Lords, generally speaking, has been pretty active over these last 5 or 6 years. And in a way, I think it's done rather well with the Labour Party in government. I think we've done one or two things for which we ought to have great credit. And I've no doubt we shall continue to do so now we're in the government.
Among the other things you've managed not to do is be reformed under the Labour government. Do you think that this may happen under a Conservative government?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was one of the people who tried to reform the House of Lords, so I wasn't very pleased about that. But I think we shall have to look rather carefully at it and see what we can do.
Particularly in what way? The hereditary principle stays still or not, do you think?
Oh, I think that's a terrible question to be asked on a Friday morning after I've been up all night. I don't think I'm going to answer that one.
Well, we'll leave it at that then. Okay. Back to Cliff.
Well, you come back to me because we have one or two rather sensational little headlines in there. David Ennell's out at Devon, which was
certainly predicted on the previous figures, and the Derbyshire South East seat where Trevor Park gave up, possibly not expecting to win. Well, the seat did go to the Conservatives. And so, again, we have everything going to the Conservatives that could have been expected, and the results in Yarmouth mean that Norfolk North and King's Lynn must be very probable losses. The only one that we're waiting for now, where we have evidence that there might be hope for the Labour Party, is in Hampstead. On the other hand, we're told that Cannock is at risk, which nobody ever dreamed of putting in anybody's marginal list. Jenny Lee is fighting for her seat with a recount.
The time is now 12:31. It's time to greet our new newsreader, Kenneth Kendall.
The Indochina War continues to be the biggest overseas story today. From Cambodia, there have been reports of a number of major communist attacks. There's been street fighting in the provincial capital of Kompong Tom after an all-out assault during the night. Fragmentary reports from the city said the Cambodian defenders were holding on. 80 miles to the south, the Cambodian capital, Phnom Penh, was at one time isolated, with the Viet Cong cutting off all roads leading from it. The latest report says the Cambodian army has reopened the main highway to Saigon, but a communist assault on the capital is still feared. In the Middle East, more trouble along the Suez Canal. Israel says her planes attacked a number of Egyptian military positions during the night, but there's been no comment from the Egyptians. Election night passed in Northern Ireland with only one incident reported, a petrol bomb thrown through a pub window. It scorched the woodwork but caused little damage and no injuries. A 24-hour strike by Southern Region train drivers at Waterloo has been disrupting commuter trains. The strike caused the cancellation of all boat trains to Southampton and means there'll be no special trains to Ascot Racecourse. And finally, the Australian comedian Barry Humphries is in hospital in Melbourne after being beaten up. His troubles haven't ended there. He's to be tried in a suburban court on charges of being drunk and disorderly, using insulting language and resisting arrest. Now, back to Cliff.
For the state of the parties at 12:32, this is how the state of the parties board looks. Labour have 247 seats. They've gained 9 and lost 59. Conservative 240. They've gained 62, lost 6. Liberals have got 2 seats. They've lost 4. And others 2, gained 1, lost 3. The gained one was S.O. Davis, who one really ought to be putting in with the Labour seat there. Now let's take a look at some of the results, and we go first of all to Derbyshire South East. This is east of Derby.
A big swing back to the Conservatives in a seat that they won with by 12 votes back in 1959, and now is the big win there. They're getting back to the 69, better than the 59 position in Derbyshire South East.
Isle of Thanet, this is the northeast corner of Kent. And William Rhys-Davies here, Alan.
Yes, man who suggested quite recently that the state ought to set up its own secret service to fight against crime. I don't think he was referring specifically to the Isle of Thanet. He was considering it a national problem.
And down in Dover, David Ennells, Minister of State for Social Security.
Yes, this is a real loss, of course, to the effectiveness of the Parliamentary Labour Party. He was Minister of State at the Department of Health and Social Security, and a man also deeply involved in the strategy and organisation of Transport House.
And another QC is in there with Peter Rees. Of course, Cardiganshire.
Now, this was a seat the Liberals might have hoped to win, but Labour is back with their... He used to be a Welsh Nationalist candidate back in '64, but has now been to the Home Office. Morgan is back in Cardiganshire, the Labour Party with an increased majority.
This is West Wales, of course, and now Hitchin.
Shirley Williams is back there comfortably. Not as big a swing nearly as nearby Epping, which did swing to the Conservatives very unexpectedly.
Yes, Mrs. Shirley Williams, Minister of State at the Home Office, has been said that she might be the first woman Prime Minister, but clearly that event has been postponed.
For some time. St Helens now, where the Pilkington glassware strike was on, and I suppose we associate it with rugby league and Eddie Waring and all that.
Only a 5% swing there, just about the normal, despite all the disruption of the Pilkington strike.
Yes, Leslie Spriggs, a railway man who incidentally was so unpublicity conscious that he didn't get a single headline out of that Pilkington strike.
And now to that fine Tudor town in the heart of rural Shropshire. Here it is, Sir John Langford Hope there.
Yes, a man incidentally who describes his hobby in Who's Who as minding his own business, something which his constituents clearly approve of.
And not a bad thing to do. Hendon South, up in the North London suburbs. Golders Green, Hampstead Garden suburb, where Mr. Wilson at one time lived, has now sold his house for £14,000, and I bet he regrets it.
Yes, low swing in that whole of that area of North London.
This is Peter Thomas, who's tipped for office in a Conservative government, replacing there Sir Hugh Monro Lucas Tooth of Tashnanish, who retired, a gentleman who added extra names to his name frequently.
Elgin Griffith's seat at Bury St Edmunds. This is real farming country, a great cattle market there, and of course Newmarket Racecourse.
6.5% swing there. There's been a high swing right throughout the whole of East Anglia.
Man who's been known as the policeman's member of Parliament.
And now to Kensington South.
The safest Conservative seat in England.
Here's Brandon Rhys-Williams. He's fought some extraordinary seats, you know, in the past, Ebervale and Pontypridd. He certainly earned his apprenticeship before moving to the safe seat of Kensington South.
Well, it's a great leap from Pontypridd to Kangaroo Valley there, now to Rother Valley, very safe Labour seat, the West Riding of Yorkshire.
Yes, David Griffiths, one of the last of the old-style Labour members of Parliament.
And
solid
to
trade
Ince,
unionist.
this is south of Wigan in Lancashire, one of only two seats that have been solidly Labour since 1906.
5% swing in each of these last two mining seats, Lancashire and Yorkshire.
Normanton, Yorkshire, West Riding. This is, of course, South Yorkshire coalfield area.
Yes, this is an extraordinary man, Albert Roberts. He's certainly on the far right of the Labour Party. He's a great fan of Franco. In fact, has named his house after one of Franco's most successful battles in the Spanish Civil War.
And this constituency is named after a race, the Cambridgeshire.
Yes, Francis Pym back there, incidentally a descendant of the great King Pym of the 17th century parliamentary conflict.
Whilst we're naming places, let's now go to Sedgefield.
4% swing in Sedgefield. Mr. Reed, a new member, back in place of Joe Slater.
The home of the Charlton brothers, apart from anything else, that is. Makes a change to say that. There they are. Well done. Bobby and Jack. Right, now to Goole in Yorkshire, the West Riding, port that's some 50 miles from the sea on the Humber. This
is George Jager, on the right wing of the party, a loyal supporter of Mr. Heath, of Mr. Wilson, I'm so sorry.
And down to the east coast of Lincolnshire, Skegness, Skiggy and Mablethorpe, all included under Horncastle.
6% swing, nearly 7% swing in that bit near East Anglia.
And right across to the other side of the country,
Alfred
Morecambe and
Haldanes.
Lonsdale, northwest Lancashire, from Morecambe Bay right up to the Lake District, this is.
Only 4% swing there, lower than some we've been just having.
And back again to the Durham coalfield, southwest of Newcastle, this is Blaydon.
Here's Robert Woof, member of the Estimates Committee.
4% swing there.
And Berks, that's where Blaydon is. There we are. And Berks and Ash, and if you don't know where that is, it's in the West Riding of Yorkshire. It's really between that little bit, what am I saying? Quite a big bit between Leeds and York.
Yes, Michael Allison, back there, a member of the left wing of the Tory party, especially on Rhodesia and immigration, where he's often gone with the Labour government, in fact.
Well, let's go to Westbury now. Sorry, the machine got stuck then. Does occasionally. There we are.
5% swing to the Conservatives in that Wiltshire seat.
Yes, Dennis Walters, who frequently has clashed with Manny Shinwell in the House of Commons, a pleasure he won't be able to have now that Manny has in fact been elevated to the Lords.
And to Eastbourne, Seaside Resort, strongly Conservative.
Liberals up into second place. A very strong Liberal showing there indeed. One of the first really good results the Liberals have been having today.
And if Sir Charles Taylor, who would have been Father of the House if Mr. Turton hadn't returned to the House this time.
If you want a piece of useless information, it's third in the favourite retirement areas of Great Britain. There we are.
Incidentally, yes, Charles Taylor was the man who referred to the Race Relations Board the advert for a Scottish cook.
We're on Henley now. This is Henley, John Hay.
6% swing just by Oxford.
And to Easington, this of course was Manny Shinwell's old seat in County Durham.
And only 1.5% swing to the Conservatives there, despite the fact that the Labour Party no longer has Manny Shinwell after 25 years to carry their standard.
John Dormand, education officer, and a Fabian, of course.
And in Cumberland, this is where the Atomic Energy Authority establishments are at Seascale and at Calder Hall at Whitehaven.
3.5% swing.
Don Valley, West Riding of Yorkshire, mining area around, right around Doncaster.
That's 5.4% swing, and Doncaster is vulnerable to just that sort of swing. So there's a marginal seat that we perhaps the computer didn't think would go, but it might if it goes like Don Valley round it.
And a very different place now in the outer suburbs of London, Carshalton. Once the Surrey countryside, but anyone who drives through it will know it is no longer.
Captain Walter Elliott back there.
4.5% swing.
And up again to the old cathedral and university city of Durham.
3.7. There was a suggestion, there was a false headline suggesting it had gone to the Conservatives.
Yes, that
would
really
have been
was
a
a
20% swing, and I didn't believe that for one moment.
At that moment in time, every psephologist had palpitations. And Totnes down in South Devon, the head of the Dart Estuary, a very beautiful place too.
5% swing in Totnes.
And Ray Morby back again, Tory trade unionist. They don't have all that many of them, and they tend to get wheeled out on correct occasions.
Well, this is a correct occasion. Skipton in Yorkshire, the West Riding, rendezvous point for walkers and climbers and waders and potholders.
Burnaby Drayson there, who was one of the first Conservative members of Parliament and candidates who came out specifically supporting Enoch Powell's speech on infiltrators into the civil service, the enemy within.
Now another bit of high country, Denbigh in North Wales.
And here is a seat the Liberals hoped to make some advance in, but they only got 18% of the vote, back in third place in a seat they used to be second in, comfortably a Tory seat.
Mr Morgan, one of the two Welsh-speaking Tory MPs, the other one, of course, being Enoch Powell.
And stroking his chin the while, Robert Mackenzie.
Well, we've reached a very interesting moment on the State of the Parties board. You'll see that the Conservatives are just about to pass Labour in the left-hand column there. 247, about to pass, and the next two results are in. Remember that Mr Wilson's made it clear that when the Conservatives reach 316, that is one more than half the House, as it were, he will concede the result and presumably then begin to make arrangements to hand in his seals of office and so on. That's what will come about when another 69 Conservative gains have come in, Conservative seats have come in, and they're racing in, as we've been seeing in the last little while. It's worth looking, I think, to see where the remaining 9 Labour marginals are. We're waiting for 9 Labour marginals that are very much at risk the way the swings are going. If you look now on this board, you'll see where they are. On the southwest, in the southwest, Falmouth and Cranbourne, where John Dunwoody, a junior minister, is in real danger. In Wales, Monmouth. Another Labour marginal in the home counties, Bedford, Bedfordshire South, Buckingham, where Robert Maxwell is in real danger. In Greater London, just one, Hampstead, where the recount is still going on, and Ben Whittaker, a junior minister, is clearly also in danger. In East Anglia, where there are a great number of marginals, 2 now we're waiting for, Norfolk North and King's Lynn. And that makes the 9, as I count them, where we're waiting for probable Conservative gains.
And whilst we're talking about East Anglia, let us go across now to East Anglia, to Norwich and to Michael Cole.
It's clear. Well, first of all, that Berry result, that 6.6 swing, gives Eldon Griffiths a majority which is practically triple that result after a very stormy campaign with writs flying about. Mr Griffiths, you may remember, it was widely rumoured, used to write the speeches for the last Tory Prime Minister, Sir Alec Douglas-Home, and it remains to be seen whether he gets any sort of job in the Ted Heath administration. South West Norfolk, well, that was the constituency that regularly fused David Butler's computer by going completely against the national swing. A real do-different seat, as they say up here, but it hasn't happened this time. Swinging with the country and giving auctioneer Paul Hawkins his easiest ride ever. South Norfolk, well, that was the Tories' 3rd most vulnerable seat in the country this election, but John Hill, a front bench spokesman on education, has turned 119 majority into 5,000 plus. This area, incidentally, has a very strong radical tradition. It was the old stamping ground of Tom Paine, the 18th century revolutionary. Yarmouth, Anthony Fell back from the political wilderness. Mr. Fell, of course, a famous Suez rebel. He was one of the 2 only East Anglian MPs who lost their seats in 1966. Dr. Hugh Gray, he was the author of that euthanasia bill that got nowhere recently. Incidentally, Cliff, we really enjoyed your travelogue around Yarmouth, but I'm afraid they haven't landed any herrings there for quite some time. Back to you.
Fine. Well, we're coming back. I think we're at the point where Conservatives are actually ahead, Robert, aren't we?
Yes, now for the first time in this election, the Conservatives have more seats in hand than Labour, 250 to Labour's 249. Of course, there's another, we must wait for another, 66 further Conservative seats reporting before we then will expect the government changes to begin to take place, the transfer of power. Hard to guess when it will take, might take another hour, about an hour and a quarter, but we'll be holding on for that dramatic moment when the 3-1-6 goes up for the Conservatives.
We missed, I think, the shot where the board suddenly turned over from Lab lead over Con to Con lead over Lab, and I can tell you that there are 125 results to come, and now let's take some results. I believe Bassett Law. No change at Bassett Law. This is in Nottinghamshire.
It's only won by a hair's breadth in the by-election. Now it's safely there. All Labour's 9 gains that you saw were recovering by-election losses. They haven't actually gained any seats they lost in '66.
Murray and Nairn. This is Lossiemouth, number of fishing towns and villages around the Murray Firth.
Very strong Scottish nationalist vote there. The Scottish nationalists have been doing the Liberals down throughout that area.
This is an important result. Gordon Campbell, who's Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland, man who told me last week, of course, frankly, I'm no politician. No politician or not, he's back again.
There we are. The place you can get strawberries in April, they tell me. Montgomery, this is mid-North Wales, Liberal seat, and the Liberals have held on to it.
Well, this is a triumph for Emlyn Hewson, isn't it? Because he's, as the Liberals have gone down to right and left and centre tonight and today, he stayed there.
And statistically, this is the #1 agricultural town in Britain, and there's the man who represents it. It's now to Newark in Nottinghamshire, the place where King John died in Newark Castle. And Gladstone, I believe, was the MP here. Who is it now?
This is Edward Bishop.
And Wokingham, this is in Berkshire, rural constituency, stretches along sort of the fringe of Reading along towards Bracknell Newtown, includes Bracknell Newtown.
This is William Straubenzee, who's an education spokesman, but very much in the Boyle mould, now working alongside Margaret Thatcher.
And a very different constituency is Wallsend, up on Tyneside, mining and shipbuilding there, very many docks and engineering works.
It's Edward Garrett. It's one of the group of North East members of Parliament who stay together very much in the House, including MPs like Badger and Oates.
And the young chairman of the Haymarket Press is back in for Tavistock, right on the edge of Dartmoor.
Liberals in second place there.
On the edge of Dartmoor, I said, not in
Dartmoor. It's the Shadow Transport spokesman, Michael Heseltine.
And Newbury.
John Astor back, the third son of Baron Astor.
6% swing in Newbury in Berkshire.
Derbyshire West.
That's a safe Conservative seat and a 6% swing.
James Scott Hopkins there.
Won in the by-election.
And now we go to a declaration at... They said, go to Aberdeen. There's no... I can see there's nobody there. It's as empty as an eaten egg. Now to Robert Mackenzie, let's take a quick look at the state of the parties. People joining us at 12:48.
Conservatives now 2 ahead of Labour, with another up to 316 at least before we get the change of government, but they're moving ahead steadily as the rest come in. Some counts will be slow because we're in the rural areas for many of these, but that's the way it looks. And you see now on the party lead board indicated that Conservative lead over Labour indicated, with 120
and now to Hampstead. To Hampstead.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. John Hans Rudolph Kalman,
Liberal,
3,550. Geoffrey Finsberg,
Conservative,
21,264. Benjamin Charles George Whittaker,
Labour,
20,700.
Well, this was a seat we expected to go. We hardly expected a full recount. There was a 2.9% swing when only it needed a 2.4% swing to go. The recount foxed us a little, but there it was, with turnout down 8% from last time, but a comfortable Conservative win, which they suppose could have expected on the swing, but we were foxed by the stories of the recount.
This is a triumphant revenge, really, for the Conservative Party, isn't it? Because this was Henry Brooke's point of humiliation. He'd been Member of Parliament there from 1950 until 1966, when Ben Whittaker unseated him. This really is a great triumph. The Conservative back there, Geoffrey Finsberg.
I think the full impact of what happened last night is certainly telling on Mr. George Brown. Alan Hart, who's our reporter up in Belfast, reports this, that Mr. Brown has told reporters at an informal gathering in Belfast that he is now a private citizen and that he has finished with politics. And there is a quote from him, "That chapter of my life is over." And I think people on all sides of the House, of all shades of opinion, will be sad that it is over. We'll get a comment on that from people a bit later on. Sorry.
So I say one should take it perhaps with something of a pinch of salt, because George Brown has exited himself from politics before.
This sounds sort of fairly firm, but if we can get a hold of Alan Hart...
It's very sad if it's true.
Yeah, if it's true, it is very sad. We must take it at its face value. Ashford Kent now.
Bill Deeds back very comfortably for the Conservatives.
And Yeovil?
Yes, on the right wing of the party, and for 2 years, 62 to 64, in a Conservative cabinet. Will he be back in the new Conservative cabinet?
And Yeovil?
4% swing there in Yeovil.
This is John Peyton, man of sharp wit and sharper sarcasm, lend his talents to the Conservative government.
Let's go to Aberdeenshire West. I believe there's a declaration.
This is very much a grudge match. It was a Tory seat for 30 years until the Liberals snatched it just in 1966. Now it's close, looks like a close fight between Mrs. Laura Grimond for the Liberals and Colin Mitchell, Mad Mitch, for the Tories. Mrs. Grimond is defending a majority of just under 1,200. Colin Mitchell has been running a rather apolitical campaign. Said he didn't know which...
Ladies and gentlemen, I now give you the result of the voting in the constituency of West Aberdeenshire. The total number of votes polled for each candidate in the election was as follows. Laura Miranda Grimond,
Liberal,
12,847. Walter William Hay,
Labour,
6,141. John Gerard McKinley,
Scottish Nationalist,
2,112. Colin Campbell Mitchell, 18,000. $18,396. And I declare Colin Campbell Mitchell has been duly elected to serve us in Parliament for the constituency of West Aberdeenshire.
Liberals share the vote down 10.6. It's a bad day for the Grimonds because in North Angus her son has dropped from second place, a strong second place, to fourth place. The Scottish Nationalist challenge has damaged the Liberals, but it was much more than the Scottish Nationalist challenge, Scottish Nationalist vote, that accounts for Laura Grimond's loss of this seat. A 1,200 majority turned into a 6,000 deficit in West Aberdeenshire.
And now to Hugh Cochrane in Glasgow for a comment on that.
A cracking result, apolitical or not, for Colonel Mitchell, or the former Colonel Mitchell, the man who said he didn't know very much about farming, he didn't know very much about fishing, but he was in there pitching for the Conservatives in Aberdeenshire West. The main thing to look for now is, will the Conservative government, if returned, fulfil the main ambition in the forefront of former Colonel Mitchell's mind, and that is save the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, who are due to be proscribed out of the army very soon. Colonel Mitchell, of course, distinguished himself with the Argylls in Aden. He later left the army and had some sort of quarrel with the Ministry of Defence. He's still 44, he's still got a long way to go, and it looks as if he's got a very good majority to work on there in Aberdeenshire West. Cliff.
Let's have another look at the full figures. Thank you very much indeed, Hugh. Let's have another look at those full figures. Alan?
Yes, very disappointing, of course, also for the SNP candidate, because they've been very hopeful in this part of Scotland. We were just told then that Mad Mitch said he didn't know much about farming, or rather, Colin Mitchell. Well, he certainly always claimed that he knew about socialists. He said in this campaign, and I quote him, that socialists are horrible creatures who live in dark urban areas. Well, not many dark urban areas in that part of the country.
And now what we're going to do is take a look at the state of the parties at 12:55. There it is, before your very eyes.
Oh, no. Are they near enough?
There we are. That's the state of the parties at 5 minutes to 1. Now let us join Robin Day. We haven't been up with you for a bit, Robin, have we?
Well, no, but here I've got to comment on the Liberal Party result, Mr. Bessel. But just a moment, just to remind you there, Aberdeenshire West, Mad Mitch, Colonel Mitchell, now a Member of Parliament, defeated Mrs. Laura Grimmond, the wife of Joe Grimmond, and lost another Liberal seat. And so the Liberals have now lost West Aberdeen, Bodmin, Cheadle, Orpington and Ladywood. They have won North Devon, Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peebles, Montgomery and North Cornwall. That's to say they've got Mr. Thorpe, Mr. Steele, Mr. Hewson and Mr. Pardo in Parliament. We're still waiting for the Orkneys. Joe Grimmond will probably win that. Colne Valley, Mr. Wainwright. Inverness, Mr. Russell Johnston, Mr. Mackenzie and Ross and Cromarty. Now, will they hold those? This is a crippling blow to the Liberal Party. They've lost 5 already out of their 13 seats and may lose 1 or 2 more. Mr. Bessel, your seat at Bodmin went.
Yes.
You did not fight this time. What about it?
Well, naturally, I'm heartbroken. I can only say that. There's no other word.
Do you think the Liberal Party has any political future?
Well, we've been knocked down before, and we still have won over 1,300,000 votes in the country. That's significant. We've held North Cornwall, which was marginal. We've held Montgomery, and I would have thought that in other circumstances, perhaps with a swing against the Conservatives, we would still make a comeback.
Do you think the strategy was wrong? You see, because Mr. Thorpe based the whole last week of his strategy on the certain conviction that Labour was going to win and therefore there should be, the Liberals should be returned in greater force to form a more sensible opposition as he saw it. Now, that was clearly a wrong diagnosis, wasn't it?
It was a wrong diagnosis, but it was a diagnosis which every pollster made and almost every political commentator made. So therefore, I think Jeremy was entirely right to make that diagnosis and to fight the campaign which he did.
Do you think that the Liberal loss of seats owes something to his leadership not being so interesting, so exciting as that of Joe Grimmond?
No, I don't. I think Jeremy came over on television in a very statesmanlike manner. I think that his image was very impressive. I heard this everywhere I went, and I think it was wholly justified. I think he was a great leader.
May I just mention there is a recount in Mr. Woodrow Wyatt's seat, and that is extremely interesting, and we'll bring you more news of that as soon as we can. Mr. Bessel, what do you think the Liberal Party's strategy would be if its strength is about halved, as it may be in the new Parliament?
The strategy it's always had when it's suffered these blows: we shall fight back, and we shall go on fighting back, and nothing will deter us from doing so.
But you've got a vast sum of money to get you out of your financial difficulties in this one. Here's rumours of a sum of nearly £200,000 being given to the Liberals on the eve of the election. Whether that is true or not, a vast amount of resources was put into this relatively small result. What do you say to the argument that the Liberals now should ally with the liberally minded, moderate, let us call it, well, let's not use any names of people, but the moderate wing of the Labour Party?
No. I don't believe that that's the role of the Liberal Party. I've never believed it was the role of the Liberal Party to ally itself either with the Labour Party or the Conservative Party. We do represent an independent opinion in this country. We have been in the forefront with policies, and we shall go on being so. You mentioned the sum of money, which is about correct. Had it come 6 months earlier, I believe we might have had a very different result.
Can you tell us one of the unsolved mysteries, solve one of the unsolved mysteries of this campaign, where the money came from?
No, I can't.
Thank you, Mr. Bessel.
And now to Graham Pyatt. What is your computer saying to you now in your ear?
Well, it's saying that the Conservatives are likely to win 330 seats, the Labour Party 290, so we're expecting a majority for the Conservatives over Labour of 40. The range of error associated with that is narrowing down, and I wouldn't put it at more than ±5 at this stage, probably less.
Thank you very much indeed, Graham. And now Robert Mackenzie to bring us up to date as the clock ticks to 1 o'clock.
Well, there you've got it now. State of parties with the Conservatives 18 seats ahead of Labour and moving steadily, and they need another 46, but they're moving steadily toward the magic figure 316 when the whole essence of the democratic process will begin to move into force. Mr. Wilson will then begin to get ready for the transfer of power when that figure 316 Conservatives comes up at 1 o'clock.
Well, we're hoping...
Labour held Caithness.
Labour held what?
Labour have easily held Caithness. That was another of the places where the Liberals hoped for a gain and they haven't made it. But with Joe Goodman, they'll get 5 seats in the next Parliament, and that'll be their previous minimum. They had 5 seats in 1956 only.
Now, 1, 2, 3, what do we do? Conservative hold Basingstoke. Here's the Basingstoke result. This is in Hampshire.
David Mitchell back.
3.5% swing.
And Torrington, which was at one time, of course, a Liberal seat, which was taken in a by-election down at Torrington. This is Bideford, Oakhampton, Crediton and Lundy Island.
But still the Liberals in second place.
Yeah. And to Tiverton. There's Tiverton, Devon, northeast of Exeter. This is... And that's where Tiverton is.
Robin Maxwell Hislop, one of the original rebels against Mr. Heath over resale price maintenance.
And to Knutsford. Really, we ought to have a quick comment on Knutsford here. Whilst the result is not very interesting, if Graham can get rid of the sandwich in his mouth, you ought to talk about the man whose name is simply Davis there. Graham Turner. Can we get a camera on Graham Turner? Because he ought to talk about...
This is John Davis, of course, who's the former Director General of the Confederation of British Industry, scurrilously called the Bosses Trade Union. John Davis, a very able man, who had a great difficulty finding a seat that would take him. Then he found Knutsford, which, of course, was William Bromley Davenport's seat. Cliff.
There we are. So he's now got a seat, and we're going across to Albany now. Some champagne, if I'm not mistaken.
And if you're back with us here at the Albany, this is Mr. Heath's residence here at the Albany, and you're taking in the celebration of his prime ministership.
For his lunch, actually. I believe he's just getting out of his bath, and we felt he would like a refreshing drink.
He's not going to drink all this, is he? How much have you got in here?
There's a case there.
Yes. He's the director of Paul Roger.
No, I'm a director of Paul Roger.
You're director of Paul Roger.
Yes, indeed. I'm the sales director of Paul Roger.
And I heard you saying something about Winston Churchill.
Well, yes, indeed. Winston Churchill drank all of his life one champagne, and it was Paul Roger. He's a great friend of the families, or was a great friend of the families, and we feel that Ted Heath should continue in the same vein.
Right. Well, don't keep him too long up there,
I
because
shan't
we're
indeed.
expecting him out here.
Thank you very much. Where did you put ours?
And after that commercial break, let us go and remind you of something that people around here are a bit proud of. If you were with us at about 10 o'clock last night, about 11:15, I suppose, you may remember that we produced the first prediction of the election. And this was our own special poll from Gravesend. And we said then that the Conservatives would win and that there was a swing to the Conservatives of 4.4%. I needn't remind you now that that's what the swing is at this moment, but how do we do it? Here's Nicholas Harman.
Of course, most polls ask people what they intend to do, how they're going to vote, and we see what happened to their predictions. They were wrong. What we did in our special poll yesterday was to ask people how they had voted after they'd done it, and the people we asked were the voters at Gravesend. We've chosen Gravesend on the Thames estuary because it's been shown by a computer at Nuffield College, Oxford, scientifically, to be the most ordinary constituency in England. And election night is the night when the most ordinary constituency in England is likely to speak with the true voice of the nation. Gravesend constituency is typical in every way. It's got typical housing, typical cars and typical traffic jams. It's It's got typical shops with typical prices. People of Gravesend are in the right proportions too, just about the normal numbers of commuters, young voters, immigrants, housewives, pensioners, perhaps even politicians. Gravesend's apparently got just the right number of fields and of people who work in them. It's got big industry along the Thames, just the right amount, says the computer. And Gravesend's 80,000-odd typical electors usually do vote the way Britain votes. They went Conservative in the Tory 50s, Labour by a whisker in 64, Labour more generously in 66. If you know how Gravesend votes, you know how the nation votes. We've been trying to find out.
We're doing a survey just to find out what the country might vote. We found out in the years that the way this constituency goes, the country normally goes that way. Do you mind just putting from here?
At 1/3 of the polling stations, one voter in 10, and we've asked them to take a second secret ballot for us.
Right. Hope your boy's not going to look over my shoulder. No, I should come through here now. Yeah.
That was a rerun of our film at 10 o'clock last night, made by my colleague from Panorama, Nicholas Harmon, who is with me now. Nick, may I just remind people that you did get a 20% refusal rate.
We got 24% refusal.
24% refusal rate. And may I also remind you, and you may bring a quiet, smug smile to your face, that Dr. David Butler said he treated the result with great scepticism because of that 24% refusal.
Well, I have to be absolutely honest, Robin. When we got it, I was a bit worried about it myself. But there we are. It was very, very nearly right. It was almost exactly right for Gravesend. And it was a very, very considerably accurate prediction for the whole nation, which is very remarkable. I think the point is that the 24 people who refused to answer were in fact just about equally divided between the three parties, and so it didn't...
How many people did you talk to?
Well, the way it was done, I don't know the exact number of...
Well, roughly 100 or 200?
Cast. Or? Oh, no. About 60,000 votes were cast, and we spoke to about we spoke to one-third. At 1/3 of the polling stations, we spoke to one voter in 10. That is to say, 1 in 30.
But about how many people?
That's 30 into 60,000. That's about 10. That's about 20. Sorry, 2,000 people. That must be, isn't it?
And you spoke to them personally?
No. I beg your pardon, Robin.
No, I thought it was all your charm, which had persuaded people to reveal the secrets of the ballot box.
No, it was done for the BBC by a market research firm called Taylor Nelson, who I must say come out of this very well in this great rivalry of the polling firms that has been going on in this election. I think Taylor Nelson have something to be proud of.
I don't wish to detract from their achievement or indeed yours, but it is a little different taking it after it's been done than before, isn't it?
Well, of course it is different, but in a way, this is a journalistic result rather than a scientific one, but it's still, nevertheless, we were right, and I think we should be proud of it.
Indeed you can be, and so am I, and so is everybody else.
Boasting will get us nowhere, any of us. Let's take a quick look at some results. Norfolk North.
Yes, that's Bert Hazel, President of the National Union of Agricultural Workers, out.
A seat that goes to the Conservatives for the first time since the war, an agricultural seat which was Labour through the National Union of Agricultural Workers, which used to have such a stronghold. Labour has now lost all their seats in Norfolk except for King's Lynn, which was the one perhaps they had the best hope of holding on to. We're waiting for that.
And the confirmation of the declaration you saw at Hampstead, and this is Geoffrey Finsberg.
2.9% swing was enough to put Ben Whittaker out.
You see. And Barnet, and this is Mr. Maudling's seat at Barnet in Hertfordshire.
Yes, the deputy leader and, of course, the former chancellor, and the interest now centres on where he goes in the next government.
Only 3.2% swing to the Conservatives to Mr. Maudling.
And the cathedral city of Chester is represented by a dairy farmer and a pedigree cattle breeder of some note.
4% swing.
Yes, John Temple.
Rutland and Stamford in Lincolnshire. This
is Kenneth Lewis, on the right wing of the party on nearly every issue.
7% swing in Rutland.
And that's where Rutland and Stamford is, and this is how things stand at Hemel Hempstead now.
6% swing.
James Allison back in again.
And Ivor Richard is back in at Barons Court.
Only 3% swing. This was a seat that could have gone to the Conservatives on the sort of results we've been having, but Ivor Richard has held on in Barons Court.
And can go dancing at Hammersmith Palais anytime he likes.
Man who has been Junior Minister of Defence.
And 1308, Jenny Lee loses Cannock.
That is one of the most sensational results yet. It must be at least virtually a 10% swing on the recount. And here is Jenny Lee, who first got into Parliament in 1929, the widow of a now in Devon, the Minister for the Arts, out of Parliament.
An extraordinarily successful one who got money out of Harold Wilson when nobody else could.
The highest swing, or the second highest swing we've had in this election, and just all of it was needed, or almost all of it, to oust Jenny Lee.
Cormack there.
There we are, and...
yes, the widow of Nye Bevan has been said, and a very successful member in this last government, somebody who managed to persuade the Prime Minister to put money into the arts immediately after devaluation, something which no other minister succeeded in doing.
And we must get a comment on that from Geoffrey Priest in Birmingham on Jenny Lee being out. Geoffrey?
Well, Cliff, I hope you're not going to ask me to explain that result, because quite honestly, I find it incomprehensible, that sort of swing. All one can say is Jenny Lee has held Cannock since 1945. It's a constituency which has changed. It's very much a mining constituency, but the mining has declined somewhat, and the cross-section of the constituency has altered by the influx of overspill development from Wolverhampton and the Black Country. But I would have thought that on balance that would have affected Labour. So really, there's no answer to the obvious question.
Yeah, and incidentally, Woodrow Wyatt's having a recount up there at Bosworth, isn't he?
It's against Adam Butler, the Conservative candidate there.
And we're standing by for a West Lothian declaration, I believe. Are we? If you can see it, I can't see it. What I can see is... All right. Robert Mackenzie.
I predict we're going to hear in the next few days the phrase silent majority. This is the phrase President Nixon and Vice President Agnew have used to reflect the exasperation of the great moderate majority in the country with the politics of the streets, student demonstrations, the new permissiveness. And they're quite confident that the silent majority backs a Conservative position. Now, the Tory party here did make a lot of law and order. They did know there was great exasperation in this country, too, with student trouble, riots of one kind or another in Northern Ireland and elsewhere. And I suspect this may have been a factor in the Conservative win, a kind of silent majority swing to the Conservatives in protest against the nature of the new semi-anarchistic politics of the streets that have been going on in our country, as in most countries in the Western world.
I can see in Aberdeen Jack Pizzey standing above Colonel Mitchell. That's a most unusual position. Jack.
Colonel Mitchell has cleaned up West Aberdeen with a substantial majority. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mitchell, I should call you.
Yep.
Mad Mitch, perhaps?
I don't mind what you call me.
You were reported, when you were first selected for this constituency, as saying that you hadn't yet decided which way you'd vote. Did you make up your mind?
Well, I had, really, but, you know, there is a sort of certain element of humour in some of the things one says, which are not always interpreted the right way.
I was following you around the constituency when you
Yes.
were canvassing last week. It struck me as looking a little like the commanding officer doing his rounds. Do you think that your military background helped a lot?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you can only judge that by the result. I mean, certainly there was the organisation, from my personal point of view, was what one had always been brought up to in the army. But on the other hand, you win these things with your local supporters, you know, and the association and their organisation. That's what really wins the election. And
when you get to Westminster, what are you going to concentrate on?
Well, I'm going to concentrate on West Aberdeenshire, because that's why I've been returned here as the Member of Parliament. And the problems in West Aberdeenshire are an enormous quantity. You know, there's depopulation, there's the encouragement of more jobs. There's so much to be done in West Aberdeenshire that I think I'll have a full day doing it.
What about defence? Won't we be hearing you on that?
Well, you know, I like to think I know a little bit about defence too, and I'd like to, you know, hear Mr. Healy's views on certain things. The greatest thing on the defence field, of course, is that the Argyll and Southern Highlanders are now saved.
Totally saved?
Well, they are indeed. I mean, it's in the Conservative manifesto that if we return to power, we will save the Argyll and Southern Highlanders.
You were proposing a few months ago that the Argylls could possibly be hired to some of the oil sheikdoms for internal security.
You always had to anticipate a Labour victory even in almost optimistic moments. There's no requirement for that, is there?
Now, you've made your reputation in the army for courage and for stubbornness, really. Do you think stubbornness will fit in at Westminster? Will you be able to compromise?
Well, I would have never have... I've no reputation in the army for stubbornness that I know of. That's your invention.
You're not...
Tenacity, you might say. But tenacity is a military quality. It's also a political one in certain ways.
You didn't come out in your book as a respecter of your senior officers, I thought. Will that fit in Westminster?
You're entitled to your own opinion having read my book, but that's not a general opinion. I can show you, you know, sort of other opinions. You mustn't generalize, you know, when you deal about me in what people think. There's far too much of it goes on. What you want to get out of is continually trying to hang a label around my neck in terms of my military career. You want to settle down, to concentrate on what I am as a figure in British politics, which is what I am now, which is why the people in West Aberdeenshire, the majority, have returned me. So if you continually go on harking back to my military career, you'll eventually come unstuck, because it just isn't what is happening now.
You'd like to see the Mad Mitch image buried, would you?
I don't mind what you do with it. I mean, if you want to, you know, do what you like with it.
Mr. Mitchell, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jack Pitsey, West Aberdeen.
Talking to Colin Mitchell, Member of Parliament, and can I just quickly mention at the bottom of the evening news, it's got England's defeat in the World Cup was cited by a Swiss radio commentator today as a contributory reason for Mr Wilson's disaster. When a proud and sporting nation such as the British suffers a shock in sport, it instinctively turns against its government. There we are.
I think maybe a bit to that too.
Well,
I don't think
there may well be a bit to that. Everyone's nodding around me and saying yes. Right, let's take some results now. I think Petersfield in Hampshire.
Joan Quennell.
6% swing there.
And Dorset West. No, I've got the... Yeah, Dorset West, sorry.
5% swing there.
Down in Hardy country. Caithness and Sutherland.
Now, this is a very important result. The Labour Party have increased their majority. You see how the Scottish Nationalists cut into the Liberals, and that may threaten the two remaining Liberal seats on the Scottish mainland we're waiting for in Inverness and Ross and Cromarty, both next door to Caithness and Sutherland.
Surprising that in a way, because there's been a lot of criticism of Robert McLennan's father in Scotland, which might have rubbed off on him.
And I'm going to stop you all now to go to Albany and join Michael Charlton.
Tony Barber, of the Conservative Party, the chairman.
The next Conservative government. And if to any extent Mr Power's policy disagrees with the policy of the Conservative Party, it will be the Conservative Party's policy.
What are the first things that Mr Heath is going to do when he gets into office?
Oh, look, it was not for me to say that sort of thing.
Mr Barber, are you claiming victory for the Conservatives?
I'm not claiming victory, no. I think we've done rather well, though.
What do you speculate the majority may be for you at this stage?
I really wouldn't speculate.
When can we expect an announcement from Mr Heath about victory?
Well, I don't know. This really isn't for me to say. I'm just going off to have a little lunch now. Anyway, thank you all very much.
But you leave here obviously with nothing to distress you or depress you about.
No, I must say I'm reasonably content with the way things have gone. And mind you, I must admit that what has happened conforms with what I've been predicting all the way through the campaign. In other words, all our information, all our reports from the constituencies throughout, despite the polls, have all suggested a Conservative victory.
And on present indications...
We take him across to Belfast West.
McRoberts. Unionist. 27,451. And that the undermentioned person has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency, Gerard Fitt.
We just missed it, but Gerard Fitt, the Republican Labour man, is in there.
Mr Presiding Officer, once again it is my pleasant duty to propose a vote of thanks to you and your staff.
Well, that was Jerry Fitt back in.
Well, that means one more other. In our others column, we were talking about Conservative over Labour, but we've now got 8 others back in Parliament. I think Joe Grimmond is almost certain to win. That makes 9. And there are 2 or 3 other results, quite apart from Northern Ireland, that could push up that figure.
Jerry Fitt, a man who's been very important in the drama of Ulster. He's the man, essentially, who broke the House of Commons tradition of not discussing the internal affairs of Ulster. And he did so a long time before Bernadette Devlin arrived in the House.
And so he sits in the Stormont too, doesn't he?
Yes, he does indeed.
And there is...
Not only there, also the Belfast City Council, so he has 3 chambers of office.
So he really is a very, very busy man indeed. We're looking round now because declarations are beginning and results are beginning to pour in on us now. Nantwich, there's no change at Nantwich. This is in Cheshire.
Robert Grant Ferris back, one of the leading Roman Catholic laymen in the House of Commons.
And to confirm what we've already told you, Cornwall North, Mr Pardo is back in there.
He's been nursing this seat tremendously carefully ever since he won it in 1966, and he's been more successful there in some ways than he was when he was Treasurer of the Liberal Party.
I was down there. It was extraordinarily well drilled.
His incredible success in squeezing the Labour vote still more. It must be as little as 5% or less of the total vote. Less than 5%,
remarkable
4%.
tribute to the care he's given to that constituency.
And on the outskirts of Sunderland, Houghton the Spring.
Thomas Irwin back.
And Canterbury. And Halton Price.
Yes, that's David Crouch back there.
Canterbury, a big Liberal vote there, 19%, but obviously a safe Tory seat around the cathedral.
And Halton Price.
Safe in the East Ridings, Oh, a slight swing to Labour there. 0.6% swing to Labour. We haven't had many of those.
That's surprising, because Patrick Wall is a very popular Conservative Member of Parliament. But perhaps because of his passion on Rhodesia, he may have offended some members of his constituency.
And up in Derbyshire, Chesterfield, and this is Eric Varley.
Yes, used to be Parliamentary Private Secretary to Harold Wilson and has been Minister of State at the Ministry of Technology.
And Lord Belneill's seat at Hertford.
Yes, the Shadow Minister for Social Services, very much a Heath man in the Shadow Cabinet. Now expected, obviously, to go into the government.
6% swing to Lord Belneill.
And there is Lord Belneil, now Hereford.
David Gibson Watt, the has-been Shadow Secretary of State for Wales.
6% swing to the Conservative Party in Hereford.
It's rather unlikely, incidentally, that he would become Mr. Heath, Secretary of State for Wales.
A lovely old cathedral city, as you can see from that. Ashfield in Nottinghamshire, where D.H. Lawrence was born, at Eastwood in this constituency. And David Marquand is
yes, a right-wing intellectual, a member, in a sense, of the Labour Party aristocracy. His father was Hilary Marquand, who used to be a minister under Strathclyde.
5% swing there.
Brickfields and Brussels sprouts is what we ought to show you for the next one. Bedfordshire, mid-Bedfordshire this is, and Stephen Hastings.
Yes, member of the Monday Club and a very firm supporter of the pro-Rhodesia, pro-Smith, pro-settlement, rather, with Smith Lobby.
North Cambridgeshire, Isle of Ely.
Very big swing there. 8% swing to Mr. Legge Burke.
Yes, this is Sir Harry Legge Burke. Possibly could be a candidate for the post of Speaker, the role of Speaker in the House of Commons, because it's not absolutely clear that the Conservatives will accept Dr. King.
Angus Northam, Mearns.
There's John Glimond at the bottom of the poll, losing his deposit in a seat that the Liberals came second in. It has been a bad day for the Glimmonds. We're still waiting for Joe Glimond's result from Orkney and Shetland. But Mrs. Glimond and his son have both gone, lost their seats.
Alec Buchanan Smith there.
Badly.
The time 21 minutes past 1. Time to join Robert Mackenzie for a state of the parties.
Conservatives climbing steadily, you'll see there. They now need only 25 more seats to come to the magic 316, at which point the government begins to change. That's coming steadily now. One would guess perhaps another half an hour, three-quarters of an hour might do it, but we can't tell, of course, but that's the way it's going, and the Liberals have still got a very bad result, possible of one more gain on present form to 5.
Well, there it is, and now it's time for us at 13:22 to go nationwide with Michael Barrett. Mike.
Well, in the early hours of this morning, those of you who are with us will remember we tried to find any particularly wide regional variations in the pattern of voting, and we didn't have much success in doing so. Let's now take a block in the heartland, not really of England, but of Britain. Just imagine, if you can, draw a line from the northwest of Lancashire across the Pennines to the east coast, down to Norwich, let's say, and across to Birmingham. A pretty vague square then, but let's see if within that block we can find some common reason for the swing to the Tories. And let's begin in Leeds. John Burns.
Well, we've had up here in the north, Mike, 53 results declared so far, and Labour have held on to 34 of those seats. 4 of them have gone to the Conservatives, one of them, Brighouse and Spenborough, only by the narrowest of margins. Wolf Proudfoot got in there by only 59 votes. 2 very interesting ones have come today. Labour have held on to Doncaster, and Doncaster is one of those 10 seats in the country that at every general election since 1950 has gone the way of the party which eventually formed the government. Well, it hasn't done that today. And Bassetlaw is perhaps a little bit of a surprise too, because Joe Ashton at a by-election in 1968 had a very small majority of only 740, and he's raised that majority by 7,500 today. The swing overall in Yorkshire seems to be, and Lincolnshire, seems to be about 5%. But let me just give you 1 or 2 figures from the first 37 results, which I find terribly intriguing. The Labour percentage vote has come down 7% over the whole of this area. The Conservative percentage vote has gone up 3%, and also the Liberal vote has gone up 3%. So rather than there being a vast swing to the Conservatives, it rather suggests to me that it's been a swing away from the Labour Party. Well, you've got to admit, of course, that there are far more Liberals in the field up here. I think 10 or 12 more than there ever have been before. There are 36. But still, it's a swing away from Labour rather than a definite, up here anyway, a definite swing towards the Conservative Party. In the mining areas, the swing has moved about rather surprisingly.
We're nonetheless still puzzled as to why this swing should have happened, either away from Labour or towards Tories. Is there a clearer picture in the Midlands, Geoffrey Priest?
don't want to bother you with too many figures. I think David Butler made it fairly clear that the swing to Conservatives is fairly general, so I'm not sure whether we're not perhaps chasing a red herring in trying to identify particular reasons for a swing in, well, in my area, the Midlands. But if you want me to pursue this possible red herring, I will without any great confidence. Let us consider the possibility that the industrial constituencies may have been getting slightly worried, both the employed classes and the employing classes, if we can put it that way, about the slowly rising unemployment we've seen here, at the brakes which the government have maintained on industrial development, and particularly new industrial development, for a number of years, where new industries have been going to the development areas and to other parts of the country. There may be a general underlying concern about whether the traditional prosperity of this heartland of England will be maintained. It's a theory, and I put it forward only as that.
Well, Geoffrey, we may be pursuing red herrings, but a lot of people are going to pursue a lot of red herrings over this election, as Malcolm Muggeridge was suggesting earlier. And I think we might continue to pursue a few, perhaps in the northwest with John Humphreys there.
Well, we've got a red, white and a blue herring for you, as a matter of fact, Michael. Let's just give you the figures first of all. We started this election in the northwest with 27 Conservative seats, 53 Labour and 1 Liberal. It looks as if, almost certainly, as if we're going to finish it with 40 Conservative, 41 Labour and no Liberal. Well, now for those very strange red herrings. There are some peculiar swings. Let's look at Merseyside, where the swing is lower than anywhere else in Manchester, between 1 and 2%. In Liverpool itself, it's down to as much as, to as little rather, as 1% to the Conservatives. Now, if you start at Merseyside, the swing against Labour gets more as you go east and as you go south. And by the time you get to north-east Lancashire, there are Conservative swings higher than the national average, as high as 9% in fact. And this is for all seats. Now, this is most peculiar. I just can't give you any kind of explanation for it. One of the explanations we might have perhaps sought refuge in was the unemployment thing, but that just doesn't hold water, because unemployment is higher on Merseyside, twice the national average, in fact higher than anywhere else in Lancashire, so we don't get anywhere there at all.
John, it's getting curiouser and curiouser. I'm going to break out of that particular little package I drew there and go across the border to Glasgow and Hugh Cochrane.
Well, the factors of swing within Scotland are variable inside the country itself. The Tories have had a slightly less than the national swing, and in fact, of all the Scottish seats declared so far, there's only been 4 that have changed hands. The Tories won 2, and they also lost 2. And there are no indications from the pattern as to why they could have won them. Both the seats that they won were up in the northeast corner of Scotland. And in the northeast corner of Scotland, the Scottish National Party have not been winning seats, but they've certainly been pushing their vote up very much. Maybe there is a compromise factor in this in Scotland. The SNP haven't been doing terribly well, and the Tories in Scotland, don't forget, have proposals to have an elected Scottish Assembly, a kind of compromise mini-parliament. It could be that in certain areas this has tilted things slightly in their favour. Unemployment, I wouldn't really be so confident about that. As John Humphreys has already said, unemployment is slightly higher here as it is in the northwest. There is no great evidence that the Tories have got any winning cards to play on this, although there is some suspicion that Labour have in fact been losing face, because one of the things they promised very strongly, particularly in Scotland, was to hack the unemployment rate and the immigration rate. They've had some success with immigration, but unemployment has scarcely budged at all.
Hugh, thank you very much. There are obviously still so many ifs and buts and maybes, and as Geoffrey said, red herrings about all this. I wonder if, Harold Webb, you can find any common thread yet?
Well, I just wanted to say, Mike, that I tend to agree with Hugh Cochrane and John Humphreys. I must disagree with my old pal Geoffrey Preece about unemployment being an issue, or at least a deciding factor, to indicate some of these trends in some of these areas. If you look at the country generally, I think the truth is that, in an odd sort of way, Labour has done best in some of these high areas of unemployment. I mean, one area, Mike, hasn't been mentioned. If you take Little Cumberland, two seats, Whitehaven and Workington...
We're going to interrupt you to go to Buckingham for the declaration of the Robert Maxwell speech.
No. Ladies and gentlemen, as High Sheriff of the county and returning officer for the Buckingham constituency, I hereby declare that the total number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election was as follows. William Richard Benyon, 28,088. John Martin Cornwall,
Liberal,
5,475. Robert Ian Maxwell,
Labour,
25,567. And I further declare that William Richard Benyon has been duly elected to serve as the Member of Parliament for the Buckingham constituency.
And in 4.3% swing, just the national average there in Buckingham.
And up pops the figure. There's the full result. To confirm the full result to you, I really think we ought really to have a word from Graham Turner here beyond all else. There's been a great deal of influence here of Robert Maxwell in the City and Pergamon Press and so on.
Yes. Well, I spoke to Mr. Maxwell yesterday and he told me that he intended to concentrate on a parliamentary career because he was fed up of fighting the city establishment. But unfortunately, he won't have the chance to do that now. He'll no doubt continue the fight to keep an important place in the company he created, Pergamon Press, of which, as you'll remember, he lost overall control after the battle with Saul Steinberg of Leesco. At the moment, he's still chairman and chief executive of the part of the company which covers North America and Germany. Steinberg hasn't been able to kick him out there, and he's still the largest single shareholder in Pergamon with 28% of the shares. In this country, he's appealed against the manner in which the Board of Trade is carrying out its investigation into Pergamon because he told me the Board of Trade were reporting the results of their investigation to Leesco. Mr. Maxwell's quite a scrapper, and I think he might still be fairly described as a larger-than-life character.
Oh, he's certainly that. I've spent several days with him, making a film with him, and he really is much, much larger than life. That enormous country house that he had out on the, by Oxford there.
Yes, I'm slightly surprised, though, to hear from Graham that he was intending to make Parliament his career, because, in fact, he's been very disappointed by Parliament.
Tell me so
Parliament
yesterday.
didn't take him as he hoped it would take him, and he ended up not with a government post, but in charge of the Commons kitchens. He was very successful there, mind you, more so than Pergamon in some ways. He certainly got them from the red into the black, although a lot of members complained that in the process he got rid of all the best vintage wines. But he was a man who was genuinely disappointed by the House. It's perhaps ironical that he goes out on the same day, of course, as George Brown, who was very much his mentor in the House of Commons.
And Robert Mackenzie.
Well, 4 more Labour marginals likely to go. We have yet to hear from Falmouth and Cranbourne, Bedfordshire South, Kings Lynn and Monmouth. But looking now at the state of polls, you'll see that Conservatives are now 34 ahead of Labour, and the Conservatives now need only 18 more seats till they've reached the 316, which Mr. Wilson has promised us will be the moment when he will concede defeat, and undoubtedly the machine will begin to move for the transfer of power from one man and party to another man and party.
That machine of power is something we should keep our eye on, because the Queen, of course, is at Windsor, and she's going to Ascot this afternoon. We'll explain all that later on, but now the news, Kenneth Kendall.
From Cambodia, there have been reports of a number of major communist attacks. There's been street fighting in one provincial capital, Kampong Tom, after an all-out assault during the night. The defenders are holding on. The Cambodian capital, Phnom Penh, was at one time also isolated, and it's reported that Thailand is now ready to send 2,500 troops to help defend it. In the Middle East, more Israeli aircraft raids along the Suez Canal at a number of Egyptian military positions. We're hearing from our Glasgow newsroom that Edinburgh police are searching for a gunman in the Saughton Hall area of the city. The police have also announced that there's been a bank raid in the city in which a considerable sum of money was stolen. British diplomat Brian Lee, continuing his testimony into the inquiry in Uganda about his 3-day disappearance last month, has been asked why he didn't untie a rope which was binding him by the ankle to a boulder. He said it was because a man was standing a few yards away from him with a panga, a chopping knife. He'd seen bodies in his time that had been slashed with pangas, and he wasn't prepared to take the risk. And on that rather gruesome note, back to Cliff.
Dear, oh dear. Ooh, quickly up to Robin Day.
And with me here, the biographer of Mr. Heath, the author of this book, Mr. George Hutchinson. Few authors have such luck as Mr. Hutchinson. I'll come to you in a moment, Mr. Hutchinson. Also, Mr. Geoffrey Howe, QC, new MP, not in the House for the first time, but he's this time won Reigate. Sir Geoffrey Howe QC, a distinguished member of the bar, and my tip, I won't ask him because I know he won't answer, my tip is that he may well be Solicitor General in Mr Heath's government, and whether he is or not, he'll probably play a part in framing any trade union legislation because he's an expert on that subject and has just been touring America on it. And another new MP, Miss Janet Fuchs, who is a new Conservative lady MP. May I talk to Mrs Fuchs first, who's been waiting rather a long time. Mrs Fuchs, Miss Fuchs, I'm so sorry, and Miss Fuchs tells me that she's Miss Fuchs because no man has ever plucked up the courage to ask. Well, that's a challenge to any bachelors in the House of Commons, and perhaps one in particular, who knows? Miss, are you interested in music or sailing, Miss Fuchs?
Are you starting a matrimonial agency, Mr Day?
No.
I'm interested in music, but not sailing.
I have a lot of energy, but not that much, Miss Fuchs. Miss Fuchs, may I ask how old you are?
If you must.
I must.
34.
Really? You don't look anything like that, if I may say so. Miss Fuchs, what are your interests?
Politically or personally?
Politically and professionally.
Well, I am a teacher, and I'm very interested in education and, of course, in the position of women.
May I just interrupt and point out that Mr David Wainwright, another Liberal, has lost his seat in Colne Valley. The Liberal spokesman on economic affairs, a further crippling blow to the Liberal Party. They've now lost 6 seats. I now return to Miss Janet Fuchs. Miss Fuchs, what do you hope to speak on in the House of Commons? What sort of thing are you going to develop?
I say I'm particularly interested in the role of women in modern Britain and the law as it affects them adversely. And those are some of the points I should like to bring up in the House.
Mr Howe, in your experience in this campaign, what has been the turning factor?
I would have thought, in fact, the influence of rising prices on the votes of women. Very large number of women who've been convinced that we shall be able to do better on that.
May I just put one point to you? 2 or 3 people, trade union leaders and industrialists, Sir Paul Chambers and Lord Kirton, during this long programme, have urged Mr Heath, and I summarise their views, to soft-pedal any tough legislation he may have in mind about trade unions in the interests of national unity and getting the cooperation of the unions in a difficult economic situation. What do you say about that?
Well, I saw the Prime Minister in the small hours of the morning saying that he would in fact be introducing legislation along the lines we've been discussing and promising.
Who?
The Prime Minister designate Mr Heath.
Yes,
we must get used to calling him that.
No, he isn't yet. No.
But he was saying precisely that we shall be introducing legislation as we've argued for it in the campaign.
And may we turn now to the question of the Prime Minister designate and the man himself. The historic transfer of power, which Bob Mackenzie mentioned, will go into motion very shortly. Mr Wilson, any moment now, probably in the next hour or 2, will make his concession statement. Then he will go to the palace and tender his resignation to Her Majesty, which Her Majesty will accept. And then Mr Heath will be summoned. Her Majesty is bound to summon him and will give him her commission to form a government. And Mr Heath will accept, and then hopefuls, Tory hopefuls like Mr Howe will be on the telephone, they won't be very far, waiting to see if they're going to get office. And Mr Heath, who will form this government, has been the subject of this biography by Mr George Hutchinson, the former political journalist. And Mr Hutchinson, I want you to tell us, from your 2 or 3 years of working on Mr Heath's life and discussions with him, could you summarise for us what you think will be Mr Heath's personal and political qualities which he will bring to the office of Queen's First Minister?
I think he'll bring a sort of stability and steadiness in his thinking and in his mode of conducting things. I think the sort of government he'll form will have a style which, reflects his own inborn characteristics.
I wanted to ask you about that because he made a great thing in his foreword to the manifesto.
He did.
A new style of government.
Did.
Now, what will that be?
Well, I think he wants to avoid the sort of, the sudden dash, the haphazard sort of policy or expedient, and have a kind of cohesion, a sort of cohesion and precision to his policies. They're well thought out. They're all related logically to each other. Will
he be an interfering Prime Minister sending memos out every day like Winston Churchill? Will he be the chairman of a board more like Mr Attlee?
I think he'll be both. He'll be the chairman of a board, but I think also he'll keep a close eye on every minister and have a good deal to say about, the work of all departments.
Do you think he'll bring any innovations into the government machinery? Can you think of any offhand?
Well, yes, I think he will, because, I mean, as you know, he's going to introduce a sort of businessman element into the machinery of government in Whitehall. I mean, 14 people, 14 men of some calibre in business are already picked, you know, to go to Whitehall. They've been earmarked since last autumn.
Will they be civil servants? Or?
They'll be civil servants, yes.
We won't know their names. I mean, I won't be able to ask them questions.
Well, I'm not too clear about this, really, exactly. I mean, they will be public servants in that they will not be politicians. They'll be public servants. They won't, I take it, be permanent members of the civil service. They'll be in the nature of auxiliaries. I mean, it's not a brand new conception, but it will be worked on in a more systematic way and on a bigger scale than it has been, for example, in the outgoing government.
Mr. Hutchinson, thank you. Would you be so kind as to autograph this first edition of your book for me afterwards?
Happy.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Hutchinson. Cliff?
I think we ought to say that Mr. Fuchs, incidentally, is the most gorgeous red-haired. If you're seeing it in black and white, it is something you are missing. Now let's bring you up to date with the state of the parties and Robert Mackenzie.
Well, at 1:40, the Conservatives are moving inexorably toward the moment when the governments will change. At 3:02, they need only 14 more Conservative seats to report, and they've got it. There are 53 to come. They'll easily get their 14. It's only a matter now of how rapidly it happens. It could be 10, 20 minutes. It could be a bit longer, but it soon will come.
The interesting figures there, as far as we're concerned. Next, Liberals have only got 4 seats, and they've lost 6. Point that we now take up with Peter Hill, who is outside the Liberal Party headquarters. Peter.
Well, I've been out in the Liberal headquarters all through the night and through this morning, and I can only say the mood is one of absolutely unrelieved gloom. They've only got 4 seats they've held by the merest whiskers, very slim majorities. They've lost 6. They must be bitterly disappointed by Colne Valley. The only comfort they can possibly take is that on 33 of the seats they've increased their vote, and the point has been made to me that with 1.5 million votes recorded in the country, the electoral system is outrageously unfair, that it could only return for Liberals. Also, in the seats where they hope to pick up, possibly win, they failed. Caithness, Cardigan, Chippenham, Greenock, Merioneth, all where the Liberals were an extremely good jumping point, they've not made it. When the Liberals have been coming third, quite often they've been dropping 1,000 or 2. Nationalists have been spoiling their chances. They've managed to come second in 19 seats at the latest count, but what really depresses them is even where they've put up their vote slightly, Orpington and Cheadle, for instance, the Conservatives have outstripped them. And if we look to the one marginal seat still to come in Scotland, Inverness, it's extremely dicey there because it could fall to the sort of Conservative swing we're having. Liberal fingers are crossed for Orkney, where Joe Grimmond has a reasonably safe majority, and Ross and Cromarty, which is Alistair Mackenzie. Peter Hill, Liberal headquarters.
The roar that you heard over the top there was not 1,675,364 Liberals forming 7.1% share of the vote complaining. It was, in fact, a jet aeroplane going over the top. For a comment now on the loss of Colne Valley, let us take you to Leeds and John Byrne.
Well, Colne Valley, of course, is a traditionally Labour area. It has the longest continuous running local Labour Party, which was started in 1891, and a lot of very famous Labour men have sat there. Victor Grayson, Philip Snowden, Glenville Hall, and people like that. But can I tell you, Cliff, the reason I think why Dick Wainwright, a very, very popular constituency member, has lost the seat that he won from Patrick Duffy at the last general election, and why Labour have won it back. Labour has won this seat because the Conservative vote has gone up by 7,000. They're in third place, they've got 7,000, and the reason they've got so many votes, they've taken them from Dick Wainwright, because at the last general election, the Conservatives used their cars to drive Dick Wainwright supporters to the polls to keep the Labour Party out. This time, the Conservatives decided that they were going to run their cars on the night of voting last night to take their supporters to the polls because they thought that they had a chance of getting in. And that, I think, is the reason why Dick Wainwright has been put out. Davy there has got an extra 7,000 votes, Dick Wainwright has dropped 4,000, and David Clark has only gone down 600. Dick Wainwright, a very, very popular constituency member, a great loss, I think, both to the House and certainly to Colne Valley.
Well, thank you very much indeed, John. There we saw the result on your screen. Now let's give you one or two more. Belfast West. This confirms the declaration that you saw earlier on, and you heard the comment on it. This is Jerry Fitt, who's back there. There is Jerry Fitt. And next, Bedford.
I think this must mean that South Bedfordshire, which is one of the ones we're waiting for, will also go to the Conservatives. There was a 6% swing almost in Bedford, giving the seat back to the Conservatives, Christopher Soames' old seat.
Yes, Trevor Skeet taking over from Brian Parkin. Brian Parkin, who always knew that, of course, he was in an extremely marginal seat.
And to the west of Edinburgh, West Lothian.
This is a very important seat. The Scottish Nationalist President, William Wolfe, hoped to make a shot at getting the seat back. The Conservative vote has gone up, and the SNP vote has slumped substantially. This is one of the few seats the Scottish Nationalists could still hope to do well in. I think Western Isles is the only one left. And here the Scottish Nationalists have slumped in this fourth Tay area where they did well before.
Very disappointing for Tam Dalyell, a popular, bright MP coming from a landed family. His parents never really approved of him joining the Labour Party, and when he first stood, his mother, in fact, gave a large sum of money to the Conservative Party.
And the West Riding of Yorkshire seat now. And this is Edwin Wainwright's seat.
This is the first of a burst of Labour seats. There are some very slow-counting Labour seats, which always give a sudden rush up in the Labour total on the second day in the afternoon.
This is always, of course, a giant majority, over 30,000 last time.
And Heath now.
Another Labour mining seat.
Here's Donald Coleman, who's been Parliamentary Private Secretary to George Thomas.
And Esher to the south of London.
Here's a new Conservative here, taking over from Sir William Robson-Brown, Carol Mather.
4% swing there.
He worked in the Conservative Research Department, didn't he, if
That's
I remember
right, Central Office.
And to Gainsborough. There's Gainsborough, Lincolnshire. This is between Lincoln and Scunthorpe.
Yes, Marcus Kimball, one of the hunting men of the House of Commons, and as a consequence, a very strong and vociferous opponent of the Hare Coursing Bill.
Sir Tufton,
been going through.
Sir Tufton Beamish seat at Lewes, East Sussex.
Yes, the second most senior official of the 1922 committee.
3.6%.
Scarborough and Whitby in Yorkshire, North East Coast.
A very strong Liberal showing. This was a seat they hoped to do very well in. Well, they've still got a very handsome second place, but their share of the vote has dropped by 0.3% from last time. It's
Michael
one of their
Pitts
better
has
results.
some cause for satisfaction there, and Michael Shaw much more, of course.
And on the Durham-Coalfield, Chesterland Street. Sorry, that was Scarborough and Whitby.
5% swing there to from Norman Pentland to the Conservatives in a safe mining seat.
Norman Pentland was Junior Minister of Health and Social Security.
And Belfast North, the Shankill Road is here, where there was rioting, of course. Also the Stormont Parliament is in Belfast North.
Turnout up there, as it has been, I think, every Northern Ireland result we've had.
And to Dorset North.
An old Liberal stronghold, but very handsomely and safely a Conservative seat. 16,000 majority. Frank Byers once lost that by 97.
This is David James taking over from Sir Richard Glynn, who used to represent that seat for many years.
And up to Stratford in Warwickshire, the birthplace of Shakespeare, so they say, visited by tourists galore. Angus Maud.
6% swing to him.
Yes, once a philosopher of the Conservative Party.
And there, I think we will pause, gather our breath at 13:47 for the State of the Parties with Robert Mackenzie.
Conservatives now at 307, needing only 9 more to get them to the 316. Then we will witness something that takes place in perhaps 20 or 30 nations in the world, out of the 130, an absolutely peaceful transfer of power.
And now, let's hear the voices of some of the people up in Bilston Steelworks. Remember where Bilston is. This is right next door. It's right in the middle, really, of Enoch Powell country, about whom we've had so very much in this election. There is Bilston.
And with me are some men who are really earning their corn today in excessive heat. Could I first of all ask you what you think of the result so far?
Well, as far as we know, it's a Conservative victory.
But how surprised are you about that?
Very much.
Very surprised.
Very
yes.
much.
Very much surprised in this area, yes. We thought that Labour would get back in ourselves around this area, around Bilston and Wolverhampton area.
Could I raise with you a point that's been talked about much earlier in the programme? If we have a Conservative government, which looks now absolutely certain, what's your reaction going to be to any attempt to introduce legally enforceable contracts?
I don't think they can.
Why not?
Because the unions are too powerful. They can't do this. We've always worked with the union.
Yes.
In the last 20, 30 years.
Very strong union.
And we found it quite all right. So why should the government attempt to interfere?
Yes, but Mr. Heath is committed to this. What do you think the workers' reaction is going to be if he goes ahead with it?
I think there'll be turmoil in the industry. I think the working men will strike out.
What do you think of Labour's efforts when they were in Parliament to control prices and income? Do you think that had any effect on the result at all as far as workers are concerned?
It may have done on a good many occasions, but I think myself that it had to be done. We were in a nasty state when the Conservative Party left us.
Yes.
And I think these measures had to be brought in to try and put the country back on an economic level.
But most trade unionists didn't share your view, did they?
Some of them didn't.
When you speak about trade unionists, do you mean the top dogs or the working men?
I mean trade union leaders, for instance.
Trade union leaders may have been against it in the first place, yes, but I think the working men were quite content to go along.
On the whole, are you expecting to be better off or worse off under a Conservative?
I'm expecting to be a lot worse off, because as it is, shops, for instance, have had to increase their prices, supermarkets, to cover SET. They're not going to drop prices if SET is taken away. We're not going to feel any benefit.
We're only a stone's throw, aren't we, from Wolverhampton? Can I ask you about Mr. Enoch Powell?
Oh, right. We agree with some of his views, but not all of them.
Enoch Powell has turned this election in the Conservatives' favour.
It's all right for Mr. Powell to air his views, but there's no need for him to bring it to light what we already know. He's tried to make an issue out of it. We know about these things. I myself have a coloured mate.
Put the percent on them like you know. That's one of the main things. They're afraid of the jobs by these immigrants coming in.
But 42-hour rota system, so the firm keeps going round the clock. But they're not content with the 42 hours that they do work. They come in and work all the days off.
You're saying they're cheapening the labour market?
Yes. We've got no chance if we go in for a rise or anything like that. They're going to say, well, you're managing all right. And the immigrant labour is coming in making their wages livable. Why? Okay. Even better off.
So I'll have to leave you there. Thank you very much indeed.
And from the Philip Tibbenham and the heat of the steelworks at Bilston to the cool elegance far from the workers at Ascot, and there, even more cool than that scene that you see, is Linda Blandford.
At Royal Ascot, it's toppers and silk dresses as usual. Despite the cancellation of trains from Waterloo because of a strike, the crowds are still poured in their finery to have a look at the horses and the other people. Though rather obviously, some of them have come to celebrate the election results. Ascot isn't exactly an austere occasion, and the prices for food here would make most housewives very angry indeed. 30 shillings for a smoked salmon salad and just an ordinary salad at the snack bar outside, and that's not even in here. Ascot is still a conservative place. I had to borrow a hat in keeping with most traditions to get in, but let's see what people here feel. Excuse me, sir. I wonder if you could tell me how you feel about the election results. They seem to be thinking rather more about the horses. Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me how you feel about Mr. Heath's perhaps election?
I think it's very good results. Excellent.
You do? Excuse me, madam. I wonder if you could tell me how you feel about the election results.
Oh, I think it's marvellous.
What do you think about Mr. Heath?
Well, I like him.
Why do you like him?
Well, I really don't know. I just think I like him.
What would you like to see him do here?
Well, I really hadn't given it much thought. I'm too busy thinking about finding a winner.
Excuse me, madam. I wonder if you could tell me how you feel about the election results.
I'm very pleased.
Why?
Well, it's my party, I suppose, and I was glad that they won.
What would you like to see Mr. Heath do if he gets in and he becomes Prime Minister?
All as he said he would do, I suppose.
What should he be doing for the women?
I wouldn't know about that, really. No.
Do you feel that coming to Ascot's okay on election day?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It's a double occasion, isn't it, really?
Double win. Well, that seems to be how most people feel about it here. Let's see if there's somebody else who we can find with a little more to say. Ah, excuse me, sir. I wonder if you could tell me how you feel about Mr. Heath's election results.
Basically, I was very thrilled to see he'd win, but I always did think he'd win a long time ago, because I think this apartheid issue is a very, very strong point, and I think the British government's attitude towards it was totally wrong.
What about the question of austerity?
Austerity? Really, I wouldn't be in a position to answer that, I don't think.
How about things like rising prices? Do they concern you here?
Unfortunately, they don't concern me. I live outside the United Kingdom, and I only come here occasionally when my work brings me here.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's see if there's somebody else that we can find along here with... Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, madam. I wonder if you could tell me how you feel about Mr. Heath's election results.
Oh, I'm satisfied.
Are you? What would you like to see him do if he becomes Prime Minister?
Oh, well, can I ask you something?
Well, could you just answer my question first, perhaps?
What is it you like?
What would you like to see Mr. Heath do if he becomes Prime Minister?
I'd like to see him cut purchase tax, reduce SET.
Never know what he said. Let's take a look at the state of the parties at 13:55. It's probably just as well.
4 to go now for the Conservatives, and the 36 seats remaining, and they only need 4 of them, and then they have gone over the top.
There we are. That's exactly the state of affairs now. We're keeping our eye on the whole plan, of course, for the Royal Drive at Ascot and Royal Ascot. Because I think we ought to have a quick comment on this, Bob. Here we've got the Queen at Windsor going down the racecourse any moment at all now. But in fact, the seal has changed hands at Windsor before, hasn't it?
I'm not sure about that.
I think Queen Victoria.
Oh, really?
I believe
you wouldn't
so.
remember it? I don't, Cliff.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm that old, Bob, you know. But tell us about this historical sort of swap of power. What constitutionally happens?
Well, the point is that Mr. Wilson will quite properly say, now that 316 have come in for the Conservatives, there's no possibility that I or anybody else could win this election. It has gone to the Conservatives. He therefore, at that moment, will begin to move in the direction of sending the message to the palace, requesting an audience of the Queen. I would expect right now Mr. Wilson is watching, hopefully BBC, for that turning up to 16, which will be there in a matter of 5-10 minutes or so, and undoubtedly that will be the thing that triggers off this extraordinarily interesting mechanism by which power is transferred peacefully, without dispute, something that happens in a tiny fraction of the countries of the world.
And we're giving you the results only when they're being declared. 312 seats in now, and this is about the Soyuz 9, the spacecraft that parachuted down to Earth in the Soviet Union today at the end of, let me quickly work it out, an 18-day Earth orbit that's far surpassed the former space endurance record, which is held, of course, by the United States astronauts. So it's down. Informed sources tell us. Let's quickly go through some results for you. Ayrshire North and Bute, Sir Fitzroy MacLean's seat.
It's Ayrshire Central, which is one seat the Conservatives might have helped to win, but the swing has been smaller in Scotland, and it's still comfortably in the Labour Party's hands on only a 2.3% swing.
Sir Fitzroy MacLean, a romantic character in the House, friend of Tito, a man who fought with the Yugoslav patriots in the Second World War.
And now to Oswestry. This is Oswestry in Shropshire. Gateway to Wales, as it's often called.
Yes, this is John Biffin, who could become a very interesting character in Parliament this time because he is a complete Powellite, the man, in fact, who organised Enoch Powell's campaign when he contended for the leadership of the Conservative Party.
And I leapt ahead of myself 45 seconds ago. Ayrshire North and Bute, and this is Sir Fitzroy MacLean's seat.
5% swing to Fitzroy MacLean there.
And the county town of Essex, Norman St. Seavis, sits for Chelmsford.
And got a 5.5% swing there.
Man who seems very content with a backbench role of his own design. Very successful it is too.
Yes, very particular design. And now to Bridlington. This is the Bridlington result. East Riding of Yorkshire, seaside resort from Filey, of course, down to the Humber.
Liberals saved their deposit with 15% of the vote there. But there's still a drop from last time.
And Angus South, Bruce Gardine's seat.
Nationalists in second place, but handsomely a Conservative seat.
Yes, it was rumoured that the name Jock became particularly noticeable with the rise of the SNP in Scotland, but I'm sure
it's in North East Scotland that the Nationalists
unfair.
have been doing best, I think.
And to Leicestershire, to Milton, Miss Mervyn Pike.
A 7% swing and a seat next door to the one that Woodrow Wyatt has just lost on an 8% swing.
And the Member of Parliament for the BBC Television Centre here, Hammersmith North, is Frank Tomney.
6% swing in Hammersmith North.
It's a man on the far right wing of his party.
There we are. Well, he can come and sit in the middle of this lot as it goes round and round. South Fylde is next. This is in Lancashire, south and southeast of Blackpool, in that part of the country.
6% swing there.
A man who formed a rather unlikely partnership with Ian Mercado in the last House because they were both on the Select Committee on Nationalised Industries and both...
And down to Mansfield, this is the coal mining district, on the edge of the Dukeries.
4% swing there.
Yes, a very large assistant whip, Mr. Don Cannon.
And Chigwell Chigwell, this was part of Sir Winston Churchill's constituency at one time at Woodford until it was all jigged about.
6.5% swing there.
John Biggs Davison, member of the Monday Club and one of the Roman Catholic lobby in the House of Commons.
Another West Riding seat of Ripon. And now we look at the state of the parties.
As 315 changes to 316, the transfer of power will begin to occur. There it's gone. There it's gone. Now the machinery operates. In the next few hours, we'll have a change of government. That's happened.
There you are. That's the moment. And the moment was exactly 2 o'clock. If you want to note down the time, it was 2 o'clock precisely.
When you were sleeping this morning, it was predicted for 2 o'clock by Mike.
When I was sleeping this morning, it was predicted by 2. Congratulations, Michael Barrett, who correctly predicted exactly what time it was going to happen. Well done, Mike. A round of applause for you.
Excellent.
But a comment now from David. Comment from David Butler.
Well, I don't know when the change of power will take place because it does depend on the availability of the sovereign. In 1908, the change of power took place in Aix-les-Bains because Edward VII was there and Asquith went over to kiss hands in Aix-les-Bains. Quite a lot of delay. In fact, it's only in the 20th century that the change of power has taken place in this instantaneous way. Normally, the defeated Prime Minister or the defeated party waited until Parliament met to change, to resign. But now it has become the custom, very well established, to make the changeover more or less as soon as possible, and I'm sure it will be in the next few hours.
And we will see Her Majesty the Queen on that royal drive in just a few moments, I think, from now, just before the historic transfer of power takes place. Let us look quickly down that racecourse at Ascot, see if she's there. Well, there we are. We'll keep our eye down that long, long mile. Now, let's go back to Smith Square, Labour Party headquarters, and to you, David Holmes.
Mr. Hayward, we've just heard now that the Conservatives have got their lead and they will form the next government. You've been spending the morning as national agent going round your regional organisers on the telephone. How can you square, from what you've heard from them, what has happened with what your firm predictions were, your great optimism yesterday?
It was very difficult indeed. It seems to me that the biggest disappointment we got from a result point of view is the low average poll, the total poll, which seems to vary over the country as much as the swings do, as much as from 2% down, which is not very low, to 9%. And this, to us, was really disappointing to say the least, because according to our records and all the reports that we got in, there was every indication that it was going to be a high poll, indeed higher than the last general election. And Labour needs a high poll, always, in every election, to do well.
And the reports you got in from the constituencies yesterday seemed to be that the poll was high. What went wrong with the process of judging these things?
Well, I can only say, you know, that our people didn't come out to vote as promised. We had excellent canvass records, excellent returns, an enthusiastic, very happy campaign, plenty of workers, plenty of cars, all the things to make up a good party organisation for an election. But obviously a great many of our people decided to stay at home.
But you don't think part of this is the misconception that is sometimes put about by the over-optimism felt by parties about the way organisation has gone? And one does come across this again and again.
Indeed, I think this is a very serious factor. All the way through the campaign, I had to fight and remind the candidates and the election agents not to fall for the euphoria of the polls, which obviously there was a danger there of making our people complacent. Now, I don't think the party workers were complacent. I think they'd done a splendid job. I think a lot of our own supporters got complacent and just didn't bother to come along and vote.
Why do you think people did stay at home?
Well, there's a variety of reasons for that. You will appreciate that we had 3 very rough years indeed. This affected us organisationally. We lost thousands of seats 3 years prior to 1970. This May, of course, we had a net gain of 888 candidates. We returned over 4,000 Labour councillors to the local government authorities, but we in no way have made up for 3 years leeway. And when you've had 3 bad years, it's very difficult indeed to pick up in a matter of, say, 4 or 5 weeks.
Yes, the damage done to the party was so deep and so fundamental that you couldn't reconstruct in so speedy a time.
Yes, I think that's true to a very large extent, but again I would repeat to you that from the point of view of party workers, their enthusiasm in their work was first class. But I think this is different to getting into the public mind, all of our supporters, the need not to take notice of the polls, but to get up, walk along to the village school or the hall and cast their votes.
Yes.
It's votes in ballot boxes that count. I've repeatedly told everyone over this last few weeks, and not the votes that we count in the polls.
Now you will, I suppose, have a Transport House organisational post-mortem now. The NEC meets next Wednesday. Will you be reporting to them about what's happening?
Oh, undoubtedly I should be reporting with the General Secretary on our first look, of course, at the results. But it won't be a post-mortem. We always do, of course, have staff conferences after every election, and I've no doubt we should be having one after this.
And what's the mood here at Transport House this morning?
Well, the mood, of course, is keen disappointment, and to say I'm keenly disappointed in myself would be the understatement of the year. I'm keenly disappointed. There was every indication, and I'm not trying to be wise after the event. In hindsight, anybody can be wise. There was every anticipation, including myself, that we were going to have a good result. In fact, I predicted privately in Transport House over this last few weeks, in my view, our majority would be 35.
And it's the same majority the other way?
It would appear so, unfortunately, from my point of view.
Mr. Hayward, thank you very much. Back to Cliff.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm sort of keeping an eye on Ascot because I think that the royal procession has just come through the gates right at the top of that great, long, sweeping piece of green. But let's quickly go around the desk. Harold Webb.
Well, just to pick up something that Mr. Hayward said, in recent weeks I've been talking to a number of the trade union leaders who were always sceptical about the efficiency of the Labour Party machine. They felt, a number of them said to me, that the Labour Party should have held this election in October, not because of the popularity issue, but because even if they won the argument, they wouldn't be able to get the party supporters out to vote. You must remember that in some of the big key industrial areas, the Labour Party, it's only about 18 months or 2 years ago, their representation in local government was practically decimated. And as a result of this, the party machine had in fact run down. Now, the fact that they pulled back in some of these areas, some of these big cities in the municipal elections, caused Harold Wilson to go for a quick election. But many people in the party did say to me, I'm not too sure, we're not ready yet, we need another 3 months.
As we move across to Graham Turner, Mr. Thorpe has just said that he thought that nothing was certain about the length of the next government. As Mr. Wilson was in opposition, he could possibly force an election on the common market issue. Not that I want you to pick up on that, but on the majority.
Now, just a comment on this definite Tory victory now. Of course, the city's delighted, most businessmen are delighted, but just how long that delight is going to last will depend on how Edward Heath tackles the serious economic problems he faces, particularly inflation, with wages moving ahead at 15% a year, prices at 10% a year. It is not going to be easy riding.
We're also watching the front door at Albany. I don't know if we can actually show you the picture, but there's nothing there at the moment, but any moment at all. We're expecting Mr. Heath to come out. And now Robert McNeill, reaction from abroad.
Even before he sees the Queen, Mr. Heath is being grasped fervently in embraces abroad. Some of them he will welcome, some of them will embarrass him. The one he will welcome is that throughout the Six in Europe, there's keen interest in Mr. Heath's victory, and he seems to be regarded by all members of the Six as more likely to bring the common market talks, opening on the 29th of this month, just 10 days away, to a more successful conclusion than Mr. Wilson would have done. And the most authoritative comment from Europe, Professor Walter Hallstein, the first president of the Common Market Commission, said the Conservative election victory would help Britain's entry. I have many friends in the Conservative Party and am very pleased about the result. In Australia, New Zealand, Singapore and Malaysia, comment has generally favoured a Tory victory because of Mr. Heath's promise to retain some military presence east of Suez. In South Africa, there's a general feeling, although there's been no official comment for the record, that the Heath victory will mean much friendlier relations with the South Africans, a perhaps a restoration of arms sales to South Africa, full implementation of the Simonstown Agreement, from which Labour has mostly withdrawn, and perhaps some sign of a settlement in Rhodesia. Cliff?
And we're moving now to Ludovic Kennedy. Udo?
Well, at this moment of the formal taking over of power, my thoughts go to the man who is giving up power, Harold Wilson. I don't know if you saw this morning the long television interview which he had with David Dimbleby. It's been shown twice, and I hope it'll be shown again, because for me this has been by far the most interesting thing I've seen on television while I've been here. This man was conceding power with great dignity. It must have been very difficult for him because of the very cockiness and jauntiness and assurance with which he'd fought this campaign, and he was a beaten man. But with the dignity, he also showed that he was already beginning to play the political game, that he was preparing for the onslaught on Heath when Parliament reassembles. I'm sure that Mr. Heath will make an admirable Prime Minister, but I'm absolutely certain, too, that Harold Wilson still remains far and away the most fascinating and interesting man in British politics.
There may be another fascinating and interesting man in British politics, actually at the seat of power in the House of Commons. That we'll know when we are brought up to date from North Antrim. What goes on there now? Martin Bell, please.
The situation here is that a result is expected now in a matter of minutes. The main count has been completed. All that remains is the inspection of spoiled papers. All the candidates are here. Mr. Paisley was the first to arrive. He's been here since 6:15 this morning. It could be just 5, even 10 minutes more before we do get an announcement. And already outside, in the street, there are crowds gathering. More and more crowds have been here through the day. They've been waiting for the results. Most of these are Mr. Paisley's supporters. They are obviously hoping for a major upset here. It's too early yet to say whether we're going to have one. All I can say is there has been a 73% poll, 58,000 electors voting. Martin Bell, North Antrim.
Ignore that subliminal flash that you saw there, because we have no such information. Let me hasten to say we do have information that Mr. Woodrow Wyatt is out at Bosworth, and here are the full figures for Bosworth.
An 8% swing was needed to put Woodrow Wyatt out for Bosworth. He had a narrow squeak, I think, back in '59, but had pushed it up into a relatively safe seat. But now it has swung on one of the biggest swings. Only Jenny Lee's 11% swing is the bigger swing that has lost a seat for the Labour Party.
Mr. Woodrow Wyatt, a maverick of his party, the only Labour candidate in this election who's actually prophesied and gone on the record that there would have to be a return to compulsory wage legislation.
And the happy Tory hunting ground at Richmond. This is Tim Kitson is in there at Richmond, and Richmond is not all that. There we are. There's
specialists in agriculture.
Yeah, and now we're keeping our eye, as I said, on Albany. We're keeping our other eye. I bet you wonder how we do it, and so do I. We're keeping our other eye on Albany, one on Ascot. Let us now take you to Ascot, because here, coming down, the course at Ascot is the central figure in this historic transfer of power that we've been talking about. Her Majesty the Queen is at Ascot, and soon, presumably, she will come back to Buckingham Palace for this formal taking over, this handing over of power from the outgoing Prime Minister to the new one, who will be Mr. Edward Heath. Looking down on that scene now for us is Peter O'Sullivan.
And a smaller crowd than usual for this third day of Royal Ascot. The crowd's looking down now on the traditional royal procession, the royal carriage drawn by the 4 greys from the province of Lucerne, and the national anthem strikes out as the royal carriage meets the point opposite the Queen Elizabeth II stand. Her Majesty wearing a dress and coat of white silk printed with shades of grey bamboo and a pillbox hat to match. And with her Prince Philip, the Prince of Wales, and the Duke of Beaufort. 5 carriages in this royal procession, and in the second carriage Princess Anne, Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother, Lord Mountbatten and the Marquis of Hartington. In the third carriage, Princess Margaret, Anne, Duchess of Westminster, the Earl of Snowdon and the Earl of Euston. And in the fourth carriage, Lady Claire Carr, Miss Jennifer Chichester, Major David Butter and Mr. Charles Donald. And finally, the fifth carriage containing Miss Bettina Lindsay, Miss Julian Warrender, Mr. Peter Troughton and Mr. Richard Beckett. And the royal carriage passing through the unsaddling enclosure here at Royal Ascot, where Her Majesty greeted a winner of the Ascot Stakes, Magna Carta, on Tuesday, and where it is widely hoped she'll be greeted at Charlton, and the end of the Hardwick Stakes tomorrow, which will be one of the features of Gold Cup Day, now transferred to Saturday, and which of course will be featured throughout grandstand. And so the royal carriage now approaching the point in the royal enclosure opposite the royal box, and as it does so, we return for further news of the Westminster Stakes before coming to the first race here at Royal Ascot this afternoon to you, Cliff Mitchell.
Just now they swap seals of office. That's not what they do, of course. They, Robin rightly pointed out, thank you very much indeed, Robin, they kiss hands, or rather Mr. Heath does and Mr. Wilson doesn't. Have I got it right, Robin?
More or less, yes. Some ministers have seals of office, but not prime ministers.
Not prime ministers. No, I got that one wrong. Thank you very much indeed. We are keeping our eye now also on Albany and Michael Charlton. What goes on there at nothing very much by the look of it. Now, Confederation of British Industries, Harold Webb.
Well, Cliff, there's a news flash here saying that the CBI has welcomed Labour's defeat. Newsflash here says the Confederation of British Industry has said that managements believe industry will now have a better time under a Conservative administration. And the flash says it's thought that two unpopular measures planned by Labour, the Commission on Industry and Manpower and the Industrial Relations Bill, will not now be enforced, he said. We might be speculating on some of these things later in the programme, and of course we understand Vic Feather's coming as well. I'm sure he won't share their view.
Well, we're not going to speculate on anything much more than the fact that I believe David Butler has the information that Ian Paisley has won.
I gather that Ian Paisley has won, and that must be going to be a headache for Mr. Heath. I think he can bear with it, but because there are a lot of other things. And Kingsley and the Conservatives have gained. This was one of the marginal seats where there was a recount. We were waiting for that. I think there was no other recount that we know of outstanding. But this was one seat the Labour Party hoped to win if they held on to any of their marginals in East Anglia. They have apparently just lost it. They only won it by 100 votes in 1964, and Page has now lost it.
And now Gerald Nabarro holds Worcestershire South, and let's take a look at Geoffrey Johnson-Smith's result in East Grinstead. Geoffrey Johnson-Smith in there in East Grinstead, and now to Pontypool.
Safe Labour seat, 4% swing.
Leo Absey, so sorry. Yeah. Leo Absey back again, one of the really colourful figures of the Labour Party. Gerald Nabarro, interestingly enough, came in the result before, and of course between them, the two most colourfully dressed men every budget day in the House.
I don't know which picture they're going to cut to now, this Windsor or the other Windsor, where they're actually sort of putting jockeys on horses. But this is Dr. Alan Glynn, who's a new Member of Parliament for Windsor, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Yes, indeed he is. Replacing Sir Charles Mott Radcliffe, who was a very well-known Member of Parliament.
6.5% swing in this Windsor.
And the smallest county in England, the home of Stilton cheese, Huntingdonshire.
David Renton, who has been a minister.
3% swing there.
And to Derbyshire North East, an unbroken run of minor MPs here.
Yes, Thomas Swain. But we seem to be talking about clothes at budget day occasionally now. This is a gentleman who wore a miner's hat on the last budget.
Makes a change, anyway.
He said he was doing it to counter Gerald Nabarro.
And now an interesting result from South Down.
Rather an impressively high vote there. I think a decrease in the Unionist share of the total vote, quite appreciable in Down South.
I think we ought to have a word
Lawrence
about
Orr, who has been leader of the Ulster Tories at Westminster, of course.
And the Unity vote is up really rather
the Unionist share of the vote is actually down by 9% there.
Is it? I was looking at the Unity, the second one. Gar, now South Wales, this is.
I4 Davis, Welsh-speaking member of Parliament, very much respected.
And at this point, the Prime Minister has asked for an audience of the Queen to tender his resignation of his government. That is official. At this moment, let us go on to Hertfordshire East and Sir Derek Walker-Smith.
Yes, firmly on the right wing again of his party, a man who caused a sensation at the Tory party conference by moving a vote on the common market when everyone had decided they wouldn't.
And the father of the house is back for Thirsk and Moulton. Another bit of racing country, this, too.
It's because he very nearly wasn't. It was simply because Jonathan Aitken wasn't able to stand in that seat that Robert Turton decided to stand again.
And Erin Neave's seat at Abingdon. This is on the Berkshire Downs.
7% swing there, just south of Oxford.
And to King's Lynn, Norfolk. Always gone with the winning party, this one, since the war, I believe.
Only 33 majority. That's the smallest majority, except for another one in East Anglia when Dinglefoot lost last night by 13 votes in Ipswich. 2 narrow Conservative wins in East Anglia.
And now to Bournemouth, East and Christchurch. This is a bit the other side of the pier.
Used to be Nigel Nicholson's seat, this. John Caudle now.
And Chertsey. There's the Chertsey result on the Thames.
It's Michael Grills replacing Sir Lionel Heath.
Oh, I must stop you. Number 10 has a removal van arriving. Here is the removal van arriving at number 10.
I wonder if it was the free one that was offered earlier on.
I don't know whether it has anything to do with taking stuff out of number 10. What I do know is that they've been packing files and papers in number 10 since last night, and girls from Transport House have been arriving all day to continue this process. I was told that the papers and the files and so on, and perhaps personal belongings, will be taken out of the back way. But here we are. There is a removals van here. It received quite a loud and ironic cheer when it arrived. Whether indeed it has business here, well, we'll see in a few minutes' time. Lord Goodman arrived here. He's Mr. Wilson's personal friend and lawyer. He arrived at 9:35 and he left an hour later, saying that everything was remarkably cheerful. This contrasted somewhat, as you might imagine, with reports I had from people inside who said that a great gloom had settled in number 10. Mr. Roy Jenkins arrived at number 11, next door. At 10:18, he waved and smiled, went in and said nothing. Mr. Michael Stewart spent 40 minutes at number 10, then came out and said nothing. And Mr. Cecil King, the press lord, came at midday, and he delivered a note and left and said nothing. Now, the crowd here has grown quite a lot. It's most of the way down Downing Street. I'd estimated about 750, and they're waiting, of course, for Mr. Heath. Now, I assume that Mr. Wilson is ready to see the Queen. She's at Ascot at the moment, so the current estimate is nothing will really happen here. At least Mr. Heath won't arrive, and that's the happening they're waiting for, until round about 6 o'clock. The removals van is still here, Cliff. I'm not quite sure what it's doing. Back to you.
I wonder whether...
Yes, do.
Yes, in 1964...
Can I just read the statement, first of all, for those of you who missed it? The Prime Minister has asked for an audience of the Queen to tender the resignation of his government.
It'd be interesting to see to what extent Edward Heath and Harold Wilson overlap in this removal, moving in and moving out of 10 Downing Street, because in 1964 there was quite a long period of time in the afternoon when Sir Alec was upstairs clearing his papers and Mr. Wilson was downstairs with his family moving his in.
I hope they didn't meet in the middle of that staircase.
They very carefully avoided it.
And knocked all the photographs off. Mr. Wilson's photograph will now go on the top and Alec Douglas Humes will go one down. Let's go to Smith Square, where a great many people we're going to Albany, because I think that Mr. Heath is now coming out of Albany. There is the familiar
figure. And here at the Albany, we expect Mr. Heath any moment. He's expected to walk down the long rope walk here at the Albany as the new Prime Minister, as Lord Melbourne and Mr. Gladstone probably walk down this beautiful building before him. And that shouldn't take him more than a couple of minutes from now. I wonder if you can get a view right up that beautiful long rope walk, as it's called, which is flanked by chambers either side where Mr. Heath lives. And any moment we expect him here. We're coming straight back as soon as we see him.
Well, if he's still inside, let's just confirm, Mr. Heath. This is what happened, first of all, at Bedfordshire South, where you've got another one in for Whipsnade Zoo.
6% swing there. We knew this would go on the form we had. It has gone. I think there are no more seats in England that are least likely to change hands. There's one in Wales, Monmouth, and 3 in the north of Scotland, where we're still waiting for, with interest for the result. 3 Liberal seats and the Labour seat in the Western Isles.
And Dr. and
Mrs Dunwoody are united out of the House of Commons because Dr. Dunwoody has also lost his seat. This is at Falmouth and Camborne.
Right, they've been split for the last 6 hours, but united outside as they were inside.
And the new member there is David Mudd, and here is Whittle.
Selwyn Lloyd back again. The man who wrote to a constituent in the middle of this campaign that Mr. Heath happens to be the leader at the moment. No doubt there will be other leaders in the future. An absolutely accurate statement, but Mr. Heath is not only leader at the moment, but for some time.
St Ives. Here's St Ives.
John Knott back again. Person who introduced a private member's bill to preserve historic wrecks, and then in a rather unflattering way said that he thought the measure could apply to certain members of the House.
That's just to prove that it's the South Cornwall St Ives, the old fishing town, and now to Doncaster in the West Riding.
This was a seat the Conservatives might have hoped to win, but it's comfortably stayed with Harold Walker.
Yes, junior minister, he has been at the Department of Employment and Productivity, physically the smallest minister in the last government.
Let's break it there, because, Robert Mackenzie, I think we ought to have a sort of constitutional comment from you as I read the full statement that was issued from number 10 Downing Street at 4:02, following the announcement that the Conservatives had secured more than half the seats in the new House of Commons. The Prime Minister has asked an audience of Her Majesty in order to tender the resignation of the government. Robert Mackenzie.
Well, mine is really a political rather than a constitutional point. This is a remarkably swift transfer from a large majority for one party, 64 at dissolution for Labour, to clearly a working majority of around 30-something for the Conservatives. Now, in the 2 other major transfers of power since the war, it really took 2 elections to accomplish it. That is, in 50, Labour was chopped down to a majority of 7, and then in 51, the Conservatives got their 16, 17, were able to carry on. In 64, Labour didn't get a working majority. They chopped out the Conservative majority. They didn't get a working majority, really, until 1966. It took 2 elections both times. This time, the most abrupt transfer we've had. Actually, it's the biggest swing an opposition has got against the government of the day in any election since the war. And quite interesting on that ground alone, I think.
Over now to Albany, to the man who really came from behind in this race.
Can we hear your formal claim of the Prime Ministership and leadership of the country now? Mr. Heath.
Prime Minister,
can we hear your formal claim of the leadership?
All my party workers.
Mr. Heath, can I have a big close-up, sir?
Mr. Heath, could we just look over your shoulder, please?
How do you think Mr. Wilson's feeling, Mr. Heath?
Mr. Heath, can you give a wave? Mr. Heath, can you give a wave into this camera, please?
Cost a lot of money, these
Mr. Heath, can you have a victory sign?
Are you?
Mr. Heath, Mr. Heath, can you give one round this way, sir? Mr. Heath. Sir?
Mr. Heath, are you leaving the formal claim until you get to central office? Mr. Heath, are you leaving the formal claim until you get to central office? Mr. Heath is obviously leaving the formal claim until he gets down to central office, where he's leaving now. Bye-bye.
I think we really got the message there that he's not going to say anything at all until he gets to the central office. I think that was absolutely clear. But there he is, stuck in a traffic jam. Christopher Jones.
Where Mr. Heath is expected to come as the future Prime Minister to the central office of the Conservative Party here in Smith Square. A small handful of very senior Conservative Party officials are here ready to greet him. A very much larger handful, of course, of photographers from all over the world to greet him. Masses of journalists and 500 or 600 sightseers too. People hanging out of the office windows. Immediately above the door of the Conservative Central Office are three of his very attractive secretaries who have been with him throughout this long campaign, and I'm told have been of enormous help to him in the great amount of work that he has been doing. Across the road in St. John's Church, on the steps of the church, several more hundred people. And as the crowd gathers, the number of policemen increases too. They're under the command of a senior superintendent of the Metropolitan Police, and twice extra van loads of police have arrived here to reinforce them, about 30 or 40 of them here now. Not surprising, because when Mr. Heath arrived back here last night, only a handful of police and a considerable struggle as he came in. Waiting on the pavement, on the curb of the pavement outside Central Office, is the chairman of the Conservative Party, Mr. Anthony Barber, and the man who's been mainly in charge of the organisation of this election, Mr. Richard Webster, also Mr. Desmond Plummer. And now he is coming to Central Office in his 3.5 litre rover, driven by his chauffeur Bob West, shaking hands now with Mr. Barber. And waving to the crowd, with the police holding them back, making sure that this time he doesn't get crushed in the crowd. Just behind him is Mr. Jim Pryor, who's also being returned for one of these Anglian seats, who is his parliamentary private secretary. Other Conservative Party officials just behind him. To the people hanging out of all the windows in Central Office, the people who have worked so hard to get him into this position as soon to be the country's new Prime Minister. Now he has to start the crush through the crowd back into Central Office. First of all, of course, the pictures. Dozens of photographers. Thank you. See if we can get a word, but I doubt it. Mr. Heath, how do you feel?
I feel fine, thank you.
Good. Now he goes on into Central Office. Cameramen surrounding him, policemen surrounding him. Once he gets inside, just a very brief stop here, I'm told, where he will take the opportunity to thank all the Central Office people who have been supporting him.
And the area chairman.
And the area chairman. And now inside, through the final crush of photographers, policemen helping him, and his large parliamentary private secretary, Mr. Pryor, going with him too. Straight crush through the door.
You get garroted, yeah.
Okay, they're off. Yep.
And crowd in the wake of the new Prime Minister as he goes into the Conservative Party headquarters, and I should think not a thought in anyone's head there of a man who's not very many hundred yards away, I should think packing up in number 10. But there goes Mr. Heath in to thank his party workers, and it was quickly pointed out to thank his area chairman as well. And now if we can stop Robert Mackenzie from conducting some kind of an orchestra over there, some unseen orchestra. Thank you very much. Mr. Mackenzie.
Well, Mr. Heath is not sensibly, I think, going to demand people to recognise he's won the election. We all know it, and I admired Michael Charlton's earnest efforts on our behalf to get him to say he claimed victory. He properly didn't. He's thanking his party workers now, sensible thing to do. He will await a message from the palace, and I doubt whether we'll hear him say, I'm the next Prime Minister in the next few minutes. That would not be the politic thing to say, and he does, I think, understand the niceties of the occasion very well indeed.
He's understood them so far extremely well.
Makes bad television for those who want to pump him, but...
I am told that if we take a quick glance that's at Monmouth, and that's not at Monmouth, that's Mr. Michael Foote, as I live and breathe. Sorry, Mr. Foote, we were looking at a declaration just now at Monmouth, and all of a sudden you came up. I thought you were going to say, being the acting deputy returning officer for Monmouth, which would have been a great shock to us all. But we're keeping our eye on Monmouth. We're also keeping our eye on you, Mr. Foote, incidentally, and on Smith Square, and everywhere else as well. David, now, about this thing of trying to get someone to say, I am the new Prime Minister.
I don't see why anybody should say, I am the new Prime Minister. It waits for the Queen to ask them as a matter of courtesy and manners, and we all know the Sovereign doesn't have real freedom of action in these matters, but as a matter of courtesy, people do, in fact, wait to be asked, and therefore there is no conceivable question of claiming it. You can smile nicely when people say, I understand it. It's like when you've been appointed to a job you're not allowed to announce. It's just a matter of courtesy, but there's no suggestion of anybody formally claiming the office unless there was actually a wrangle with nobody, no clear majority, a situation we haven't had for 40 years in this country.
And a situation we haven't had for a great many hours in the studio either. Let's take a quick look at one or two results. Kettering, first of all. Geoffrey Freitas here at Kettering in Northamptonshire. And then we go across to Louth in Lincolnshire. This was Sir Cyril Osborne's old seat. He held it for 24 years.
Now Geoffrey Archer's, of course.
And
majority down back from the by-election level, but still a very satisfactory majority for Mr. Archer.
Now, Brecon and Radnor. Very beautiful Welsh country this is for anyone who's ever been up there. It's well worth going. Up by the Brecon beacons and so on.
Mr. Roderick taking over from Tudor Watkins.
And down at Honiton, where they make the lace.
Liberals in second place there, just.
That's Peter Emery back again, a firm supporter of Mr. Heath, and he has been opposition frontbench spokesman on economic affairs on certain occasions.
And Paul Bryan, yes, there he is, and Paul Bryan, very much a frontbench spokesman on broadcasting, communications and the post office, and will have a great deal to say in the next administration.
He lost the broadcasting bit of his spokesmanship last year, and he's been left with the GPO.
Yeah.
Disappointed
I
him,
bet he still has a great deal to say when he gets back here, and I bet that doesn't change. This is Peterborough, which did at one time have a majority of 3, but it's gone up somewhat.
Yes, it was the smallest majority, of course, Sir Harmer Nichols.
And here's a thumping majority in terms of Chelsea. This is West London, of course, for King's Road and all that.
Marcus Worsley.
And Ilkeston between Nottingham and Derby, Rem Fletcher. No change there.
He's one of the 7 parliamentary private secretaries who was sacked after the 1967 Common Market vote.
And now we can do something clever. We can show you the Ebbw Vale result and the man who won it. First of all, the Ebbw Vale result.
The Liberal in second place.
And Michael Foote, there's the man who won it. There we are. Thank you very much, Mr. Foote. The only live caption we've had all day.
I see.
We'll get a word from you in a minute. Robin Day's dying to talk to you up there. And now Malden.
Brian Harrison back again. Incidentally went to the same school, Geelong in Australia, as the Prince of Wales.
Yeah, there we are. There's Malden. And let's go to Mr. Michael Foote now that we've actually got him on there. But Robin.
Mr. Foote, a brief word, because we've got to go over to Antrim. We go to Antrim North first, Mr. Foote. Where Paisley is fighting.
Outside shot first. We're very close to the declaration here now in North Antrim. A large crowd gathered outside. A rumour has spread among them that perhaps Mr. Paisley may have done well, but that's still only a rumour. The candidates now are on the stage, all 5 of them, with their wives. And the returning officer, Mr. William Henderson, who presided at the other 2 of Mr. Paisley's election campaigns, now seems ready to give the result this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentary election for the North Antrim constituency. I, the undersigned, being the deputy returning officer for the above-named constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Henry Maitland Clark,
Unionist,
21,451. Alistair MacDonald, 4,312.
That's the National Democrat.
Patrick Joseph McHugh,
Labour,
6,476. Richard Gilchrist Moore,
Liberal,
2,269. Ian Richard Kyle Paisley,
Protestant Unionist,
24,130. I accordingly declare Ian Richard Kyle Paisley duly elected. The number of ballot papers rejected by me and not counted was 146.
Mr. Returning Officer and fellow candidates and all who are here, this is not the time nor the place for me to make a long speech about this election. There will be a time and a place to do that. But I want to first of all give thanks to the God that I serve. When I set up in the band side some time ago, I was told I would forfeit my deposit, my views would be utterly rejected, and I would be battered to pieces. I am not only now the Member of Parliament for the band side, but the Member of Parliament for North Antrim. And I would like to thank the loyalists of North Antrim for giving me this magnificent vote. And when you think of it, that the official Unionist candidate at the last election had almost 22,000 of a majority, and this majority has been taken completely away. This vote today is a vote of the people, and I believe that the loyalists of North Antrim have now a representative of the people to serve the people and to do the job that the people desire their representative to do. This is a triumph for old-fashioned traditional unionism and to the principles on which this great province of ours was founded. Principles that we shall never surrender. Mr. Returning Officer, to you and your staff, I would like to propose a very sincere vote of thanks. I was with you last night, sir, with your staff from 10 o'clock to 2. I was back here with you this morning at 5:45, and I have noticed the efficiency and the patience that you have exercised to us all. And I'd like to say to you, Mr. Returning Officer, and to your assistants and staff, I'd like to propose a very hearty vote of thanks.
And so the Reverend Ian Paisley is now on his way to the House of Commons and to Westminster for a comment on that. Billy Flax in Belfast.
Well, of course, the Reverend Ian Paisley here has proved himself a formidable campaigner, as he did in the Bandside by-election for the Northern Ireland Parliament recently. With bands and drums, he has pulled out the Protestants of North Antrim to produce this amazing turnover. There was a majority, in fact, of nearly 23,000 for the former Unionist member here before. Now Mr. Paisley has a majority of 2,679. This indeed is quite a fantastic result by any standards. And the odd thing here indeed is that Mr. Paisley will now join Mr. Gerry Fitt as a member of both the Northern Ireland and the British Parliaments, and we may expect quite a duel across the floor between these two colourful figures. That is, even if Bernadette Devlin doesn't go back to Westminster. Now, back to Cliff.
Yet to learn, and the 11 results still to come. And Mr. Wilson will be received by Her Majesty the Queen at Buckingham Palace at 6:30 tonight. The Queen will drive from Ascot later on this afternoon. And now, Robin Day.
And with me, two of the most colourful campaigners, Both of them have been campaigning, and both of them will be at Westminster in different capacities. Mr. Michael Foot, who won Ebervale on a reduced Conservative swing. It was only 2.4 in favour of the Conservatives at Mr. Michael Foot's constituency. And with me on the right, Mr. Emmanuel Shinwell, who will be a Lord when Parliament reassembles. Michael Foot, first of all, why do you think Mr. Wilson has lost?
Why?
Yes.
Well, I think that a great mistake was made in having the election in June. Of course, some of us did say that originally when just about the time when the announcement was made in Tribune. I think it was the only newspaper in the country which advised Mr. Wilson and the others in the cabinet to hold off the election until October and to prepare properly for it. And I think if that had been done, it might have been a different story, because I think the polls have, of course, they've proved themselves to be absolute rubbish, but some of us suspected that before. But what they concealed was the fact that the Labour Party still had a great way to recover from the difficulties in which it was placed some months ago. Michael,
Tom Dryburgh, who was on earlier, suggested that you might be a good man to be deputy leader of the party in place of George Brown. What do you think about that?
Well, Tom Dryburgh's a fine old friend of mine, and I dare say he said it in a friendly spirit.
Now, Mr. Shinwell, look what happens when you're no longer a Labour candidate for Parliament.
Well, perhaps if I had been, it might have been a different result.
Quite probably. Now, I understand you voted, even though you're going to become a peer. How did you manage to get in your last vote as a commoner?
Well, I was still an ordinary citizen, you see. If there are only two categories in this country, two categories of persons who are not allowed to vote at a parliamentary election: a peer of the realm and a lunatic.
You've forgotten bankrupt.
No, a bankrupt also. Well, there are three of them. Anyway, I'm not a bankrupt as yet, although financially precarious. I'm not, so far as I know, suffering from any mental disability, and I'm not a lord yet. I think it happens over the weekend when the British Gazette announces it.
Now, why do you think the Labour Party lost, Mr. Shinwell?
Well, I think very largely because of abstentions. I entirely agree with what I've just heard. That it was a mistake, an error of judgment, to have the election brought forward to June. When the members of the Labour Party were consulted and asked for advice, the majority suggested October.
Now, what's going to happen in the Labour Party now? Is there going to be a recrudescence of the old left-right split?
Well, first of all, the party is intact. It's in a very strong position. It would make a very strong opposition. If we had suffered further defeat, it might have been very much worse.
Oh, we've lost Mr. Foot for the moment. But do you think that who do you think is the right man to be the deputy leader of the Labour Party now, Mr.
We don't have a deputy leader.
George Brown is deputy leader until yesterday.
This was quite fortuitous. It happened in the case of Herbert Morrison, the late Herbert Morrison. When he was defeated for his seat on the national executive of the party, it was decided as a matter of courtesy.
But there's a constitutional post of deputy leader.
No, there is no such thing. There never was in the Labour Party. We never had a deputy leader until Morrison was made deputy leader so that he could have a seat on the national executive. Because of that, it was continued. But in point of fact, there is no constitutional reason why there should be a deputy leader.
But there will be a deputy leader elected.
Well, I don't know. It depends. It depends. The parliamentary party will meet and will decide, first of all, who the leader will be, and I presume it will be Harold Wilson. The question will be raised whether there should be a deputy leader, and it is questionable whether they will decide to have one.
Mr. Ray Gunter earlier, Mr. Shinwell, said he thought that what was wrong with the Labour campaign is there wasn't enough principle, not enough feeling in the campaign to make people feel why to vote Labour.
It wasn't aggressive enough. I mean, it was a little namby-pamby. There was a lot of fun and games.
A misjudgment of the public mood.
We ought to have attacked. Indeed, I can only say that in the meetings that I addressed in the North and in Manchester and even in George Brown's constituency, where I spoke last weekend in some of the London marginals, I adopted the usual rumbustious style, the old propaganda spirit.
I saw you with 8 young ladies, Mr. Shinwell, in a chorus line.
Yes, that was all right.
That looked very good.
Oh, yes, very good indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shinwell.
Here we go, Monmouth, because we've just had the declaration at Monmouth. And the figures. Here's the returning officer speaking.
Sir, for the Monmouth constituency...
Mike's aren't on.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Donald Anderson, Labour, 26,957. David Melvin Hando, Liberal, 4,061. Stuart Kingsley Neil, Plaid Cymru, 1,501. John Stradling Thomas, Conservative, 28,000.
Labour here at Monmouth. Donald Anderson.
The full figures now. Conservative gain. John Stradling Thomas, a farmer.
Labour's third loss in Wales, a 3.8% swing. They've only lost one seat in Scotland, but in Wales, their great fortress, they've lost 3 seats to the Conservatives.
Donald Anderson, the Parliamentary Private Secretary at the Ministry of Defence, out of the House.
There we are. Ah, there you are, Christopher. Now I can see you the right way around. Perhaps you can tell us what's going on.
We're waiting for Mr. Heath to leave the Conservative Central Office, where he spent about half an hour talking to party workers. When he arrived through the tremendous scrum that there was on here, he eventually, with the help of 20 or 30 policemen, managed to get inside the building, and there on the steps inside the building, he made a short speech of thanks to the people inside who had helped so much. He told them that the Conservatives had offered the right policies, they had stuck to them, and they had convinced the country that they were the right policies, and we've got, said Mr. Heath, the right men to form the right government, and the government to give this country a better tomorrow. At the moment, he is closeted with a few of the very senior party officials on the 3rd floor of this building here. It was thought at one time that he might hold his first press conference, but he decided apparently not to. His present plans, as I understand them, are to go to Buckingham Palace at some time about 7 o'clock this evening, and from there he'll go to number 10, probably at about 7:30, and it'll probably be on the steps of number 10 that he will make his first speech, or say his first words as the Prime Minister of Great Britain. Now we are still waiting for him to come out. It's thought that he would probably, instead of facing this great crush of people, will drive out from this underground car park here in his 3.5-litre Rover car.
There are only 8 seats to come now, 3 in Northern Ireland, of which 2 are marginal, 5 in Scotland, of which 3 are marginal. And we'll keep you informed as we go along of those. And now, Robin.
And with me in Scotland, Mr. David Steele, the Liberal who won Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peebles. If I may just remind everybody, Mr. Steele, the Liberals have lost 6 seats: Ladywood, Orpington, Cheadle, Bodmin, West Aberdeen and Cole Valley. They won North Devon, your own seat, Roxburgh, Montgomery and North Cornwall, and we're still waiting on the Orkneys, Inverness, Ross and Cromarty. Why has this happened, Mr. Steele?
I think it's happened because we have suffered from precisely the same unexpected pro-Tory swing that the Labour Party has. And many of our seats were obviously vulnerable to a sudden tide of political opinion. A good many of them were marginal by any standards before the election ever started. We were quite optimistic through the campaign that we'd managed to hold them.
I had a telegram during the morning which said this: Peter Hain wrecked the Liberal Party. Any comment?
Well, in my own constituency, Peter Hain was used at great length. In fact, the final leaflet of my Conservative opponent was about nothing else but Peter Hain. And I survived, and I presume he wasn't used to such an extent elsewhere. I don't think this is true. I think that we have got to accept our own responsibilities for winning or losing seats. I'm sorry that I have lost so many of my colleagues. And it's going to be a different tactical position, I think, for the Liberal Party in this next House of Commons.
Now, what is that tactical position? How is that tactical position going to be solved? Are you going to merge with the perhaps, or cooperate with the, what one might call, for want of a better word, the moderate wing of the Labour Party?
It's not for me to say in advance of our meeting, and it's up to Mr. Thorpe, but I would have thought that one of the differences will be that with our reduced numbers, we will not be able to continue the practice of semi-shadow roles on particular subjects. We will obviously have to adopt a new tactical position in terms of dealing with the business of the House of Commons as a Liberal Party.
Now, you've lost half your seats, or 6 out of 13 so far, perhaps 1 or 2 more, we don't know. Has the Liberal Party any future in British parliamentary politics, Mr. Steele?
Well, it looks as though we're going to go back with 7, which admittedly is a setback of some 6 years, and I don't pretend this is anything other than acutely disappointing. But we will be a very coherent unit of members, and I think we will have a particular influence to bring in the next House of Commons.
May I make a suggestion, Mr. Steele, that instead of trying with your tiny force of 6 members to cover all the areas of inflation and defence and economics and everything, you should concentrate on the smaller personal issues, such as the ones you looked after on abortion and other social matters?
Well, this is what I was hinting at earlier, that I don't think we will be able to do what we did in previous Parliament with 13 members and somebody looking after each global subject. I think that probably with a smaller number we will have to make 3 or 4 subjects our own and to make the running on them. I suspect this will be the new tactic.
You're quite likely to be the chief whip, aren't you?
I shouldn't have thought that is so, no.
Well, you won't have a very difficult job. Anyway, perhaps except on the common market, where you're a bit divided still, aren't you? I've got to leave you now, Mr. Steele. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Goodbye.
We've got our eye at the moment on Smith Square, where nothing very much is happening, but a quick comment, I think, from Harold Webb.
Well, there's a piece of news come into the industrial desk, which I'm sure if it had come on the day that Harold Wilson took over office, he would have been a happy man, and I'm sure Ted Heath's going to be. It has been announced that the engineering employers and the Confederation of Shipbuilding and Engineering Unions, that's a group of 30-odd unions who negotiate wages throughout our engineering and shipbuilding industries, have almost reached agreement now to scrap that 50-year-old agreement which has been causing so much trouble in slowing up the whole process of settling industrial disputes. Well, that's one thing for Mr. Heath as he arrives at number 10. But there is a comment here from Hugh Scanlon, leader of the second largest union in the country. Hugh Scanlon, president of the Amalgamated Union of Engineering and Foundry Workers, has said that from a trade union point of view, the election is a very unfortunate setback, and he said the union will fight the government to maintain collective bargaining. And finally, just a quick comment from the farmers. Mr. Henry Plum, who's president of the NFU, has said that the farmers are going to expect this government to put some real resources and drive into the expansion of food production, and above all, they're going to expect the government to remove the financial squeeze on agriculture and see that farmers get a much fairer reward for producing the country's food. Cliff?
There are 8 results to come. With all that comment, let's bounce that upstairs to Robin.
And with me, the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Reginald Maudling, certain to be the second man in Mr. Heath's administration. He may be Chancellor of the Exchequer, possibly Foreign Secretary, but most people think, and I think this is probably right, I won't ask him because he won't tell me, probably the Deputy Prime Minister or some such post like that, the man in charge of the big policy committees, the kind of Lord Butler or Rab Butler of this administration. I don't necessarily mean that in every sense. Mr. Maudling, what do you say about this campaign and the achievement of your leader, Ted Heath?
Oh, the great thing is Ted's triumph entirely, and he never wavered in his confidence he was going to win. He was a one man who all the way through knew he was going to win. I admire him enormously for it.
Do we deduce from that you occasionally were a bit nervous?
I thought we'd run them pretty close. I wasn't as confident we'd win by this sort of margin.
Did you ever see Ted Heath downcast, losing his nerve, getting rattled?
Never, and I saw him pretty often, day and night, frankly.
Are you seeing him tonight?
I've no idea at the moment.
You haven't any plans to dine with him and crack a bottle of champagne?
No, I've certainly not plans to get some sleep after having none last night.
Mr. Maudling, what do you expect will be the first, I don't mean the decisions, but the first area of decision you will be faced with at a desk in Whitehall in the next 7 days?
Well, I think one of the most important jobs of the government is industrial relations, undoubtedly. I don't accept the view of Mr. Scanlon. This is a defeat for the trade unions. This will give us the chance we've been looking for to give the trade union leadership, the responsible trade union leadership, the chance they want to really make bargains and be carried out.
May I mention to you some of the comments which have been made during the night and morning on this matter from Lord Kirton, Sir Paul Chambers and trade unionists, that they would advise the new government to go very quietly and cautiously on the subject of legislation to deal with trade unions in the interests of national unity and getting cooperation from the unions in a very difficult situation.
Well, of course, I think it was Clive Jenkins this morning advised me that we should be sensible. Of course we'll be sensible. And discussion before action is the principle.
There's Mr. Heath in his car. He has indeed come up from underneath the car park, underground car park at Smith Square, and he's now on his way back, presumably on his way back to Albany, because he's not due to see Her Majesty the Queen until 7 o'clock tonight, I think the time is, at Buckingham Palace. Her Majesty the Queen is, of course, at Ascot. She's coming back from Windsor. And now back to you, Robin.
And also with me is another senior member of the new government, almost certainly, Sir Peter Rawlinson, returned for Epsom. Sir Peter, as a former Solicitor General, is an obvious possibility as Attorney General. I won't ask him, but he could be Lord Chancellor, though I think probably that would go to Mr. Hogg if Mr. Hogg didn't want the Home Office. And if Mr. Hogg wanted the Home Office, then it might be Lord Dillon. But we'll see, we'll see. He's not too young to be Lord Chancellor. He's 50, and there were Tory Lord Chancellors such as Lord Birkenhead at the age of 40-odd. So, Peter, what did you feel was the reason that the Tory party did better than a lot of people expected?
I don't think they liked the style of the campaign run by Harold Wilson. I got this impression very much across the country that they really didn't believe that he was dealing with these problems, and I think they were impressed by the hammering that was going on from Ted Heath, trying to bring the issues in front of them, and they didn't think they were getting from Harold Wilson the answers.
I did a short broadcast to America over the satellite this morning, and one of the things I said that was remarkable here is that despite certain apprehensions, there was a total absence of any violence, other than the usual fun and egg throwing and heckling. No violence of the student kind or the unruly kind, such as we've seen in other countries recently, or we've seen a bit in this country. Doesn't that suggest that you may have perhaps overestimated the law and order issue a bit?
No, because the law and order issue doesn't really involve in that. It involves with those people who try and turn what is an ordinary, proper occasion, a demonstration, into riot.
But there was nothing of that in this election, was there?
No, there certainly wasn't any of that.
That's very encouraging, isn't it?
Of course, immensely encouraging, but it is a very, very small part, a very small section, very few people indeed. And these are the people who do try and destroy other people's rights, and other people's rights include the right to demonstrate. These people try and turn those into something which is a crime, which is a riot.
Mr. Maudling, how do you see the problem of the common market developing in the new Parliament? I'm thinking of the possibility of an alliance between the anti-marketeers on your side and the anti-marketeers on the other side, perhaps frustrating the initiative of a Conservative government with not too large a majority.
Well, there was the same alliance, really, in the last Parliament. And
on the House of Lords?
On the House of Lords and on the Common Market.
And they won on the House of Lords.
Yeah, and they lost on the Common Market by a very large margin. I think the same will be true of this Parliament too, but we've now got to a different situation. We now committed to negotiate, we shall negotiate, and see what the terms are. Nothing will be put to Parliament until we can put concrete terms to them.
Mr. Maudling, do you think that Mr. Powell, or Mr. Enoch Powell, was an asset or a liability to the party in this election?
Well, I wish I knew. I think historians and psephologists will write about this for generations. They'll probably get it wrong, as usual.
Have an informed guess, Mr. Maudling.
I should say probably broke even.
Do you think that he is going to be less of an embarrassment to the Tory party now that you're in government, or if you had been in opposition?
Well, I think you'd better ask him. He knows his own plans better than I do.
I did. He didn't give me a very clear answer. Mr. Maudling, can I ask you which job in government you would like to have?
Well, frankly, I don't mind. I've been Mr. Heath's deputy for some years. It's been a privilege. I've admired him enormously and seen his growing strength and all these things, and I'm quite prepared to do any job he asks me to do.
But you don't have any great urge to go back to the Treasury?
No, it'd be very interesting. But it's up to him, not to me.
Mr. Maudling, we'll see what we shall see. Thank you.
Meanwhile, number 10, whilst we're talking about the transfer of power, there is a much more brutal transfer going on. Oh, we've now lost the picture. There we are. No, let's go. Let's have a look, because there is the furniture van on the right-hand side. The door opens from time to time, and in and out go little men. Here. That's not a little man at all. So here we are. This is what we've been seeing. all the time. The tea cases, the packing cases coming out. There it all is. A much more domestic scene. One or two people may be wondering, in fact, where all those files and bits of furniture are going. But there we are. That's what's going on at number 10. Oh, there's number 11. I think it's just a bit up the road. Can we go in on the door? Oh, that's number 11. Oh, Mr. Maudling may be interested in that number. Yeah, Mr. Maudling, take a look at that. You've seen that place before, haven't you? Sorry, they're shifting stuff in and out of number 11 at the moment, which you can't see. But there we are. And now, let's go to Robert Mackenzie for a State of the Parties board with only 8 results to come, I think, Bob.
Yes, just 8 left to come, and the Conservative lead over Labour is at 40, and overall, at the moment, the lead is 32. I would think it'll settle in around there, might be a point either way. The tragic result for the Liberals, they've only got 4 so far of the 13 seats they held in the last Parliament. It might go to 5 with Joe Grimman to be heard from, and conceivably they could pick up 1 other as well. But the worst result they've had, or tie for the worst result they've had since the war. There's the picture. There can be no question now that it is a working majority by all traditional standards, with a footnote to remind oneself that Mr. Wilson did lose 33 of his majority while he's in power.
Now let us take up a point that we were making earlier, and that's about the member for Stoke-on-Trent South, Jack Ashley. In the last Parliament, Jack Ashley became increasingly deaf, and he said that he was going to resign from the House of Commons. A great many people wrote to him and asked him to reconsider. This is something we're now going to ask Kenneth Harris to take up for us, please. Kenneth?
Well, not only a victory for the Conservatives and a defeat for the Labour Party, I think, but a very considerable change in the whole political landscape. Many old faces gone, probably never to reappear. New forces on the scene, which we may come to fear. To look at some of the faces that have gone, some of the gaps that have appeared. George Brown, a fount of political news for so many years, a fount of political entertainment, a fount of political education, and a very authentic source of Labour doctrine in a period when capitalism was trying to come to terms and fraternise with socialism. George Brown gone. Woodrow Wyatt, obdurate, articulate, often impudent, and aggressive Gatescalite, gone, and I suspect not to return again. And somebody of a quite different socialist kind, Jenny Lee, widow of an hour in Devon, repository of the socialist doctrine that comes from the days of mass employment and beyond that from the milk of the word of Keir Hardie, gone, never to reappear, I'm sure, again. Jenny Lee gone and others gone too, and I feel gone for good. Gone in a symbolical way of what may happen to many others like them. The political landscape will never be the same again. And paradoxically, it may have been Harold Wilson's determination to try and make the Labour Party the permanent alternative, the respectable alternative to the Conservative Party, which has brought about this immense vanishing trick. So much for what has gone, the faces that have gone. Now, what has appeared? Is the new landscape going to be featured, if not dominated, by Paisley and Paisleyites, Powell and Powellites? That remains to be seen. But the very fact that many people are asking just this question now does not make one feel that the new political landscape has been introduced to us in the happiest and healthiest of auguries. Cliff?
We shall meet Jack Ashley in just a moment. I see him on the screen there. We'll talk to him. But now, a quick prediction, Graham Pyatt.
Well, the prediction's been standing static at 42 for some time now. There is some evidence to suggest that we may, in the final analysis, be 1 or 2 above or below that final figure. But really, the seats that we're waiting for, Inverness and Ross and Cromarty, particularly, are among the most difficult to forecast. And since it's clear that the variation isn't going to be very large, I think one can go nap on the final figure of 42 in terms of the political implications.
Let us now just remind you of the results that are still to come this afternoon. Fermanagh, Londonderry, Mid-Ulster, those three seats that we were talking about this evening: Argyll, Inverness, Orkney and Shetland, Ross and Cromarty and Western Isles.
Only Argyll and Orkney and Shetland, I think, would you call with any certainty. All the others happen to be a concentration of marginals, but they won't be in for quite a while yet.
I was quite wrong just now. I thought that Kenneth Harris, in fact, was going to talk about Jack Ashley, but now he's on the screen. Robin.
And the first questions that I'm putting at all in this marathon, which have been sent in advance to the person I'm talking to. I scribbled them out on a piece of paper an hour or two ago so that Jack Ashley, who is deaf, the new member for Stoke-on-Trent, returned member for Stoke-on-Trent, so that he would have them in front of him. And I put the first question, I'm going to hold up my finger, question number one, which is, why did Labour lose? Jack?
Well, I think it's quite a simple answer. The main reason why the Labour Party has lost is because the public failed to appreciate the tremendous economic and social progress which had been made by the Labour government. Now, I'm interested to hear people criticising Harold Wilson for the timing of the choosing of the election. I personally was against June the 18th because many of my supporters were away on holiday at that time. But Harold Wilson was quite right to go for June the 18th. Every poll supported him. The whole of the Parliamentary Labour Party supported him, and he was quite right to go for that date. And on the question of Harold Wilson, I would just like to say this. Apart from criticising him for the timing, people are now beginning to criticise his leadership, and I think this is complete rubbish. He's proved himself to be one of the greatest prime ministers of this century, and I believe that his leadership is quite unequalled, and there will be no challenge whatever in the Parliamentary Labour Party. If there is a challenge, there will be certainly great trouble from those of us who very strongly and loyally support him now, despite the fact he's lost.
I put now my second question to Jack Ashley. How did you cope at political meetings to answer questions?
Well, I think the question of coping with meetings and all the rest of it was a very difficult one. I won't pretend there weren't problems, but I did manage, partly with lip reading and partly by my wife making notes. In fact, I even managed to do a 50-minute radio debate with 4 other candidates, but I'm not pretending that lip reading is the sole answer. There are enormous difficulties, and I need some idea of what is going on. I'm hoping in a few years it will be polished so that I can carry on alone, but at the moment I need a safety net of someone jotting down the odd notes to help me out. My wife fulfills that role perfectly, and I'm very grateful for it.
I now put my third question to Mr. Ashley, whom I may remind you can't hear a word he is saying himself. Not at all. It's very, very difficult for him indeed. And the third question is, how did you manage when there were no newspapers?
Well, again, I've got to confess, they really were a very serious problem. Was to have no newspapers at all was a real black eye for me during what, for me, was a crucial election with many of my supporters on holiday. All I can say is that I relied even more heavily than usual on television news, and I had to lip read the television news reporters. My only final comment is this, is that I now realise the value of TV after the newspaper strike, and I can only say God bless television, including Cliff Mitchell-Moore and Robin Day and all those who work in it.
Well, that was Jack Ashley, an old friend and colleague of ours, and how pleased we are to see him conquering his disability and giving encouragement to others maybe suffering from it.
Yeah, he's a great champion of the disabled in the House of Commons, and anyone who's interested at all in the disabled will be pleased on any side of the House, of any political shade of opinion, that Jack Ashley is back in the House. David.
I hope Jack Ashley can lip read me as I say that he has a special distinction. The drop in turnout in his constituency was 20.2%, the largest drop in turnout in any constituency. If I could turn to something else, I've been thinking all this afternoon of people who I'm sure are the busiest people in London today in many ways, and these are the top civil servants, the Treasury Knights, the permanent secretaries and all the major ministries, as they are rushing to prepare the briefs that they will lay on the desks of the ministers whom Mr. Heath appoints tonight or tomorrow or over the weekend. They do spend that time refurbishing things. Possibly they were lulled by the polls and thinking there was going to be no transfer of power and took life a little easy. Well, if they did, I'm quite sure they have been working extremely hard today so that they really can brief their ministers, some people would say brainwash them, as they come into power over the weekend and early next week.
And a Buckingham Palace spokesman has said that the Queen was expected to leave Royal Ascot after the 4:20 race to return to the palace. When she returns to the palace, then what will happen, we've told you all about this afternoon, and from number 10 Downing Street, we will get the first statement from Mr. Heath. He is not going to speak until he gets to that front door at number 10 Downing Street, where we now join Tom Mangold.
David!
Well, there is a familiar scene at this time of any general election. Tom Mangold is not there at the moment, but all the cameramen lined up and all the ministers will one by one be going in to the front door, and we were hoping to see some there, but we haven't. We've been hearing about prices there. What about the other prices on the stock market, Graham Turner, there?
Well, I'm just interested in the fact that as Mr. Heath takes the road to number 10, people are beginning to speculate already as to whether he's going to go in for an autumn budget or not. Because if he's going to introduce his tax reforms and other financial measures as he's put forward, they'll require budgetary action, cutting selective employment tax, cutting personal taxation and so on. It's worth recalling that Mr. Heath contemptuously dismissed Mr. Jenkins' April budget and its tax cuts as a budget for a month, in view of the rising cost of living, so that would seem to support the idea of an autumn budget. But it's a very difficult decision he's got to take, because he's got to decide whether, if he cuts taxes, it will in fact feed the inflation, which is already roaring along at the moment. It must be a very difficult decision for him to take. Now, as far as the stock market's concerned, well, the election fever did cool a bit later in the afternoon, and prices came back again as people started to take their profits. But still, on the day, the Financial Times index was up 17 points, which is a very substantial rise on the day. And although the pound came down a little from its best levels, that also had a very good day. The Bank of England was able to take in quite a lot of dollars, so it's been a pretty good day all round. Cliff.
And now to Alan Watson. Alan.
Yes, well, I think I meant to comment on the Londonderry result. Is that so? This is Chichester Clark back again.
That's right.
This is Robin Chichester Clark, the brother of the Premier. The Chichester Clark, the Premier of Ulster, that is, the Chichester Clark who sits in the House at Westminster. A member who was attacked ferociously in Bernadette Devlin's now famous or infamous, whichever way you look at it, maiden speech, in which he ridiculed him and his contribution and that of the Ulster Unionists. But there again, he is back, and his majority 12,136.
And Leinster now, and this is Sir Clive Bosson back for this cattle market constituency.
Liberals in second place.
And now to I in Suffolk. There's no change there at I. And now to Harborough, the hunting country in Leicestershire.
But it's really Leicester overspill. It's a huge constituency, largely the development of Oadby outside Leicester, I believe.
Yeah, it includes sort of Market Harbour and Lutterworth, this certainly.
John Farr, the head of the sugar beet lobby, a lobby which could be important in the common market debate.
And Antrim South, here's the result from Antrim South.
Much increased turnout there, as there is in every seat we've had reported from Northern Ireland.
Isn't this the largest electorate in the United Kingdom, this one?
I believe it is,
About
yes.
143,000 or something.
This
and now
was
to
where Sir Knox Cunningham, of course, withdrew surprisingly just before the election campaign.
And there's Hemsworth, and now at almost precisely 4 o'clock, let us look at the state of the parties. There we are.
Only 7 seats to come, but they include 4 marginals.
There we are. There's the precise state of the parties. You can see that the Conservatives have gained 73 seats. They have, at this moment, 328 members ready to go. And upstairs with Robin Day, we have a number of them.
Well, as Kenneth Harris said a few moments ago, there's some sad examples of well-known and much-liked parliamentarians leaving the Westminster scene. But, of course, Parliament goes on forever, as it has for 700 years. And each time a new Parliament is elected, it gets an infusion of new blood. And we have 4 examples here, 2 Labour and 2 Tory. Mr. Philip Whitehead, aged 33, the new Labour Member of Parliament for Derby North. Mr. Greville Janner, aged 41, the new Labour Member of Parliament for Leicester North West. And Mr. Hugh Dykes, aged 31, the new Conservative member for Harrow East. And Mr. Tim Raisin, aged 40, the new Conservative member for Aylesbury. Gentlemen, may I ask you, first of all, each of you, were you surprised at the result and the extent of the Tory majority? Tim Raisin?
Yes, to be honest, somewhat.
Well, that's the first person who said that tonight. Mr. Dykes?
Yes, I was also surprised at
First Tory.
I'm the second Tory in that case to say I was surprised at the extent of the swing.
Mr. Greville Janner, were you surprised?
No. The canvassers we had, the experience in the constituency showed a swing in that direction. I was disappointed, but not surprised.
You thought the opinion polls were balderdash?
Yes, I have at all times through the campaign said that I thought the polls were definitely wrong, certainly in the area in which I was working.
Philip Whitehead?
I was surprised by the extent of the swing, certainly. Once we began to see the polling figures on the day, we knew how many of our people had stayed at home.
Do you have a reason?
No, I think the campaign did begin to move against it in the last week. After,
Why?
Well, the 2 speeches of Mr. Powell, and I think the way in which the trade figures were exploited, that month's trade figures.
I think you're the first person I've talked to today on the Labour side who's attributed the Tory victory to Mr. Powell in any way.
I didn't specifically attribute it to Mr. Powell, but
I'm
I think
sorry,
he
I
made a
thought you
helpful
did.
contribution for them.
Oh, I see.
Derby is a town with a high immigrant population, a good history of race relations, and my own Conservative opponent didn't exploit this at all.
You see,
it
I
was
was
noticeable that an ugly tone came into the campaign after those 2 speeches.
Yes. I was talking to Conservative candidates, and one of them at least told me, and he said this was a general experience, that he was very worried that he was going to lose immigrant support to Mr. Powell, because of Mr. Powell, because they were afraid that a Tory government would be Powell-dominated.
Well, perhaps so among immigrants, but of course not everybody in this country is an immigrant.
No. What's your explanation, Greville Janner?
Well, the big issue in Leicester was prices and tax, particularly, I think, amongst the young people. I don't think we got nearly enough of the young voters.
Now, why not?
Well, a lot of them are earning very good money. They're paying tax. They resent paying tax. They don't remember what things were like under Tory governments. And I think they believe that if the Tories come in, their taxes would be cut.
I had Ray Gunter talking to me a few hours ago, and can't remember if it was today or yesterday. It was this morning, I think. And Ray Gunter was saying he thought the Labour campaign lacked that essence of principle and idealistic appeal. Fire, I paraphrase his words. Do you agree?
No.
Where was the idealistic appeal?
Well, there was the entire... It depends how each candidate runs his campaign,
I meant, of course, I'm sure you were oozing idealism, but...
well, one tries. Well, as far as the national campaign is concerned, each individual, I think, is tied in with the national campaign, but we all have to look at the individual worries and problems of the individual constituent. And it's all very well to talk about idealism and high-flown phrases. What matters, for example, to the old people in Leicester, the old people are very dissatisfied, the pensioners are very worried, and most of the poor people in Leicester are old and lonely. Those are the things that matter. And I believe that idealism comes into the campaign when you're working to improve the lot of people who are unhappy and poor and lonely. That's my definition of idealism.
Mr. Raisin, what kind of a Conservative government do you want this to be? Now, I know you want it to do what you were saying it ought to do, but in terms of political philosophy and the variations of conservatism that we all know about.
Well, I wanted to be a reasonable government. I wanted to proceed rationally, and I think that our campaign was successful because it was a rational campaign. I think this certainly applied nationally and locally. And I also wanted to be a bold government which is prepared to do the certain things which I believe have to be done, which we've stressed over and over again, and which really must be implemented.
Could you give me the 2 most important examples of A, a rational policy, and B, a bold policy which you want to see?
Well, I think reason and boldness combined. I think both with having a fresh look at the social services and trying to make sure we allocate resources where the need is greatest, and secondly on our industrial relations policy. Both seem to me to call for reason and also a certain amount of courage.
I'll be talking to Lord Stokes of British Leyland, I hope, in a few moments about industrial policy and see what he wants the government to do. Mr. Dykes, what do you want the new government What kind of government do you want it to be?
Yeah, I think the atmospheric background should be a government of common sense and moderation, as Tim Raisin was also suggesting. Industrial relations is one of the examples, and I think the advantage for us is in the campaign we were, I think, deliberately low-key. We avoided making grandiose or dramatic promises.
So on the point of moderation, which you both stressed, do you think that Mr. Powell was a boost to the Tory campaign?
Well, at the time, I don't think one did feel that. I think one felt it, you know, it is a good thing to have a very united-looking party. Whether with hindsight one would say differently, I don't know, but it wasn't what I felt.
I think, you know, that whatever Mr. Powell's intervention was in the campaign, it is almost now unanalysable. I don't think it had a bearing on the main result, which was mainly economic.
Do any of you want to see Parliament, irrespective of your party, reformed in any particular way to serve democracy better, Philip?
Well, I'm sure we all do. I personally feel the job we're going to do now is a difficult one, a complex one, certainly the most difficult job I've ever done in my life.
And rather badly paid, too.
Well, not so much the pay, but the facilities. I think the thought of going there to do it without a secretary, without an office, without a telephone, in working conditions and a style of life suited to the 19th century. This is absurd, and I'm sure all of us would agree that we want to get this changed in this Parliament.
Yes.
Not the salaries, but the conditions of work.
I don't particularly agree with that. I don't think parliamentary reform as such is nearly as important as some people think. I think what matters is making the right decisions, having the right policies.
I think he would agree that that is very important. He's merely saying the members of Parliament should be helped to be more efficient.
But I mean, nowadays we have a mania for talking about the need for institutional reform, and what in fact we need is, you know, to decide the right things.
Yes, but I've seen this working, and a lot of MPs even now haven't even got their own rooms to work in. I mean, our job is to serve our constituents.
Because you took over your father's seat,
Well,
didn't
that's
you?
right, yes. And,
so you know
I've
about
seen
how a
him
member
work.
of Parliament
Yes,
works.
I do, and I know how difficult it is, and you haven't got a room, you haven't got a secretary, you haven't... I mean, the members write their letters sitting on a bench in the corridor. It's prehistoric. You can't serve people like that, as you should.
Thank you very much indeed.
Dennis Healy has just arrived at number 10. A gentleman by the name of Mr. Topping says, have you overlooked that Mr. Wilson's chosen election day was the anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo? Mr. Topping, no, I hadn't really forgotten it. It's buried somewhere in the middle of all that information, and it's just that we haven't mentioned it in the past 24 hours. And now to Alan.
Yes, I believe we've had an inquiry from a viewer, and people are apparently watching at this time of the afternoon, and a female viewer inquiring as to...
They are.
Indeed so, yes. We shouldn't be doing it all for nothing. Inquiring as to how many women have got back into the House of Commons this time. Well, I'm afraid the sad news I must bring you is that at the moment the running total, and I think this has got to be the final total now, is 25, whereas there were 26 women
not quite,
in the House of Commons last
Devon.
time. Ah, yes, and that could, of course, do it. So we could actually draw equal. But if I can just summarise it so far, and I've been handed by our computer specialists this analysis of it, that Labour women have replaced Labour men in 15 seats, and Conservative women have replaced Conservative men in 14 seats. Labour men have replaced Labour women in 17 seats, and Conservative men have replaced Conservative women in 8 seats. And the note was added, can you detect a pattern in this? I can't. No, I can't. But let me just quickly remind you of some of the better-known characters on the female side of the House. First of all, those who are still in. Rennie Short, of course, at Wolverhampton, who was described by Gerald Nabarro as his sweater gal, and she took the description as a compliment. Then, of course, there's Judith Hart, who's back again, has been Minister of State at the Ministry of Overseas Development. Barbara Castle, of course, at the Department of Employment and Productivity, perhaps the most famous redhead in the House of Commons in this last Parliament. And then Shirley Williams, also back. But those out. Gwyneth Dunwoody, of course, her husband went out as well, so that balanced up the sexual battle on that. Member for Exeter. Then the member for Rochester and Chatham, Anne Kerr, she lost her seat. And of course Winnie Ewing in Hamilton in Scotland, a woman who'd made a great impact both in her own country and in Parliament. And Jenny Lee, retired, widow of Nye Bevan. Sorry, of course, no, she didn't retire. She lost her seat too.
Yes, she lost her seat.
And then finally, of course, the one who did retire, and the one we've already paid tribute to in this programme, Bessie Braddock from Liverpool Exchange, and Member of Parliament for that constituency since the end of the war, since 1945. So at the moment, 25 to 26, but as we've just been reminded, it could possibly even up when we get that last result from Ulster.
You missed the delicious Miss Fuchs, who's in with her red hair. She really was very
Yes,
gorgeous.
indeed.
She was here this afternoon. The state of the party is at 4:10. There we are. There are now remarkably few seats remaining. I think there are only 7.
There are
David.
7 seats remaining. They're all rather special and unusual, and they don't fit in the national pattern. There are 2 in Northern Ireland. There are 2 seats which traditionally have the highest turnout of the living, perhaps, and the dead. For Manor and South Tyrone and Mid-Ulster. We're soon expecting the result from Bernadette Devlin's contest in Mid-Ulster. Those 2 seats, one held by the Unionists and one held by Bernadette Devlin, both of them uncertain about the outcome. And then in Scotland, there are 5 seats, all up in the Highlands and Islands. There are the 3 Liberal seats, Orkney and Shetland, which I imagine that Joe Grimond should hold, Ross and Inverness, both of which must be rather doubtful after the result in Caithness and Sutherland. Inverness more doubtful, I think, than Ross and Clomity. And then there's the Western Isles, where somebody said there was a strong Scottish nationalist challenge from the province of Stornoway, but if that's so, it'll be ousting Malcolm Macmillan, who's been there since 1935, and lastly Argyll, which I should imagine is almost the only one in this lot who's, apart from Orkney and Shetland, which is completely safe, Michael Noble's seat in Argyll, though I think there'll be rather a strong Scottish nationalist challenge there. This is the sort of area where the Scottish nationalists have been coming up very largely at the expense, I think, of the Liberal votes. So we've got those seats, at least 5 of those 7 are ones where I wouldn't call the result with certainty, and that's why our final prediction is still surprisingly uncertain.
And now Her Majesty the Queen will be leaving Ascot on her way back to Buckingham Palace, and if you followed Lord Whig's tip, if you were with us very early this morning, he gave a tip to Robin Day up there, which was Rang Gong, which wasn't in the first 3. Lord Whig also admitted that he'd put 2 losing bets on the general election. We've just heard that Mr. Heath will not be announcing any cabinet appointments tonight. The possibility is that there will be none before Monday, and that other ministerial appointments will be made during the week. Remember, there were about 100 ministers in the Labour government, but it's known that Mr. Heath plans some reductions there. So he will not be announcing any cabinet appointments until Monday. And now we go upstairs to Robin Day. Robin.
And up here with me in the House of Lords, up here is Harold Webb, who's been promoted up here from the industrial desk down on the floor. And he's going to join in a conversation I'm going to have with Vic Feather of the TUC and Lord Stokes of British Leyland. You may remember hearing earlier Mr. Maudling say that to pick out as a priority of the new Conservative government to deal with the problems of industrial relations. Lord Stokes and Mr. Feather, what advice do you give to the Tory government in the field of industrial relations and economic policy? Mr. Lord Stokes.
Well, first of all, I think that they've got to treat this as one complete subject. You can't just isolate it into industrial relations. We've got to get the economy right. I think we've got to get a sense of purpose back. I hope that this new government will sit down with industry and try to plan out a plan of campaign for the next 5 years so that we know where we're going and we have a proper plan prepared year by year, constructively between the politicians and between industry who've got to implement it and make the money for the country.
As an industrialist who suffered somewhat from strikes, do you agree with the advice given to the government by Lord Kirton, by Sir Paul Chambers on this programme earlier, in effect, and I paraphrase their comments, to soft pedal any idea of tough legal measures to deal with trade union practices and dealings?
Well, I've always said that this is a two-way business. You've got to get people in industry to cooperate between management and the people on the shop floor. Therefore, we've got to have some participation on both sides in this. I think it's terribly important that when we're doing this, that it's done constructively. You can't put legal sanctions on, you can't threaten to put whole factories into jail or anything like that.
Can I just break in and just mention that the Marquis of Hamilton has held one of the remaining Ulster seats for Manor and South Tyrone. That leaves Mid-Ulster, which should be up at any moment. That's Bernadette Devlin's seat. We'll go over to that probably in about a minute or two. Meanwhile, we're going now to Mid-Ulster to see whether Bernadette Devlin has held it.
The returning officer is just about to announce the result.
Mid-Ulster constituency. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Michael Cunningham, 771. Josephine Bernadette Devlin,
Independent,
37,739. Phelim F. O'Neill, 198. William Neville John Thornton, 31,810. And that the undermentioned person has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency, Josephine Bernadette Devon. And I further declare that the deposit of the said Michael Cunningham and Phelim F. O'Neill have respectively been forfeited.
Ms. Devlin.
Mr. Returning Officer, ladies and gentlemen, it falls to me as the Member of Parliament for this area, the successful candidate in this election, to make the usual speech after the count. I'd like to thank everybody involved in running this election. Naturally enough, I would most like to thank all those people who have worked in my own campaign. I'd like to thank the people who have sat here all day counting the votes, the people who kept the machinery of the election working. I feel that I must, however, say, while one does not always expect efficiency, one does expect courtesy. I have no personal complaint at all with anyone who has run this election. But I do feel that when a lot of people who are small people, who generally aren't involved in elections, make a lot of mistakes, they are entitled to at least a courteous reception or a courteous reprimand from the returning officer, particularly when he's not above making mistakes himself. However, letting bygones be bygones, Mr. Rowntree and myself have come through 2 elections together, and I hope that he will be an efficient and courteous returning officer when the next socialist holds Mid-Ulster. Thank you.
And there's the Mid-Ulster result.
91% of the people on the register in Mid-Ulster recorded their votes, 6% more than in any constituency on this side of St George's Channel.
But 0.5% less than there was in the by-election. 91.5 in the by-election, David. And now let's go to Belfast and Belfast.
Well, Bernadette Devlin, the 23-year-old civil rights campaigner, has put nearly 2,000 votes on her by-election majority. She was billed in the last stages of the campaign as the only candidate who could beat the Unionists. And this seems to have been the decisive thing in this campaign at the very end, because Conservative nationalists who'd been doubtful about her socialist approach, they obviously rallied to her in the final stages of the campaign, and the other anti-Unionist candidates were virtually eliminated. She also succeeded very much in projecting herself on local television with a new poise which she seemed to have acquired in the last few weeks. And indeed, this seems to have been a very decisive factor. Now, at the beginning of next week, Bernadette Devlin goes to the High Court in Belfast to hear whether her appeal against her 6-month jail sentence has succeeded. And now all 3 opposition personality candidates, now labelled Mr Paisley opposition here, are now on their way to Westminster. That's Jerry Fitt, Ian Paisley and Bernadette Devlin.
We've got a correction. We've got a correction here on a result that we gave out just now, and that's for Mana and South Tyrone. Unity gain from the Unionists. We've actually got it wrong there.
1,500 majority against Lord Hamilton for Mr McManus, the National Unity candidate.
Now, back to Robin Day. Robin?
Yes, well, we were talking about the advice to be given to the new government, to Mr Heath's new government, in the field of industrial relations and economic policy from Lord Stokes, the boss of British Leyland, and Vic Feather, I won't say boss of the TUC, but the chief man of the TUC. Mr Feather, what advice do you give to Mr Heath? Because you're going to have to cooperate a lot with the Tory government, whether you like them or not, aren't you?
I would say that he should follow the advice that's already been given to him by Sir Paul Chambers, Lord Caton and Lord Stokes. That is to say that whatever he might have thought about industrial relations reform and whatever he might have said about it in the election campaign, that now he's got the responsibility, he must look at this again. And I think that whatever he might have said before the election as the leader of the opposition, that as the Prime Minister this might have a different look. And I would think that this would be a matter that he might discuss, as it were, with the TUC before he starts taking any startling moves towards implementing what I consider to be an impracticable policy called Fair Deal at Work.
Come to Harold Webb in just a moment, but can I just ask you this, Vic, do you remember saying at a speech, I think it was at the Labour Party conference last year, you said you thought there ought to be a street called June the 18th Street, to mark the date on which you had your battle at Downing Street with the Prime Minister?
Yeah, it was a very curious coincidence that June the 18th, 1969 was when we signed the solemn and binding undertaking with the Prime Minister.
Two defeats for Harold Wilson?
June the 18th, and no, I wouldn't say a defeat. It was an agreement, because he got a good bargain. He put a lot of work on me, quite frankly. As a consequence of that agreement, I think that he got a bargain. I got a lot of work and he got a bargain.
Harold
June the 18th and June
join in
19th
here
general
because
elections.
you know a great deal about industrial relations.
Well, I don't know whether Vic and Lord Stokes would agree with me, but I think that the one aspect of the Tory policy, the one pledge, I think, on which they might be prepared to bend is on this question of industrial relations. I think the fascinating thing to look forward to, I don't know whether they would agree with me on this, is the Queen's speech. Tory Queen's speech. Are they going to make, in their first year, the whole of industrial relations a priority problem to be tackled? I suspect they're going to spend a year talking to people like Vic Feather and Lord Stokes before they come out with their proposals. I don't know whether they would agree.
We'll hear Mr. Feather and Lord Stokes in our programme a little later, probably between 5:15 and 6:45, and we'll see what's in the Queen's speech, which, of course, Mr. Heath will write for the opening of Parliament on July the 2nd.
Conservatives now have a 41-seat lead over Labour. Let us now get to Graham Pyatt. I mean, we really very nearly come to the end now, Graham.
Yes, indeed we have, and as I suggested earlier, these last few seats did contain some of the most difficult ones for us to try and forecast. It's now obvious that we're going to have more than the 9 third-party candidates return to the House of Commons that I forecast earlier, and we could have as many as 11. The implication of that is that the majority for the Conservatives overall will stay about 42, but could be, I beg your pardon, the majority of Conservative over Labour will stay about 42, but the overall majority will be down to just over 30.
The state of the parties then. There's the state of the parties. We're not going to incur the wrath of the children as we do on Apollo and certainly other programmes, but what we'll do is we'll be back at 5:15 to bring you up to date, to tell you the whole of the story as it's unfolded throughout the day. We'll show you the faces that are in, the faces that are out, the places that have changed, the places that haven't changed, and we shall introduce you to the new Prime Minister, Mr. Edward Heath, all that at 5:15. Until then, goodbye. Good evening. Well, for those of you who have not been following the results as they've been coming in, the story is now virtually complete. The new Prime Minister is Mr. Edward Heath. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, the Conservatives achieved the certainty of a majority, and at 2:02, a statement came from number 10 Downing Street saying the Prime Minister, Mr. Wilson, had asked for an audience with the Queen to tender the resignation of the government. After the news last night of George Brown's defeat, today's most dramatic result has been the election of Ian Paisley as member for North Antrim over the official Unionist candidate. However, to offset him in the new House, there will still be Bernadette Devlin. The Liberal Party's setbacks have continued today and throughout the day. In the last Parliament, they had 13 seats, and so far, they've lost 6 of them. The country has been moving unambiguously behind the Conservatives. That's not the only moving that's been going on today, however. this afternoon saw a removal van in Downing Street outside number 10. The van was in fact calling at number 11, although it was outside number 10. It was taking away packing cases and furniture from what until now had been Mr. Jenkins' residence. But it was somehow, I think, symbolic of the whole Labour move into opposition. Quite what kind of opposition it will be is certainly not clear yet. Mr. Wilson said this morning that he will wait to see what Mr. Heath's policies were. Jeremy Thorpe, however, raised the possibility that Mr. Wilson could force another election over the common market entry question. Since tendering the resignation of his government, Mr. Wilson has as yet made no public statement, but at 10:40 this morning, when the result was clearly foreseeable, he gave an exclusive interview to David Dimbleby. Let us now show it to you again.
Could we look at the campaign just for a moment? What are your feelings this morning towards Mr. Heath? Did you admire him as an opponent?
You know, I've always admired him, and I've said this a number of times, much more than many other people, even in his own party. I've always felt that if he could be himself and not have to be pushed around by publicity people and so on, that he would have come through very much earlier and much more clearly. As an opponent in the election, I didn't very much like his style on many questions, and you know, I spoke out very clearly about his attempt to drag Sterling into the campaign. But still, the campaign is over now.
Was that part of election invective, or do you think we're going to have as Prime Minister a man who would, in fact, act in an anti-British way, which I think is what you said about him?
I said, I referred that to the campaign only, that he was doing that in order to win votes. That's a different thing. But assuming he takes over, he will have the strongest economic position any Prime Minister's taken over in living memory. I said that in my broadcast the other evening, that I was fighting it against the strongest economic position. He will take over the strongest economic position that any Prime Minister could wish to have.
So you still don't think that even under the Conservatives there'll be any danger of a recession in the autumn and of trouble in the autumn?
I wasn't talking about recession, I was talking about the balance of payments. What there is in relation to recession on the one hand or inflation on the other depends on policy, depends on their policies, and they haven't made clear what their policies will be, but now, of course, they would have to do that.
What would you have done differently in the campaign with the hindsight of, admittedly, only 6 hours?
Well, I've hardly, yes, of which some part of this has been spent in sleep, though not enough yet. I don't think at this stage I would have changed it very much. I think, obviously, we were up against something that no one foresaw. I don't think the Conservatives did. The press certainly didn't. And that was, I think, that enough people stayed at home, perhaps because they felt there wasn't enough difference between the parties, perhaps because the improvement in our economic position and in other ways hadn't erased all the scars from the tough things we had to do to get that strong economic position. And it was a low poll, and a low poll was bound to count against us. All the signs were of a high poll.
Well, it's been an election in which many well-known faces have been moving out of Westminster, some in. But let's take a look at some of those faces now. Changing faces with Alan Watson. Alan?
Yes, this is our list of ministers who've been defeated. 2 of them are women. First of all, Gwyneth Dunwoody, who was Parliamentary Secretary at the Board of Trade and the member for Exeter, the wife of John Dunwoody, who was also defeated at Falmouth, quite nearby. And then Jenny Lee, of course, Minister of State at the Ministry of Education, and then for the arts, the widow of Nye Bevan, and a very successful Minister of the Arts who got money out of Harold Wilson where nobody else could just after devaluation for her ministry. Other ministers defeated included Jerry Fowler, Minister of State for Education from the Wrekin, a classics don, and perhaps he'll go back to that. Then Dr. Ernest Davies, who was Parliamentary Secretary of Technology. He was defeated at Stretford by Winston Spencer Churchill Jr. His wife, incidentally, is a young Conservative, so perhaps he had some sort of mixed reaction to today's election. And then Ivan Luard at Oxford, Under Secretary at the Foreign Office, also defeated and lost his seat. 2 whips went down, Ian Evans from Birmingham Yardley and Terence Boston, one of our colleagues from the BBC who went down at Faversham. And then Ben Whittaker, Parliamentary Secretary at Overseas Development, member for Hampstead, lost his seat. And David Ennells, Minister of State Social Services at Dover. John Diamond, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, he went down, the man who'd been at the centre of every economic crisis the Labour government had survived. But Parliament's also going to miss, apart from that list of ministers, Bob Maxwell, who lost his seat at Buckingham, a very well-known personality. Perhaps even better known, Woodrow Wyatt at Bosworth, a maverick within the party. Anne Kerr, Rochester and Chatham, colourful character in the Labour Party, she lost her seat. Eric Lubbock, the man who opened a new chapter of Liberal history at Orpington in 1962 and closed it again today. And in Hamilton in Scotland, Winnie Ewing of the Scottish Nationalists. And finally, of course, perhaps the best-known face of all to disappear from this new Parliament, that of George Brown, the member for Belfast for so many years, the man who has now said he's just once again a private citizen.
Let's now bring you up to date with the actual state of the parties, give you a summary, really, of what's happened today. Robert Mackenzie.
Well, it has been the most sensational general election held anywhere since Harry Truman beat the opinion polls and Thomas E. Dewey in winning the American presidency in 1948. The State of the Parties Board gives us very nearly the picture of the new House of Commons. The Conservative lead over Labour directly at 41, and overall lead at the moment at 31. That's over all others. It'll likely settle in, there are only 5 more to come, it'll settle in, give or take a point or two either way on that. The Liberal case is the saddest from the point of view of the minority groups. I want to say more about that in just a moment. The share of the vote story is to be seen in these terms. This is the votes got in this election in 1970. Now, Labour's total vote is down by about 800,000, but remember that's in an electorate which went up by 3 million with the addition of the young voters. The Conservative total is up 1.7 million compared to the last election. The Liberals are down about 300,000. Indeed, the Liberals can feel some tragic irony in the fact that it took about 400,000 Liberal voters to elect each Liberal member of Parliament. Looking at their story on our lights board, as it were, there were 13 Liberals who went into battle in the election, scattered right through the length and breadth of the country. One by one, a number of them went down. At Bodmin, the Conservatives won. At Orpington, in Greater London, the Conservatives again knocked out Lubbock. In the Midlands, Birmingham, Ladywood, Labour made a gain. In Cheadle, the Conservatives knocked out the Liberal incumbent. In the Colne Valley, Labour did the job. In Aberdeenshire West, the Conservatives won from the Liberals. There are still 3 to come. One at least, of course, is Joe Grimmond, not on the map, but he is the most likely win, and there's another one they might hold as well. But it does mean the Parliament now is more than it's been in a very long time, a battle between the 2 great parties, with the Liberals decimated and with other minorities knocked out as well. Now, let's look for a moment at the story of the elections since 1945, just to place this one against its background. The great Attlee victory of 1945 was, of course, on the basis of a 148 majority in the House of Commons. That was cut down to a tiny majority of 6. A tiny majority of 6 in 1950, and the Conservatives then managed to get what was called a working majority and became one in 1951 with their 17-seat lead. Then they had a run of 2 further wins, what no party had done in over a century, that is 3 successive wins up to 1959. Then it took Labour 2 moves to get a working majority, the tiny vote majority of 4 in 1964 and the bigger working majority of 96 and 66. Now, what's striking about this is that whereas it took 2 elections each time to get a change of government, effective change of government, 50, 51, 64, 66, this time we've gone from a working majority for Labour to a working majority for the Conservatives in a single jump. It's the biggest gain against the sitting government which any government has achieved since the war. That's the picture.
Now, I've just heard that Mr. and Mrs. Wilson have left Downing Street by a back door. They're on their way to Transport House to thank party workers, and we move across now to David Butler.
Well, if we'd stuck with our first report of the evening, we wouldn't have done badly in predicting the election. Because what we did was to go to Gravesend, the most typical of all constituencies in terms of everything, proportion of middle-class people, proportion of commuters, and all sorts of other things the census finds out about people. Here was the perfect constituency. We interviewed people after they'd voted, so this was a really up-to-date poll and was freed from the thing that tricked all the other polls, I believe, the rapid last-minute swing to the Conservatives in the last 4 days. We got this, and we got a prediction that there would be a Labour swing to the Conservatives of 4.4% in Gravesend. Well, that actually was what happened. in Gravesend, the swing was just a shade higher, it was 4.8%, but Gravesend turned out as a perfect swing constituency. When we actually came to predicting the results during the night, our computer and ourselves were led a bit astray by the rather larger swings in what was actually a very uniform election, but the rather larger swings in one or two constituencies that were reported early in the West Midlands. And it took some time, till about 50 results were in, that we were getting down to the sort of margin of a Conservative lead of 40 over all other parties, which is roughly the final verdict, 40 over Labour, which is roughly the final verdict that we're going to get. It may go down one or two when we get these final seats in from the Highlands and Islands later this evening. Still, there we were, moving in, as in previous elections, overstating the result just a bit on the first results, but moving in after a little while and able to call the election that the Conservatives had won at a time when the Labour Party was far ahead in actual votes. But by and large, we were saved, or not saved, we were able to do this because the British public behaved in an extraordinarily uniform way, and there were no major deviations from the national pattern of the votes that were recorded yesterday.
Probably the most striking aspect of this result has been the sudden change that it's brought in the fortunes of Mr. Heath, the man who fought a bitter battle against the opinion polls, which maintained that he was holding his party back. But now the polls have been confounded.
Edward Heath has led the Conservative Party since 1965. In style, background and ideas, he's a clear break with the Tory past. The party of established influence and wealth chose as their leader a man who'd inherited neither. He first won attention as Chief Whip, doing much to hold the party together after the turmoil of Suez. Later, as Britain's negotiator on the common market, he fashioned a new stature for himself.
In that statement, I explained that the United Kingdom government wished to take its full part in working together for a closer European unity.
The negotiations failed, and yet he emerged with a formidable reputation as a skillful and detailed negotiator, respected by his own government and those on the continent. He's shown a willingness, strange in politicians, to insist on uncomfortable new ideas. He presents a new progressive brand of conservatism, almost apolitical in its enthusiasm for efficiency, its distaste of compromise. Bachelor Heath's only vulnerability, his personal ratings. He maintains Britain can afford a modified military role in the Far East. His Europeanism makes it likely that while he stresses friendship with America, it will be a relationship embracing Europe. The toughest test of Heath's leadership has been the challenge of Enoch Powell. Courageously, Heath sacked him from the shadow cabinet.
I told Mr. Powell that he could not remain a member of the shadow cabinet because of the inflammatory nature of his speech at Birmingham. I considered that this was likely to make racial relations more difficult. And I consider that it was a challenge to what I believe to be the right conservative approach to this very difficult and delicate question.
And so to this election, which it seemed Heath had no more chance of winning than that in 1966. He offered a new style of government, but all the polls recorded the popularity of the old.
One of the first lessons of politics is that you must always look after your supporters first. They are the people who are doing the work in the constituencies. They are the people who want to hear, I think, from the leader himself, about the policy of the party and what we're going to do for this country in the future.
He has always spoken out with a clear, confident voice, as at the party conferences.
There really is no need to attack this government. You only need to be fair to it. They've still got one more budget in which they can carry out their undertaking. It's up to the Chancellor. And all he has to do next April is to take 6pence off the income tax, 1 and a penny off cigarettes, 1 and 9pence off petrol, 13 and 11pence off a bottle of whiskey.
His public manner is powerful, although he's been criticised for being stilted and for being much better at talking to his own side than winning over the unconverted.
15 millions off SET, and he'll be home on his promise.
Despite the strength of his convictions, many people have found it difficult to carry away any firm, clear impression of what he would be like as a national leader. He is a self-made, self-contained man. His choice of yachting as a recreation would seem to confirm an inclination to get away from crowds, to avoid mixing with crowds where he can. But Edward Heath has a tough competitive edge. He went to Australia to win an ocean yacht racing classic early this year against international competition. It stirred many a metaphor, proclaiming the virtues of life with Heath at the helm, as the election obviously drew nearer. At home in the Albany, the order and good taste of his surroundings reflect a man of sensitivity and an easy relaxation he hardly manages in the rough and tumble of politics.
Jolly good stuff.
I remember, yes.
There's a full-bodied thing. It makes you feel better already.
Edward Heath has made it from a grammar school to the Albany and leadership of the party of Salisbury and Sir Alec. The first man to be elected rather than evolved from what were called the customary processes. Now he is certain to reach the summit of his ambition, the premiership of Britain. It's been a hard, punishing battle since he stood like this before the party at Brighton. Now he has won, and the question of what Edward Heath would be like as a Prime Minister will be answered in practice.
And it won't be until Monday that we begin to know the shape-up of that cabinet. Robert Mackenzie, who is likely to?
Well, all we do know is that yesterday's men are now going to be tomorrow's men. That's certain. Because the people who've been around Mr. Heath in the shadow cabinet will be at the very core of his new government. His deputy leader, Reginald Modling, former Chancellor, I should have thought could almost have his choice. I know it lies with Mr. Heath, but this has been loyal support right through, and there is a reward. Alec Douglas Hume, the first ex-Prime Minister likely to come back as Foreign Secretary since Lord Balfour 40 or 50 years ago. Ian MacLeod, very likely Chancellor, nothing certain about it. There's been surprises in these moves before. Quinton Hogg, strongly tipped for Home Secretary, has given great distinction in his performances on race, Ulster and the rest. Margaret Thatcher, almost certainly to education and the most likely woman member of the new government. Keith Joseph, very probably the Tony Wedgwood Ben of the new government, very much in technology and allied subjects. Anthony Barber, again, a heavy debt is owed by Mr. Heath to Anthony Barber, who has been chairman of the party and done great work in organizing, streamlining the whole show. Geoffrey Rippon has also a claim. He's to the right of most of the others. He's the only member of the Monday Club in the shadow cabinet, but an able and powerful figure in the party. Peter Walker, very much a protege of Mr. Heath, currently covering transport. Robert Carr, whom we've seen battling it out over the future of the trade unions. And Lord Balneil, a new figure, a glamorous figure, who could be the Richard Crossman of the new administration.
And now let's take a look at the state of the parties at 5:35. This is the state of the parties with 5 results to come. Labour gained 10, lost 69. And now let's join Robin Day. Robin?
Well, after the canvassing and the campaigning, the cheering and the champagne, the tough realities of responsibility in office. And Mr. Heath's government will have to face the same continuing problem that all post-war British governments have tried and failed to solve: how to get economic growth without inflation. The Labour government has left the balance of payments in fine surplus, and Mr. Wilson, in that quiet but vigorous and proud interview, in a way, could fairly claim to have left that welcome legacy to Mr. Heath, the new tenant at number 10. But inflation, wages, costs and prices threatens to undermine our competitive position, and also the plight of poorer people at home. Our growth and productivity does still not match some of our competitors, and strikes have vastly increased in number. All these and many more problems are now the responsibility of Edward Richard George Heath, who in about an hour and a half's time will accept the Queen's Commission to form a government. Well, now to comment on some of the key economic and industrial problems facing the new Prime Minister, are Vic Feather, General Secretary of the TUC, Lord Stokes, Chairman and Managing Director of British Leyland, whose factories have suffered greatly from strikes recently, and in the absence of Mr. Heath's active senior colleagues, who are keeping quiet for the moment to see what portfolios are given to them by their leader, we have, fortunate to have, Sir Edward Boyle, a senior ex-Conservative Cabinet Minister who's retired from politics at the end of the last Parliament, and he's going to join us. Gentlemen, I want to ask you, what is your advice to Mr. Heath on the key industrial and economic problems he faces now? Lord Stokes?
I think we've got to get a compromise arrangement between management and the unions and the people on the shop floor to solve this problem, which has been very acute, particularly in the last 12 to 18 months of industrial disputes, people walking out of work, excessive wage claims, which have not been accompanied by increased productivity.
Do you think Mr. Heath would be wise to press ahead with some kind of legislation for a new framework of law for trade union activity?
I think he'd be very wise to have immediate consultations with management and with men and with the TUC and with the trade union leaders and everybody else. I don't believe that we can accomplish anything by threatening to put everybody in jail, but I think we've got to get a completely new atmosphere in the industrial scene.
Of course, Mr. Heath has never threatened to put any industrialists or trade union leaders in jail, as Mr. Vic Feather knows. But, Mr. Feather, what advice do you give to Mr. Heath on this central problem?
I would say here to what Donald Stokes has said, and what I know as well that Frank Caton said, and Paul Chambers, and also, if I might say so, although I'm not a lawyer, Lord Justice Donovan, Mr. Justice Lane, and Sir Henry Slessor. These are three great industrialists and three great lawyers, and all of them are saying that law won't work, and I hope that Mr. Heath will forget, now that he has the responsibility at any rate, some of the promises that he made as an opposition leader about fair deal at work. I think it's better to forget it and get it in some discussion. And if he gets into discussion, we'll discuss matters with him, but not on the basis of acceptance of legislation.
But if he does pass legislation with a mandate from the country to pass it in constitutional form, you as a law-abiding citizen will abide by those laws, will you not?
Of course, if it's practicable law and if it's law that will work. But on the other hand, I think that he will be wise to see whether the law will work.
Before I bring in Sir Edward Boyle, may I just ask both of you, key men in industry, do you think it is right in the next few months or the next year or so to reduce taxation with the aim of reducing the pressure for wage increases, perhaps?
I think it depends how you allocate taxation. I think we've got to get taxation so that we can give reasonable incentives to people to work harder. I think the whole trouble is I'm not against a degree of inflation in the country. I think this is probably inevitable and desirable. What is troubling me at the moment is that certain sectors of the community, because of the position they hold in industry or various industrial communities, are able to get more than their share of what is going out of the sort of common pool. What we've got to do is to get more productivity, get more out of people and reward them commensurately for giving more to the community in return.
And Can I bring in Sir Edward here?
Sorry.
Sorry, come back here, Mr. Feather. Edward, what do you think about the sensible course on these problems?
Robin, I can't help looking back to that discussion. I thought the most interesting almost in the whole election when Lord Cromer and Lord Caton, holding opposite political standpoints, said the situation facing the new government today is more difficult than the situation facing Mr. Wilson's government in '64. Now, I feel there are three key subjects today, myself. The first, which I don't think either Lord Stokes or Vic Feather have mentioned specifically, capital investment by industry. I do not like this declining trend in manufacturing investment. That's the biggest failure in George Brown's national plan. The second is, of course, the wages problem. I don't want to see a return to statutory control. Equally, I don't think the government can stand aside from this altogether. And thirdly, there is the question of the reform of industrial relations. And here I must say I don't think you can expect Mr. Heath's government just to forget about fair deal at work. The important thing here is to raise productivity.
Fair deal at work being there.
The Conservative, that's right, the Conservative manifesto, the Conservative pamphlet, because I do feel that there are cases where a minority in industry, a minority, are making it very difficult for the majority to pursue higher productivity. And I can't feel that the legal framework, which goes right back really to 1906, meets all the needs of 1970.
Can I ask you a key question, about the new government. What kind of Minister of Labour would you like to see, and do you have any personal names to suggest?
Well, I would like to see a Minister of Labour
rather than
the First Secretary of the Department of Employment and Productivity. And I would, I'm sorry, I'm not old-fashioned about this, but I think that the Ministry of Labour, as was, did play a key part on the special functions of conciliation. And I would like to see that again.
What sort of...
I would like to see a fair-minded man, a man who was not, as it were, too political, a man who was not identified with some of the extravagances of political speeches in the election campaign. That is the sort of man that you want, a kind of, I would have thought, a man like, if one could say it, like Sir Walter Monckton.
Not a male Barbara Castle?
No, she's a very positive character, as you know.
Edward, a final word. What do you say about Mr. Heath and Mr. Wilson at the end of this campaign?
Well, first...
And I know you speak as someone now retired from politics.
Yeah. Well, first, Mr. Heath, Robin, I believe that Mr. Heath does believe very passionately in a reformed free enterprise system for the sake of the better life it'll bring. And all I can say, and I speak with a bit of emotion, this is literally my last day in politics, I don't believe any new Prime Minister has ever had a more deep and a more honourable ambition to be Prime Minister of this country, and more determination. And all I can say is, as someone who's known him very well for 20 years, with all my heart I wish him well.
And on your last day in politics, can you find a magnanimous word to say about Harold Wilson?
Well, I think this is the last day one would want to knock Harold Wilson unfairly. May I say again, in all my years in the House of Commons, I've nothing but courteous relations with him personally. He's always been friendly enough to me. It's difficult today to see just how history will rate him. I think, looking back on it, I think he did often think that affairs were going more his way than they were. He seemed to feel he had more freedom of action than he had. I think there is something in this point, not that he lacked the courage of his convictions, but that he lacked a lot of convictions to be courageous about. But when all's said and done, he's a person who's had vast experience in Whitehall and Westminster, and I think we must all realise what a disappointing day this must be for him.
Well, the fair-minded comments of a parliamentarian in the better tradition of Westminster.
At the moment, Mr. Wilson is in Transport House talking to party workers, and it's thought that he'll go on from there to Buckingham Palace. There's Transport House with our camera focused on it. We'll watch for him coming out and going to Buckingham Palace. Let's go round the desk now. Graham Turner, City Today, please.
Well, the general reaction from bankers and businessmen at home and abroad at the Tory victory, splendid. We've got in the right sort of chaps who understand what we think and want. The stock market had a good day, the pound had a good day. It was just the sort of honeymoon which the city had predicted. But just how long the honeymoon lasts will depend entirely on how successfully Mr. Heath tackles the problems of relations with the unions and how successfully he tackles the inflation, which he himself has called one of the most serious inflationary situations we've had since the war. What I'm saying is that unless Mr. Heath makes it plain right from the start that he's really taking a grip of the situation, the honeymoon could be fairly short. It's up to Mr. Heath, up to him, his sense of touch, his ability to tackle the unions, and he's been warned already by top men on both sides of industry not to play it too tough. It's a job worthy of him.
A great many people are now coming in. It is now 6:15. Let us look at the state of the party's board as it stands at the moment, with the results still to come, numbering 5. That's how it stands at 6:15. There you are. That's how it is, with the Conservatives with 328 seats at this moment and still 5 to come. Now let's go and join Michael Barrett. Michael.
Well, we thought when we came on the air last night from this desk that we were going to be pointing up the regional differences, how people in the different regions act differently, think differently, and therefore vote differently. But they didn't. We thought we were going to show you how the regional development areas would be different and particularly give their votes to Mr. Wilson. They didn't. Scotland, we thought, on the basis of those wretched opinion polls, would be a particular bastion of Labour strength. It wasn't. All right, then there are those nationalists, but there weren't. They went down like 9 pins or 2 pins. The only Welsh nationalist and the only Scottish nationalist are now out of Parliament. Varsity seats, then, would they make a special difference to the results? No, they didn't. Places like Brighton and Exeter and so on showed just the same swing as all the others. Powellism in the Midlands, perhaps. This was a special area. No, again, it wasn't. Although Mr. Powell himself got a vastly increased majority, his neighbouring constituency in Wolverhampton got a bigger one than he did, and throughout the West Midlands generally, there was no indication that this was in any way a special area. Regional loyalty then to the Liberals. Not so again. The swing really was, that was the pattern for us, the swing really was nationwide. Cliff.
Mr. Nixon has had a busy time on his telephone, phoning the leaders of the Labour Party, the leader of the Conservative Party. Picking up all this comment for us, Robert McNeill.
Well, I think, other than Mr. Nixon's congratulation, the foreign reaction which will please Mr. Heath most deeply is the almost universal welcome for his victory among the member countries and officials of the European Common Market on the eve of Britain's third attempt at the end of this month to join the community. Europe is doubly satisfied today that Britain has a leader whose European commitment is regarded as deeper and less equivocal or expedient than Mr. Wilson's, and that Mr. Heath's victory is decisive enough to give him flexibility. But the other main burden of world reaction may prove embarrassing to the new government. Newspapers and businessmen in South Africa and Rhodesia are joyful because they think Tory policy will be softer and friendlier to the two white minority regimes. They're speculating the Tories would resume arms shipments to South Africa and relax economic sanctions on Rhodesia. The Black Commonwealth, India, Pakistan, Africa, the Caribbean are silent. They've been strongly anti-Tory in the campaign because they see the entire Conservative Party tarred with the brush of Powellism. Cliff?
And now, a quick look at the new House, Alan Watson.
A completely transformed House, and the drama which we will all look for very soon as the House reassembles, is that first confrontation between the new Prime Minister and the new leader of the new opposition in question time, the Prime Minister's question time. This has been the great dramatic moment twice every week in which Mr. Wilson has had supremacy. Will Mr. Heath now, a reassured Mr. Heath, a relaxed Mr. Heath with power in his hands, relax sufficiently to wrest that supremacy from Mr. Wilson, who's had it for so long?
That, I really think, is as much as we can usefully contribute, with only about a minute or so to go to the news. What we are going to do at 8 o'clock tonight, for those of you who've missed the events of the day, we're going to pull the whole thing together. We're going to present you with this story as it's happened, right the way up to the opening of that front door of number 10 by Mr. Edward Heath. That at 8 o'clock tonight. Until then, we bid you good night from this general election results studio. Good night.